Chapter 388, Crooked Soul's Devilish Might. After flying about 5 kilometers away from Minor Expanse Island, Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and he stopped his divine wind boat. "Don't hide. Reveal yourself." Han Li spoke calmly while facing forward. A cry of surprise came from an empty area. With a flash of rainbow brilliance, 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators appeared not far in front of him. "Han Li, in order to acquire Dustfall pills, you and Crooked Soul killed the Tail Star Island Lord's disciple and the other cultivators involved. Now, we've come as enforcers by order of our Island Lord. You are to quickly enter our custody so we may deliver you to Island Lord Zhan Tai for punishment." A late Foundation Establishment cultivator among the group proudly yelled to Han Li. In order to fool the others, Han Li and Crooked Soul had restrained their own cultivation. As a result, the group had misjudged their cultivation and appeared carefree. Although they were somewhat surprised that Han Li had discovered and ruined their ambush, with their superior cultivation and numbers, they should be able to easily handle them. As a result, they were careless and took a blunt, direct approach. After calmly sizing them up, Han Li insipidly said, "You are cultivators from Stalwart Star Island? Do you have any evidence that I killed those other cultivators?" Upon hearing this, a white-haired old man among them was stunned for a moment before sneering and saying, "What? You still wish to quibble against the testimony of the 6 United Palaces Elder Miao? Don't get your hopes up. Our Island Lord has already said that you two are extremely crafty and that we are to immediately destroy your cultivation." Han Li's expression slightly changed. With a face covered in a layer of icy intent, he said, "Destroy our cultivation. Does your Island Lord not intend to resolve this matter with us? He. You two have fled in guilt for several years, the evidence has long been collected. What is there to resolve? Everyone, go. Let's bring these two back for a reward." The white-haired old man turned his head, and impatiently called out to the others with wide eyes. Suddenly, the cultivators acted without speaking any further, releasing their magic tools towards Han Li in streaks of overbearing light. Han Li watched on with his eyes wide open. How was this possibly intending to destroy his cultivation? It seems they were gazing at him with killing intent and intended to kill him. Although he didn't know whether or not there was something amiss, Han Li had no choice but to kill these cultivators. "Crooked Soul, kill them. Don't allow a single one to escape." While Han Li's voice wasn't loud, it was colder than ice. Crooked Soul, who had been standing motionlessly behind Han Li, silently stepped forward and released an astonishing blood-red light. After a moment, his entire body was enveloped in a blinding sphere of light. Then with a soft hiss, a yellow light flashed underneath Crooked Soul's feet and he shot towards the approaching magic tools. With several flashes of light, the incoming magic tools' radiance disappeared, and they were instantly enveloped by a 100-meter-wide barrier of blood-red light, becoming completely sluggish. Crooked Soul appeared at the center of the blood-red light and expressionlessly formed a hand incantation, spitting out the word, "Restrain." Suddenly, the magic tools moved forward and shot toward Crooked Soul's side with complete obedience. With a wave of his sleeve, they disappeared. It seemed he had collected them. Crooked Soul then expressionlessly turned his attention to the group of enforcers. The scene had left them dumbstruck. Core Formation Cultivator. He's a Core Formation Cultivator. With Crooked Soul's true cultivation unveiled, the cultivator who shouted this turned pale. The others were equally aghast, but 2 quick-witted cultivators immediately turned around and hurriedly rushed off. Their leader, the white-haired old man, no longer held a trace of arrogance. Only an expression of disbelief remained on his face. Acting under Han Li's orders, Crooked Soul couldn't possibly allow anyone to escape. His eyes grew as scarlet as blood while he emotionlessly gazed at the 2 that were fleeing. He wordlessly raised his hands and shot out scarlet-red beams which moved at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the beams of light had already caught up to them. One of the cultivators wore a sparkling earth-yellow armor, and the other cultivator was wrapped in an obviously exceptional blue chain of light. But with just the slightest touch of the light beam, both the magic tools and the cultivators were turned to ash, extinguishing any thoughts of escaping by the other cultivators and leaving their faces deathly pale. The white-haired old man was terrified and hastily shouted, "Senior misunderstands." This was all a misunderstanding. Crooked didn't pay attention to any of his evasive words. With a tremble of his shoulders, the blood light separated from his body and flew off, forming a large blood cloud above the group of enforcers. Then with a wave of his hand, he released a streak of purple light that seemed to ignite the blood cloud as if it were a spark striking oil. Suddenly, the sky was filled with purple flame, and the cultivators were suppressed from every direction. The cultivators below all displayed expressions of despair as they each released their defensive magic tools while strenuously begging for mercy. But under the ice-cold gaze of Crooked Soul, the purple devil flames turned all of the magic tools and cultivators into dust after just a short moment. Crooked Soul's figure blurred and reappeared, holding all of their storage pouches in his hand. Hanley had already fetched the storage pouches of the two who had fled and flew back to Crooked Soul's side. "Let's go. It will become troublesome if any core formation cultivators were to arrive." Hanley looked in every direction before muttering as if he were both talking to himself and Crooked Soul. After Crooked Soul silently returned to the Divine Wind boat in a blur, Hanley immediately set off, flying far away as the Divine Wind boat became a streak of white light. Not long after, a blue and red streak of light flew over from the direction of Stalwart Star Island, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Crooked Soul had killed the enforcers. Once the blinding radiances faded away, an old man with a devious expression and a middle-aged man that emitted a gray chi appeared floating in the air. "It should be here. The spiritual chi fluctuations haven't yet disappeared. It seems the killer left recently," the middle-aged man gloomily said. One of the enforcers that had been on duty at Minor Expanse Island was the middle-aged man's disciple. When his disciple had died, a soul tablet created from secret techniques had revealed a dark omen. The middle-aged man instantly discovered that his disciple had encountered mishap, but he was currently a guest at his good friend's Immortal's Cave. They had flown over as fast as they could, but he hadn't expected that he'd be too late. After pointing in the direction that Hanley fled, he slowly said, "Island Lord Yuan. He should have fled in that direction. I will use the transient tracer technique to investigate for a moment. If we chase after the killer, there is a 30% chance likelihood we will be able to stop him. All right. If we both give chase, we will be certain to stop the killer." The middle-aged man's body flourished with gray chi and revealed a sinister expression. According to the collision of spiritual chi in the area, it seems the killer should be a core formation cultivator. Although he acted alone, there is no way of knowing whether he is accompanying other cultivators. Does fellow Taoist Yuan truly wish to clash with cultivators of similar strength over a common disciple? The old man suddenly changed the topic and earnestly attempted to dissuade the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon replied with a displeased face, "Don't tell me that my disciple died in vain. If this were to get out, then wouldn't I be marked as a coward? Apart from me, who else would know of it?" Not only was the killer a core formation cultivator, but since he dared to casually kill near Stalwart Star Island, he definitely isn't someone from the Southwest Sea. Naturally, there won't be any drivel spoken about it, and as for me, I'm not someone who spouts gossip. As such, so long as we return and say we had arrived too late, then this matter can be laid to rest. Otherwise, you would be doing battle with an unknown cultivator of the same rank for a common disciple. The risk absolutely isn't worth it. After chuckling for a moment, he expressed disapproval. Having heard this, Island Lord Yuan's fury gradually disappeared, and he revealed a pensive expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression became calm once more and he cupped his hands to the old man, saying, "Many thanks for fellow Daoist Chi's warning. I cannot thank you enough. Let us return. In the future, I will treat that disciple's clan particularly well and then I will let it be. That would be appropriate. As we are those who pursued the immortal Tao for such a long time, our lives are even more precious. If we are to brave danger, then it must come at a sufficient price," the old man said while concealing a sinister smile. However, these enforcers were to keep watch on Minor Expanse Island's Immortal's Cave. How were they able to provoke a traveling core formation cultivator into killing them? Could they have some relationship to the 2 wanted fugitives of the 3 main islands and the 6 united palaces? The middle-aged man quickly became perplexed despite much consideration. Enough. It has nothing to do with us. Your relationship with the 6 united palaces is too shallow to diligently pursue those 2. Since I am Deputy Island Lord and you are the Island Lord, is there any use in blindly worrying about this? The old man snorted and wore a sour expression. After hearing this, the middle-aged man faintly smiled. Afterwards, Island Lord Yuan and the old man chatted for a moment before returning to the island. Chapter 389, Heavenly Star City and the Star Palace. Hanli had no way of knowing how that potential crisis had resolved itself. As such, he continued to act carefully and flew to the northeast as he was now a wanted criminal and incapable of further remaining in the Southwest Sea. However, if he were to go to anywhere else, he would need a map of the area, but Hanli only had a map of the Southwest Sea. Due to this deficiency, Hanli stopped on a random island after a month of flying. Although the island wasn't large, it contained a very prosperous market city because of its location on the border of the Southwest Sea and other territories. Wanting to be careful, Hanli concealed the appearances of both him and Crooked Soul using a secret technique and even put on a cloak afterwards. As such, apart from those with a higher cultivation than Crooked Soul, they would only be able to see a vague red light with their spiritual sense. For the rest of the day, Hanli replenished a large amount of materials from the island's market city and bought many ancient records that presented information on the circumstances of the various areas of scattered star seas along with their respective maps. He ended up spending quite a bit. There were a great number of stores on the island that were overjoyed that such a great spender arrived. Having bought all he wanted, Hanli didn't dare to linger and left the small island on that same day. While sitting on his divine wind boat, Hanli took out the jade slips one after another and carefully read through them. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath, tossed the jade slips into his storage pouch, and entered deep contemplation. After carefully reading through the jade slips, Hanli possessed a general understanding of the scattered star seas. The scattered star seas were huge, but nobody actually knew how vast they truly were. As no one was stupid enough to attempt to explore its entirety, the sea maps only charted a small portion of the scattered star seas. This was a fact that all cultivators of the scattered star seas acknowledge. The sea territories that were explored were commonly referred to as the inner star seas, while the unexplored territories were known as the outer star seas. Ordinarily, when someone spoke of the scattered star seas, they were actually referring to the inner star seas. The outer star seas were also known by the frightful name of the demon seas and was the home to inconceivably gigantic demon beasts. They were said to be no weaker than nascent soul cultivators. Low-grade cultivators that hadn't ventured to the outer star sea would have their jaws drop for quite a while upon hearing this. Records have even said that in ancient times, regardless of whether it were the inner or outer seas, demon beasts reigned supreme, and cultivators were trapped on small, solitary islands. After an unknown amount of time, the previous generations of the scattered star seas managed to slay the demon beasts one by one, making way for the development of the current inner star seas. As of today, the superpower named the Star Palace reigned over entire scattered star seas. This superpower had existed for so long that even ancient records didn't mention when it had first formed. While the origins of its creation are uncertain, some believe that it was established by ancient elders that eliminated the demon beasts. Others said that an ancient hero united the scattered star seas at the time, while other rumors are endless and equally contested. The current Star Palace had established their transcendent heavenly star city on a huge island at the center of the scattered star seas. Its two city lords, the heavenly star sages, rule the entire sect from their city. The two city lords are extremely mysterious and had never left Heavenly Star City or revealed themselves in public. As such, no outsiders had seen their true appearance. However, it is rumored that the two sages weren't late nascent soul cultivators, but instead, they were divine beings at the deity transformation stage. After all, the Heavenly Star Sages have been famous for nearly 1,000 years. How could common cultivators live for so long? Apart from the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Star City, there are 8 outer territories and 4 inner territories in the inner star seas. Each of the territories' 3 largest islands serve to directly govern their respective areas. These cities were known collectively as the 24 outer star islands and the 12 inner star islands. They were all subservient to Heavenly Star City. As for the stalwart star island Hanli had stayed at, it was one of Heavenly Star City's outer star islands. With the addition of the many small subsidiary islands of the Star Islands, the Star Palace truly held quite a bit of authority. But what was most notable was that the Star Palace appointed Star Island lords through 2 methods. The 12 inner star islands were each administered by 6 people chosen by the 2 great sages. As for the 24 outer star islands, Heavenly Star City would host a centennial competition where the final victors would each become an island lord and enjoy the status of a regional ruler. As such, the centennial competition hosted at the Heavenly Star City became known as the Star Selection Assembly. Every time it convened, nearly all the high-grade cultivators of the scattered star seas congregated at the city. Some cultivators came with the dream of becoming an island lord, while others merely wished to broaden their horizon or socialize. There were even those that wished to use the opportunity to exchange medicine pills, materials, cultivation arts and other such items. As it was considered a fleeting opportunity, Heavenly Star City was overcrowded during this time. But even without the additional bustle of the Star Selection Assembly, the Heavenly Star City was a lively city where both villains and heroes dwell. Apart from a prohibition of fighting in the cities and spirit stones taxes for long-term residences, the Star Palace left the city alone, allowing it to become a place of freedom where cultivators of all ranks could come and go as they pleased. As for wanted nefarious cultivators, so long as they didn't stir up trouble in the city, the Star Palace wouldn't take the initiative to arrest them. The great merchant clans were extremely satisfied with such a free environment and had stores set up in the city year-round. They also established their own respective auctions and even acquired many types of spirit stone generating businesses. As such, an innumerable amount of rare items flowed through Heavenly Star City from the scattered star seas each year. In addition, Heavenly Star City had another reason for attracting so many cultivators. The Star Palace had set up a transportation formation in the city that led directly to the outer star seas. So long as someone paid a large sum of spirit stones, they could teleport to many of the demon beast islands, of varying sizes in the outer star sea. These isolated islands were established by previous generations and all contained spiritual chi. When one arrived at these islands, cultivators would be able to kill all sorts of demon beasts in the nearby seas and sell off the demon cores for spirit stones back at Heavenly Star City. As for the value of spirit stones, a grade 5 demon beast core could be sold for nearly 1,000 spirit stones. As for grade 6 spirit stones, the profits would be enough to fund a foundation establishment cultivator for a lifetime. As such, a significant amount of cultivators annually came to Heavenly Star City to use the transportation formation. After all, flying directly to the outer star seas without using the transportation formation would not only take an extremely long amount of time, it would also be extremely dangerous to fly unguided like a headless housefly. With that in mind, Hanli decided to go to Heavenly Star Island with nearly no deliberation. Regardless of safety or acquisition of demon cores, he felt an attraction to this city by no small amount. Of course, there were other powers of varying strength apart from the Star Palace and the scattered star seas, such as the Four Freedoms Merchant Alliance, the Devil Charm Sect, the Three Immortal Sect, Night Dragon Island, and so on. Of course, Zenithine Island and the Six United Palaces were significant powers as well. After Hanli silently sorted this information in his mind, he took out a map of the scattered star seas and carefully looked at it. Having decided his destination, Hanli pierced through the air, turning the divine wind boat into a white streak of light. Several months later, a white light streaked past the air above the sea. Standing on the boat was Hanli, tired from the long, non-stop travel. Such a long and arduous journey was actually a rare experience for Hanli. This was because during his entire journey, he attempted to cultivate the Great Development Technique while flying on his magic tool without end. From the very start, multitasking had proven extremely challenging, and a technique that divided one's consciousness to control numerous puppets wasn't exactly easy to cultivate. As he split his attention while cultivating, he had frequently made many errors. The divine wind boat would occasionally begin to fly off at an angle, leaving him unable to concentrate on splitting his divine sense. He hadn't made any progress for several days, but the old adage proved true that practice really does make perfect. After countless attempts and distractions, Hanli was eventually able to forcefully cultivate the Great Development Technique while flying. However, Hanli had given up on multitasking and focused on flying forward while standing at the front of the divine wind boat. Half a month later, Hanli judged that he had arrived near Heavenly Star City given the arrangement of the desolate islands he had passed and felt his heart stir with excitement. After a short moment more, Hanli's expression slightly changed after he vaguely saw a black dot in the distance that seemed to appear huge. Hanli instantly stamped down on his magic tool, expediting his arrival. Chapter 390, Huge City. A moment later, the black dot in the distance gradually grew larger as he approached, slowly revealing a vast black shadow. Although he still couldn't see it clearly, its prominent silhouette left Hanli awed by its astonishing magnificence. When Hanli flew somewhat closer, he was able to roughly make out the contents of the shadow. It was a city, an enormous city that spanned the entire island. But what caused Hanli the greatest astonishment was that the city was entirely different than those he had seen before. It wasn't laid out on flat land. Instead, the sky-towering mountain at the center of the island served as the foundation and the buildings were built in concentric circles around it. The bottom of the huge mountain had rows and rows of buildings that spanned to the very edges of the island without a single gap. This was without a doubt Heavenly Star City, the largest city in the scattered star seas. From the sky, the densely packed buildings appeared as small as ants. The scene left him shocked until he was about 20 kilometers away from the island, at which point he was forced to slow down his divine wind boat. Hanli was no longer alone in the nearby sky. Streaks of light far and near started to occasionally appear, flying towards Heavenly Star City. Hanli inwardly sighed. Heavenly Star City's reputation was well deserved. Even at such a far distance away, he saw many cultivators. Once he was about 10 kilometers away, there were an even greater number of various colored lights flying about. He even saw a few huge ships beneath him, cutting through the wind and waves. But what rendered him speechless were the cultivators that chose to sail on small boats or even ride on low-grade demon beasts on the sea instead of flying on a magic tool. Hanli shook his head. After recovering from his awe, he accelerated into a streak of light. After a short moment, arrived at the shore of Heavenly Star Island. He had now discovered that the island was surrounded by a lofty stone wall about 100 meters high. Hanli was also able to make out that the expansive sea walls had over a dozen gates of various sizes. While there were ports intended for mortal ships and bays for resting demon beasts, the obvious majority of incoming traffic, the lone cultivators, entered the city through the small gates. As such, Hanli flew towards a small city gate in a streak of azure light. Although it was one of the smaller gates, when Hanli neared it, he saw that the gate was over 24 meters tall and couldn't help but laugh at himself with a faint smile. In front of Hanli stood a dignified, azure-clothed woman whose cultivation seemed to be mid-foundation establishment. Standing beneath the city gate, she was elegantly speaking to two white-clothed cultivators. After she handed over a few spirit stones, she casually donned a blue ring they had given her and entered the city with light steps. Hanli then calmly walked over with Crooked Soul. "Do you two plan to temporarily stay here or do you plan to take long-term residence?" "If." "Ha." So it turned out to be a senior. "Senior, welcome to Heavenly Star City. According to the laws of the city, core formation cultivators are allowed free long-term residence in the city. This is an identity ring. Please carefully hold on to it." The white-clothed cultivator started speaking without blinking, but halfway through, he realized Crooked Soul was a core formation cultivator and hastily took something out from his sleeve. After sizing up Crooked Soul in surprise, he hastily spoke with a respectful tone and handed a red ring over to him. "This is my first time coming to Heavenly Star City. What is this ring for?" Crooked Soul said with a coarse voice. "The spirit ring is the certification of your status. Cultivators that only stay here temporarily wear a blue ring and only have to pay 3 spirit stones for entry. The spirit light on a blue ring only persists for 7 days. Afterwards, the ring's wearer would have to leave Heavenly Star City or go to the city gates and get a new one. Red rings are for cultivators that take permanent residence. Ordinary cultivators are required to pay 800 spirit stones for it. The red ring's spirit light is everlasting and will memorize its owner once it absorbs their blood essence. As it will only shine for its owner, there is no need to worry that others might steal it." The white-clothed early foundation establishment cultivator gave Crooked Soul a neutral explanation and raised his hand to reveal a shining red ring on his finger similar to the one in his palm. Crooked Soul silently nodded his head and took the ring. He then dripped his blood essence on it after some slight hesitation and placed it on his finger. "I must trouble fellow Daoists to give me a red ring. I also plan on staying in this city for quite some time." With a smile, Hanli took out 800 spirit stones from his storage pouch and offered it to one of the cultivators. The two white-clothed cultivators appeared somewhat surprised, but wordlessly took the spirit stones and handed Hanli a red ring. Hanli also dripped his blood essence onto the ring and wore it before entering the city with Crooked Soul. The streets past the gate couldn't be considered either narrow or wide. It was more than wide enough for 4 people to walk through at once or perhaps 2 carriages. The side of the streets were lined with rows of limestone buildings. From a glance, one could tell they were mortal stores, and they had nothing worth seeing. There didn't seem to be any cultivators on the streets with only a few mortals shopping and chatting. There was nothing present caught Hanli's interest. After a quick examination, he casually lifted his head to look at the sky and saw that a great number of lights were flying about, each indicating a cultivator soaring on their magic tool. The largest city in the scattered star seas actually didn't have any air restrictions. It was going to make things quite easy for him and Crooked Soul. Hanli then took out his divine wind boat and intended to take off before being interrupted. "Sir Immortals, please wait." A man from the side of the street shouted out, walking out from a store and respectfully saluting them. He was a lean man with a slanted mustache. The two took a thorough look at him but found that he was a mortal that completely lacked magic power fluctuations. Hanli revealed slight astonishment and asked with a slight frown, "What's the matter?" Have I met you before? The lean man spoke with a wide smile, hee hee. My name is Lu Er, and this is my first time meeting these two immortal masters. Having heard this, Han Li's expression darkened as he revealed displeasure. But without waiting for Han Li to speak, Lu Er hastily said, "This is your first time arriving at Heavenly Star City, yes?" Certainly, these immortal masters are quite unfamiliar with the roads and circumstances of the city. Since I am a native, I know this city as well as the back of my hand. If these two immortal masters want to go somewhere or want to know where to handle their business, I could save immortal masters quite some trouble if I were to guide the way. My assistance only requires the payment of 2 spirit stones. With that said, Lu Er gazed at Han Li with an expectant expression. He seemed to have already made out that the youth was the master of the two. Han Li faintly smiled and replied, "So it's Lu Er. If your assistance is to my satisfaction, I will give you 5 spirit stones. But if you waste my time, I won't give you a single one." Then with a mysterious smile, Han Li boarded the divine wind boat without paying Lu Er any further attention. As Han Li stood on his boat, he gazed at Lu Er to the side. At this moment, the mortal's face incessantly shifted between dark and clear. After he saw Han Li gazing at him, he silently gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I will follow Immortal Master. I will definitely satisfy the Immortal Master's expectations." Han Li faintly nodded his head indifferently and tapped his divine wind boat, immediately sinking it close to the ground. Having seen this, Lu Er hastily boarded and carefully stood on it. Soon after, the divine wind boat slowly soared and flew towards the huge mountain at the center of the island. After flying for about 100 meters through the sky, Han Li turned his head towards Lu Er. He saw that although his face revealed slight fear, he didn't show any signs of difficulty or intolerance. Inwardly nodding his head, Han Li casually asked, "It seems this isn't the first time you've flown on a magic tool. Do you frequently act as a guide for foreign cultivators?" "Previously, I've assisted 6 immortal masters. However, this is only my second time flying." Lu Er spoke with a forced smile. The wind at 100 meters in the air proved to be a bit too strong for a mortal. Having seen that Lu Er's expression had turned slightly green, Han Li faintly smiled and raised his hand. With a flash of blue light, a layer of blue mist covered the entirety of the divine wind boat, protecting the 3. Lu Er's complexion immediately improved afterwards. But without waiting for Lu Er to say any thanks, Han Li inquired, "First of all, tell me where I can find a place to cultivate in peace." Chapter 391, A New Home. Lu Er blankly stared for a moment before involuntarily turning his gaze to the hands of Han Li and Crooked Soul. Having seen their red rings, he revealed a flash of sudden insight and gave Han Li a thorough explanation. "So it turned out you immortal masters intend to take up long-term residence. This matter is quite simple. Do you immortal masters see that building on Sage Mountain? If you wish to cultivate, you only have to go to there and rent a building. I've heard other immortal masters say that a natural spirit vein flows through Sage Mountain. The higher the building, the greater the amount of spiritual qi. Of course, the price increases as well. If you don't wish to rent a building and want your own personal cave residence instead, it will cost far more than renting an ordinary residence. Furthermore, regardless of whether it is a building or a cave, you will have to pay a fee every 100 years. If you do not pay when the time comes, the Star Palace will repossess the residence by force. Oh, so long as I have enough spirit stones, I'll be able to rent a cultivation area at the highest height." Han Li revealed an interested expression. Lu Er shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it and spoke with embarrassment. "Immortal Master jests, that obviously isn't possible. Every circle of buildings on Sage Mountain is considered a layer, coming to a total of 81 layers. The first 50 layers are open to foreign cultivators and can be rented as a cultivation residence so long as one has the spirit stones. The last 30 layers are reserved for the elders of the Star Palace. As for the last layer, that is where the Sage's Palace 2 Lord Sages live. Nobody is allowed to enter. After a moment of thought, Hanli decisively said, "Fine, point the way. Let's find a residence first before anything else." "Yes, your subordinate follows your orders. Immortal Master should fly towards the base of the mountain. The buildings there take care of these matters." Just as he finished speaking, the divine wind boat turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the huge, distant mountain. The huge mountain had appeared somewhat near, but it still took a quarter-hour of full-speed flight to reach the base of the mountain. Under the guidance of Lu'er, the divine wind boat descended in front of an imposing pavilion. There were quite a few cultivators coming and going, occasionally flying off or landing with flashes of light. After a quick examination of the area, he brought Crooked Soul and Lu'er to the towering pavilion. Upon entering, Hanli saw over a dozen cultivators. 6 of them were sitting alone at a couple of stone desks while talking with cultivators wearing white clothes. The white-clothed cultivators appeared miserable and 2 of them were even pitifully begging. It made for a rather interesting scene as not a single one of their expressions were the same. Hanli silently watched the scene from the side. "Sir Immortal, there is no one at the desk over there. Should we go over?" After a short moment, Lu'er carefully called out to Hanli. Hanli turned his gaze towards the recently cleared stone desk and nodded his head. But as Crooked Soul was the one to lead this time, Lu'er was left bewildered as he had recognized Hanli to be the master. "Senior wishes to rent a residence at Sage Mountain. Which layer would you like? The higher the layer, the more expensive it will be." The Star Palace cultivator examined Crooked Soul for a moment before speaking with a respectful tone. It seemed that core formation cultivators were seen with veneration regardless of the location. This was the reason why Hanli had Crooked Soul step forward. "I want a cave dwelling. Are there any available? The higher the layer, the better." Crooked Soul expressionlessly said. "Cave dwelling. Senior is quite wealthy. I'll go take a look." Having heard Crooked Soul's arrogant tone, the white-clothed cultivator hastily took out a jade slip and started to search through it. "I got it. There are 3 caves on the 31st layer, 4 caves on the 39th layer, and 2 caves on the 47th layer. Here are the prices of the cave residences as well as their floor plans and capabilities." The white-clothed cultivator then placed several jade slips onto the stone table. When Crooked Soul heard this, he bluntly took the jade slips on the table and looked through them with his spiritual sense. Hanli had believed that since he wasn't lacking in spirit stones and that he could be considered somewhat wealthy among core formation cultivators, he would be able to afford the cost of a cave residence. But once he looked at the prices, he felt his heart drop. The cost of a cave residence at the 39th layer left Hanli feeling heartache, not to mention the 47th layer cave. Also, these were just the costs of merely 100 years of use. The price went up to 3,000 spirit stones, a price that was far beyond reason. Having seen Crooked Soul become silent, the cultivator seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He explained with a smile, "Senior. Although we don't dare to call Sage Mountain Spirit Vein the best in the scattered star seas, it is undoubtedly in the top 5. Cultivating at even the base of Sage Mountain is far faster than the best spot at an ordinary spirit vein. As for each layer above the 30th, cultivation speeds increase by an entire 4th. As such, the expensive price is completely worth it." Hanli frowned in response and had Crooked Soul read through the jade slips once more. "I'll have this one." Under Hanli's command, Crooked Soul handed over the jade slips and indicated a more capable cave residence on the 39th layer. As Crooked Soul wanted to rent an expensive cave dwelling, the white-clothed cultivator swiftly responded in excitement, "Understood, that will cost 2,700 spirit stones." This time, Hanli didn't have Crooked Soul act. He personally took out 27 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. This is the cave residence's authority medallion. It allows you to enter and leave the cave residence at will, but after 100 years, the medallion will be revoked. Please carefully take care of it. After taking the spirit stones, he took out a yellow medallion and handed it over to Crooked Soul. After taking the medallion, Crooked Soul wordlessly turned around and left. Han Li and Lu Er, who hadn't dared to speak, closely followed him out. A truly astonishing price. It actually cost that many spirit stones to secure a cultivation area. After walking out of the pavilion, Han Li let out a long sigh before muttering to himself. This purchase had consumed a significant portion of his fortune. Lu Er stole a look at Han Li and asked with a whisper, "Is there anywhere else that you two immortal masters wish to go?" He had been greatly shocked when Han Li had spent such a huge quantity of spirit stones. Although he had seen other cultivators act as such when he had guided them, they only spent several tens of spirit stones at most. This was the first time he had seen such a big spender who could spend nearly 3,000 spirit stones in one sitting. Suddenly, Lu Er became even more respectful towards Han Li, now confident that he could potentially acquire an even greater reward. After all, Han Li spent money quite liberally. So long as Lu Er satisfied him, he was certain he wouldn't short him any spirit stones. Han Li quickly glanced at Lu Er and casually said, "Guide me to the city's market and give me an introduction of the larger stores." Afterwards, the divine wind boat soared through the sky in a streak of light. Half a day later, Han Li was lying on a large wooden bed with his hands cushioning the back of his head. Not long before, Lu Er had given him an introduction of the most important locations in Heavenly Star City. They then parted ways after Han Li gave Lu Er his payment. Having seen Lu Er depart with a delighted expression, Han Li returned to the cave residence on the 39th layer that he had paid an enormous sum for. The cave residence exactly matched what was described in the Jade Talisman. Not only was it isolated and peaceful, but it also had a large medicine garden. But what was most to Han Li's satisfaction was the abundant spiritual chi present. As described, the spirit vein in the mountain was truly beyond ordinary. His old cave residence in the heavenly south region couldn't possibly compare. All of these benefits left Han Li feeling satisfied with his purchase. The cave residence's formation spell was extremely impressive. It was no weaker than the simplified 5 elements reversal formation. Although this was the case, Han Li didn't feel at ease with just the cave's formation spell protecting him. He decided to have a short rest and would place down several of his formations tomorrow. After he finally felt his home was secure, he would have time to make plans for his future cultivation. With that thought, Han Li unwittingly fell sound asleep. He had been flying non-stop these last few months and was truly quite tired. On the morning of the second day, Han Li started to busy himself after waking up. He laid down 3 great formations outside of his cave residence, and planted all kinds of spiritual herbs in the empty medicine garden for future maturation. Lastly, he went into the market city and bought a large amount of high-quality fine jade. After returning to his cave residence, he embedded the fine jade into every inch of a hidden, 40-meter-wide room. After all the surfaces of the hidden room were completely covered in jade, Han Li carefully released the gold-devouring beetles into the room. He held high expectations towards these high-ranking wondrous bugs and planned to train them well so they could assist him in the future. TL, Wondrous Bugs - the Exotic Insects. Although monstrous spiders and centipedes aren't insects, it sounds better than calling them bugs and invertebrates. Thanks for the naming suggestion, Ed Valare and Barbant. Chapter 392, Raising Bugs. Although gold-devouring beetles were among the highest-ranked exotic insects, the controlling spirit sect cultivators Jade Slip mentioned that their physical power is very limited. Only by relying on its superior numbers would it be able to prevail. If the swarm only contained a dozen or even 30 of them, they wouldn't be too useful once they reached adulthood. Only if they were in a swarm numbering by 100,000 or several hundred thousands would they be able to display power genuinely worthy of their rank. Imagining the scene of countless beetles blotting the sky and murdering without end, Han Li involuntarily shivered. He now intended to quickly raise the gold-devouring beetles and have them bear descendants to increase their number. However, this was easier said than done. The gold-devouring beetles had only existed in ancient times in the heavenly south region and were currently extinct there. As such, the concrete details of their breeding had disappeared countless generations ago. The information contained in the controlling spirit sect cultivator's jade slip only had the insect's characteristics as described by ancient records. Since there weren't any detailed methods of raising them, Han Li was left vexed for quite a while. In fact, not only were the gold-devouring beetles currently extinct, it seemed that the 30 top-ranked exotic insects were extinct from the cultivation world as well. It was only because that controlling spirit sect cultivator was a bug fanatic that he had scoured and analyzed ancient records that he arranged the exotic insects on a list. As for how reliable the front-end rankings were for the exotic insects, only the heavens knew. It was only by coincidence that Han Li was able to obtain the gold-devouring beetles, a species that should have been extinct. As these gold-devouring beetles from some unknown reason had just hatched, it seemed that they had been in suspended animation on Minor Expanse Island since ancient times for some unknown reason. It was reasonable to say that mountain-splitting earthquakes and torrential storms had been unable to awaken the exotic insects. However, it seemed that the congregation of exotic insects that Han Li brought with him after building his cave residence had resulted in the beetles' miraculous awakening. The scent of Han Li's various insects must slowly trickle down and aroused the appetite of the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Originally, they should have attacked Han Li's exotic insects sooner, but Han Li's blood jade spiders were there. As they were fearful of their natural predator, they didn't dare to venture too closely to Han Li's cave residence. Thus, they had stayed hidden on Minor Expanse Island while rigidly staring at Han Li's cave. On his last trip, Han Li had brought along his blood jade spiders, allowing the gold-devouring beetles to emerge. From what Han Li saw, after those gold-devouring beetles ate all his exotic insects, they settled their nest into the cave's medicine garden. With Han Li's stealthy return, he was able to capture them in one sitting. Since Han Li didn't have knowledge about raising these insects, he could only approach it slowly and fumble about. First, Han Li tried throwing in bug food of all kinds into the room, resulting in the several hundreds of gold-devouring beetles immediately ravaging them. Han Li was delighted to find that they weren't picky with their food. However, Han Li's happiness only persisted for a few months. After feeding the beetles a great amount of food, he discovered they hadn't matured in the slightest. Han Li felt quite gloomy and was forced to think of a different method. Chapter 393, Deep Jade Island. During the last 2 years, Han Li had left seclusion several times to replenish his puppet crafting materials. Because he had been such a big spender during these trips, many store owners had become quite familiar with his face. After acquiring the information he wanted from the shopkeepers with a few inquiries, Han Li went to a bookstore called the White Gate Pavilion. As expected, the store contained collections information on all of the demon beasts currently known in the scattered star seas. Han Li's spirits were roused and he acquired a copy of this information for over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the information on the demon beast islands in the outer star seas, Han Li found it in an unremarkable small store. Since his objectives had been achieved, Han Li intended to return to his cave dwelling, but on the way back, he came across a shop that specialized in selling storage pouches and spirit beast pouches. Currently, he carried far too many items on his person. With his 200 puppet beasts occupying 4 of his storage pouches, he found it inconvenient to use them. Furthermore, since he planned to go out to sea to hunt demon beasts, he would need more space to collect their valuable body parts in addition to their demon cores. It would be far too wasteful to just throw them away, so it was only natural that he'd want to prepare a few storage pouches with a larger capacity. An hour later, Hanli left the shop feeling slight heartache after having spent over 1,000 spirit stones on 2 high-capacity storage pouches. Since they had nearly 10 times the capacity of his previous storage pouches, they should prove to be sufficient. Afterwards, Hanli passed by the Lavish Cheer auction house, the top-ranked auction in Heavenly Star City, and couldn't help but take a look inside. The details of the items up for auction left Hanli feeling truly covetous. Not only were there grade 6 demon cores, but they also had high-grade materials for magic treasure refinement, not to mention many rare goods that he had never heard of before. Unfortunately, while the items in this auction were good, cultivators such as Hanli, with only a few thousand spirit stones on hand, couldn't afford to buy anything. This was because after any rare items entered an auction hall, their price would likely increase by over half the original value. Spirit herbs that were over 1,000 years old were rare and could be auctioned off at a high price, but Hanli didn't wish to attract any problems. After all, he may feel as if he was lacking spirit stones, but it wasn't to the stage where he was a desperate level of poverty. As such, it would be better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After glancing at the overly expensive auction goods, Hanli returned to his cave residence. A month later, Hanli had finished getting all of his affairs in order. During that time, he had particularly studied the properties and weaknesses of the outer star sea demon beasts and came up with appropriate plans of action upon encountering any of them. But one day, Hanli suddenly bursted out laughing and was dancing with joy as he held a jade slip in hand. Then, with a face full of excitement, he quickly ran out of his cave residence and flew out toward the city market. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Hanli and Crooked Soul appeared in the Heavenly Star City's 50th layer district, standing in front of a large hall made entirely of marble. A huge 10-meter-long signboard hung up above with the golden words, Starry Sky Palace. There wasn't anybody else present outside the hall. Hanli calmly walked inside with Crooked Soul in tow. After passing through a small, short corridor, his view opened to a spacious hall that was over 70 meters wide and tall. Within the hall, there were 4 male and 1 female cultivator chatting with a white-clothed cultivator of the Star Palace. Several transportation formations of equivalent size were lined up behind them. A small stone table lay in front of each of the transportation formations with the name of the transportation formation's destination. Hanli didn't pay further attention to the transportation formation, and instead swept his spiritual sense past the other cultivators. What he found left him shocked. Half of those present were core formation cultivators, and the other half were late foundation establishment cultivators. After Hanli and Crooked Soul entered, the 6 glanced at them with slight surprise. The white-clothed core formation cultivator recovered quickly despite appearing somewhat puzzled by the appearance of Crooked Soul and Hanli. The other 5 revealed joy upon seeing the 2 arrive. These 2 fellow Taoists also wished to go to the Demon Beast Islands. How about joining us in using the same teleportation and splitting the cost? The charming woman that appeared 30 years old suddenly spoke with a sweet smile. Hanli stared blankly for a moment and didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the white-clothed cultivator in charge of the formation and asked with slight confusion, "Senior, will that be acceptable?" Of course, use of the transportation formation is charged based on the number of activations, not by the quantity of people. Regardless of whether it is a single person or 7 people, the cost will still be 700 spirit stones. However, only a maximum of 7 people can be teleported in a single instance. The white-clothed cultivator spoke indifferently. Hanli respectfully thanked him for his explanation, and then turned his head towards the woman, asking her with a smile, "Have you decided which Demon Beast Island you intend to go to?" "My martial uncle and I wish to head to Deep Jade Island." Deep Jade Island. The woman was startled for a moment. After glancing at the several people behind her, she immediately replied with a chuckle, "What a coincidence. We also planned on heading towards Deep Jade Island." Han Li's expression didn't change, but he inwardly sneered. A coincidence. These people obviously didn't care which demon beast island they went to. But since Han Li could save on spirit stones, he nodded his head in agreement. After each of the group members handed over 100 spirit stones to the white-clothed cultivator, they all stood in the transportation formation for Deep Jade Island. The white-clothed cultivator then handed each of them a transportation talisman to place on their body. It seemed that this talisman had an effect similar to the Greater Displacement Medallion, preventing any mishaps from occurring due to long-distance teleportation. Although the talisman could provide protection for long-distance teleportation, it was only effective up to a certain distance and could only be used once. The Greater Displacement Medallion was far superior by comparison. But even so, the talisman was still considered a rare item that could only be created by the talisman masters of the Star Palace. They weren't for sale on the outside. Han Li felt somewhat nervous as the spirit stones around the transportation formation flashed with blinding white light. After the light faded away, Han Li and the others found themselves within a simple stone room, indicating that the teleportation had succeeded without a problem. In addition to the 7 new arrivals, an expressionless Star Palace cultivator also stood in the room. The Star Palace cultivator was only a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and was sitting in a corner of the room in meditation. After indifferently glancing at Han Li and the others when the teleportation finished, he closed his eyes once more without any intention of further paying them attention. Han Li felt a slightly unordinary spiritual chi fluctuation in the room. It seemed to originate from the formation spell's restrictions that enshrouded the room. The stone room had a large, half-open door. Through its opening, faint chatter could be heard from the outside, and the occasional silhouette could be seen passing by. While Han Li looked around the room in curiosity, the others walked out of the formation while minding their own business. But suddenly, an aged core formation cultivator with a face as red as ripe jujubes suddenly turned around and asked, "Are you fellow Daoist interested in joining hands with us? We'll split the spirit stones evenly after selling off the demon cores." "There is no need. My martial nephew and I have different plans. Please take care of yourselves." Crooked Soul's ugly face remained expressionless while declining the proposal. The old man revealed slight disappointment at the refusal and sighed, saying, "That is truly a pity. If fellow Daoist were to join me, we'd have no problem hunting grade 6 demon beasts. Since it appears that this is the first time you two have visited a demon beast island, I'll give you two a word of advice. Not only must you be wary of high-grade demon beasts here, but you should also be careful of ambushes from evil cultivators. If that happened, it would be better to be traveling in a group. If you have a change of heart, we will happily welcome you." Han Li remained silent for a moment before bringing Crooked Soul out of the room with a chuckle. "What's this?" Han Li looked around in astonishment. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this place had small streets everywhere, because there were businesses of all kinds scattered about, selling talismans, magic tools, assorted goods, or even purchasing depots. Each of the stores also had a shopkeeper lazily sitting inside. These stores were also quite crudely constructed. They weren't built with stone but with wooden logs instead. As they were truly simple as can be, Han Li doubted whether the stores would still be standing after a strong gust of wind. Moreover, these so-called streets spread outwards with the transportation formation stone room as the center. They were carelessly arranged and scattered in every direction, leaving orderly observers feeling unwell upon sight. Chapter 394, Cultivators and Demon Beasts on a Small Island. The most puzzling thing to Han Li was the silence that spread throughout the streets. There wasn't a single person outside of the stores. After murmuring to himself for a moment, he silently smiled. How could he have forgotten? This place wasn't nearly as leisurely as the inner star seas. The courageous new arrivals to these islands were at mid-foundation establishment at the very least. They should all be out hunting demon beasts. Hanli then lifted his head and looked around, discovering that this place was actually built with its back to a small mountain. Hanli pondered for a moment before walking towards the general goods store built from rubble. Are there any new sea maps of the nearby area? Before Hanli arrived, he had learned that the sea maps of the Demon Beast Islands were constantly being replaced and that the newest maps were the most useful. We do. We have general maps and detailed maps. Which type would Senior like? The shopkeeper of the general goods store was a middle-aged chi condensation cultivator. He gave an enthusiastic reply after they came over and asked him a question. The detailed map. Hanli answered instantly. The detailed map costs 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man stated boldly. 100. Hanli felt that he had misheard, but his face soon darkened and revealed fury. Although he didn't intend to provoke any problems, he wasn't going to allow himself to be swindled by a low-grade cultivator. Senior shouldn't misunderstand. This price wasn't decided by me, but by my superiors. I am only obeying orders. In addition, other cultivators sell us the new maps at a high price as well. In response to Hanli's gloomy expression, he gave an explanation with his own complaints rather than expressing fear. Your superiors. What merchant union do you belong to? Hanli asked with a frown after his anger had somewhat subsided. He clearly understood that small shops weren't capable of conducting business on the Demon Beast Islands. This might even be a branch of the Four Elements Merchant Union. After a short pause, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, Hee, Senior sure is knowledgeable. Junior is an underling of the Lavish Cheer Merchant Union. The same Lavish Cheer Union that established the Lavish Cheer Auction House in Heavenly Star City, and is a member of the Four Elements Merchant Union. That's right, Senior. Without any further bickering, Hanli bluntly threw a mid-grade spirit stone his way. The shopkeeper then let out a chuckle and handed a jade slip over to Hanli. Hanli glanced at the other shops before taking the jade slip and moodily asking, Are the other stores also part of your Lavish Cheer Merchant Union? How could that possibly be? Apart from the purchasing depot in the west, the other businesses were all established by different merchant unions and have no relation to ours. The middle-aged man glanced at the other stores and spoke with slight hostility. Having heard this, Hanli turned around and left with Crooked Soul without any further words. Just as he thought to fly off on his divine wind boat, a streak of green light fell from the sky and landed in front of the purchasing depot. The light faded away to reveal a tall and burly core formation cultivator. Youngster Fan, you've got business. The large man loudly yelled towards the store after arriving. He then took out a storage pouch from his chest and threw it on the floor. With a whirl of rainbow radiance, the 10-meter corpse of a monstrous fish appeared on the ground. Although it was said to be a fish, the only fish-like thing about it were the green scales on its body. It had a python's head and huge claws on its abdomen, and there was a bloody hole on its upper back. It seemed its demon core had already been ripped out. Ah! Senior Hao has arrived. This jade-scale demon fish is quite hard to kill. As a result, this expert had personally seen several tens of grade 6 and grade 7 demon beasts mount a simultaneous charge towards it, forcing the expert to flee. When this was later made known in the cultivation world, many cultivators had thoughts of using this herb to lure demon beasts for easy hunting, as high-grade cultivators would often go months in the outer star seas without encountering a single demon beast. Towards a majority of cultivators, grade 5 demon beasts were the best targets, as hunting grade 6 and 7 demon beasts posed too great a risk of death. As for any demon beasts grade 8 and higher, only old nascent soul eccentrics wouldn't flee at the sight of them. Anybody else would merely become demon beast food. The number of demon beasts in the outer star seas were truly great. However, they were truly difficult to find as they rarely ever left their concealment from the deep seas. Unless high-level cultivators flew thousands of kilometers day by day over the ocean or possessed remarkable ability for searching the sea with their spiritual sense, roaming the scattered star seas for half a year without encountering a demon beast was a very common occurrence. After all, the outer star seas were truly vast and the various demon beasts each had their own methods of concealment. It was quite easy to overlook them even when searching with spiritual sense. When it was discovered that rainbow skirt grass could attract demon beasts, it caused quite an uproar. For a time, well-aged rainbow skirt grass was quite precious. However, it was soon discovered that this idea was but a mere fantasy. First of all, there was no method to predict the exact moment its leaves would uncurl. It is said to uncurl one of its leaves every 100 years, but there was often a variance of 3 or 2 years. As such, there was no way for cultivators to effectively make use of it while they were at sea. Secondly, there was the depressing discovery that rainbow skirt grass lost its ability to uncurl its leaves and release its unique scent 100 years after being picked. As such, any thoughts of transporting it to the outer star seas were extinguished. As for its name as demon lure grass, it was quickly discarded, and it returned to being called rainbow skirt grass. When Hanli found this mocking, understated record in a jade slip, his eyes flashed with inspiration. The small bottle's ability was just waiting to be combined with the spiritual herb. He immediately purchased a stalk of rainbow skirt grass from the city market and experimented with it in his cave residence. As a result, the rainbow skirt grass gradually uncurled its leaf over the course of 5 days under the effects of the green liquid. Afterwards, it released a strange scent that couldn't be described as either pleasant or foul, but it did leave quite the impression. Doubtfully, Hanli placed his 2 blood jade spiders into the medicine garden. As a result, the 2 demon beasts immediately leapt towards the rainbow skirt grass and completely devoured it without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, the scent faded away and the 2 white spiders returned to normal. While this result came as a pleasant surprise, he also felt worried about his blood jade spiders. After carefully examining them for the next few days and finding that nothing strange had occurred, he finally felt relieved. With this trump card in hand, he was suddenly filled with confidence in hunting demon beasts for their cores. After making another round of preparations, not only did Hanli bring a large amount of rainbow skirt grass, but he also visited the many coral islands in Deep Jade Islands territory after arriving. After all, rainbow skirt grass could only survive on coral islands. As such, after laying down his inescapable net on Red Coral Island, he waited for the rainbow skirt grass to mature and have demon beasts come knocking on his door. Hanli had found an isolated coral reef in the sea at the center of the ring-shaped Red Coral Island and planted his rainbow skirt grass sprout on it. Although he knew that the older the rainbow skirt grass, the greater area of effect it would have, he started off with 100-year-old rainbow skirt grass to be safe. Hanli took out a small bottle from his body and carefully dripped the green liquid onto the spirit herb. He then meditated on a nearby coral island with Crooked Soul by his side, both of them preserving their strength for what was to come. 3 days later, the rainbow skirt grass had unfolded a leaf before Hanli's eyes and released a bizarre scent. Hanli silently waved his hand. With a flash of radiance, glowing formation flags of various colors appeared embedded in the ground around him. Hanli gazed at the formation flags for a moment before calmly closing his eyes once more. He had already decided that if no demon beasts appeared in the next few days, he would give the rainbow skirt grass another drop of the green liquid and increase the range of its demon luring effect. With this, demon beasts were bound to visit. Chapter 396, Hunting Demon Beasts for Cores. Hanli's worries were soon proven unfounded. A mere hour later, Hanli felt 2 huge spiritual chi fluctuations head towards the Red Coral Island, one from the east and one from the west. His expression changed and he suddenly opened his eyes, rigidly staring at the line of formation flags before him. Although he had already completed his preparations, he couldn't help but become nervous as two high-grade demon beasts were coming at the same time. Suddenly, a purple formation flag in front of him flashed with radiance and lightly trembled. Han Li's expression grew solemn, but he didn't take any immediate action and only silently looked on. He knew that although a grade 5 demon beast could be considered intelligent, it wouldn't be able to break free from the 5 elements reversal formation only a moment after entering it. A grade 5 demon beast may possess similar cultivation to an early core formation cultivator, but its fighting strength was almost always inferior to a cultivator of similar rank. After all, its intelligence was poor and it was capable of far too few magic techniques, allowing cultivators of similar strength to easily kill them. In addition, they would need quite some time to break through profound creations such as formation spells. As such, Han Li felt at ease allowing one more demon beast to enter his magic formation before setting out to act. Just as he was apprehensively thinking to himself, a yellow formation flag flashed with brilliance and released a soft hum. Suddenly, Han Li's solemn expression became somewhat happy. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and restricted the scent of the rainbow skirt grass with the formation surrounding it. After doing this, Han Li held out his bare hands, and two of the glowing formation flags flew into them with a single word, "Come." Behind him, Crooked Soul opened his mouth and spouted out a yellow radiance. The yellow radiance flourished, swirling around Han Li and carrying him off towards the sky in a yellow streak of light. After a short moment, Han Li appeared above the westmost formation, the illusory heaven-sifting formation. The formation's colorful green-yellow clouds were incessantly rolling, and an ox's roar could faintly be heard booming from within the formation. Han Li then took out his divine wind boat and had it fly away by itself. He then took out the yellow formation flag and lightly waved it. The formation flag shot out a yellow beam of light towards the colorful clouds, causing them to vanish and reveal the demon beast within. The demon beast was about 10 meters long and had a round body surrounded by spikes of fire-red light. At first glance, it appeared to be a huge sea urchin. However, over 30 dark green eyes protruded from its body. The eyes' gazes were ice-cold, and they shot out scarlet streaks of light in quick succession towards the formation. Its bull-like roar came from its fat abdomen and sounded as if it was violently irritated. Thousand-eyed demon. After seeing the demon beast's appearance, Han Li immediately recognized it and became somewhat interested. As it was one of the most commonly seen grade 5 demon beasts in the scattered star seas, it would make for good practice. He didn't dare delay for long since this formation wasn't strong enough to endure much more of the demon's rampage. He immediately gave Crooked Soul an order. After receiving the order, the yellow light enveloping Crooked Soul's body suddenly turned blood red. He then brought his hands together and quickly separated them, shooting out a yellow crescent from his hand towards the thousand-eyed demon in the formation. This was the magic treasure that Crooked Soul had nearly fully refined, the immemorial bowl. Although the thousand-eyed demon was trapped in the formation, it seemed to realize how powerful the yellow crescent was. This attracted demon beasts in intervals of 2 or 3 days, allowing Han Li and Crooked Soul to slay over a dozen grade 5 demon beasts, much to Han Li's great delight. But when the rainbow skirt grass had reached 400 years old, it attracted a grade 6 demon beast by the name of Falconed Flood Dragon. Han Li was very surprised and hastily cut off the scent of the rainbow skirt grass with his formation spell. After the demon beast swam a few rounds nearby after the scent disappeared, it angrily left. Frightened, Han Li discovered the rainbow skirt grass was best used aged up to 300 years. Maturing it past that point would attract even stronger demon beasts. When that time came, he hastily took out a new rainbow skirt grass sprout and started over. But as of current, nearly all the grade 5 demon beasts near Red Coral Island had perished. After having no demon beasts attracted within a week, Han Li and Crooked Soul immediately put away their spell formations and left the island. After flying for several days in the outer star seas, they found another coral island and continued hunting demon beasts with the same method. This exciting, repetitive, and dangerous lifestyle in the outer star seas continued for 5 years. During this time he had killed hundreds of grade 5 demon beasts. He had also encountered unfamiliar demon beasts rarely seen in the cultivation world. The first time Hanli had come across them, he had found himself caught on the thin line between life and death. Were it not for the vicious fearlessness of Crooked Soul and his puppets, he would have already met his end in the vast ocean, even with the assistance of his formation spells. Furthermore, time wasn't the only thing that was consumed during those years. Not only were a vast majority of his puppets destroyed, but many of his tools for setting up formations had been destroyed or badly damaged by the more violent demon beasts. Even his most impressive 5 elements reversal formation had been destroyed half a year ago when he had carelessly attracted a grade 7 demon beast. He could only helplessly trap the demon beast inside while he and Crooked Soul made their escape. While his losses during these 5 years were great, it was only natural that his returns were even more astonishing. Apart from receiving several hundred grade 5 demon cores, Hanli also acquired an incredible quantity of rare demon beast materials. He even had to discard a few of his less valuable items from his storage pouch to make room for all of them. In addition to killing several hundreds of demon beasts, he had also tempered his combat skills to perfection and developed quite a few minor techniques for killing demon beasts by himself. As of now, Hanli could calmly face a lone common grade 5 demon beast without a trace of fear. Chapter 397, Bitter, Secluded Cultivation. Hanli was on his way back to Deep Jade Island, as careful as he had always been. He completely understood that without his puppets or formation spells, it was extremely dangerous to rush through the outer star seas. Although they were easily able to deal with a grade 5 demon beast, if they were to catch the attention of a grade 6 demon beast or worse, it would be difficult to avoid death. According to his estimations, the demon cores he had gathered should be enough to get him through the second or even third revolution of the 3 essence revolutions technique. His several hundred grade 5 spirit stones would net him a couple 100,000 of spirit stones at the very least. The rare materials he had gathered alone would double the price. However, Hanli wasn't inspired by greed. This had all been done so that he may tread a bit farther in pursuit of the immortal Tao. Thus, when it became increasingly dangerous to continue hunting demon beasts, he immediately decided to return. As of now, he had traveled quite far into the outer star seas. Had he not recorded all of the strange islands he had been to on his map, he might not have been able to find his way back. Even if he knew the way back, Hanli's return would still take several months of flight. He greatly valued his life and feared that he might encounter ferocious demon beasts on his way back or cultivators that may try to rob him. Demon beasts shouldn't prove to be a problem. At most, they would just circle around him a bit, but they wouldn't approach him too closely. But if he were to come across any malicious cultivators, they definitely wouldn't let them go. His demon cores would be difficult to protect, let alone his fragile life. As such, Hanli and Crooked Soul were highly vigilant during their journey. Whenever they encountered traces of other cultivators, they immediately hid or fled. In this way, Hanli eventually arrived back on Deep Jade Island without any problems, allowing him to let out a huge breath of relief. Hanli entered an extremely shabby, small street and found that apart from 2 shopkeepers being replaced, everything else had remained the same. Not paying attention to any of the shopkeepers' interested gazes, he walked towards the stone room with the transportation formation. The Star Palace cultivator in the stone room had been replaced by a middle-aged man with a gentle face. Upon seeing Hanli and Crooked Soul enter the room, he faintly smiled, asking, "Do you two want to use the formation?" Hanli dove onto his large bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. As of current, he had already returned to his cave residence on the 39th layer of Heavenly Star City. As both his body and mind were fatigued, he was unable to deal with any other matters. He'd first deeply sleep for a few days before waking up with the energy he needed. His journey through the outer star seas had tired him by no small amount. After awakening, Hanli took a stroll around his cave residence. As he hadn't been there for many years, he felt that he should refamiliarize himself with it. But when he went to the insect room, he saw that the gold-devouring beetles had turned into a huge silver sphere once more, hanging from the ceiling in hibernation. Hanli couldn't help but lightly shake his head in response. Soon after, Hanli took a trip to the city market and bought all of the pill recipes being sold in the market before returning. Hanli then busied himself once again with pill concoction. Hanli then spent an entire 2 years within his cave residence refining large quantities of medicine pills in accordance to the pill recipes he had collected, combining aged spiritual herbs with demon cores. His original problem of developing a tolerance for medicine was now a thing of the past. During this time, he gradually sold off the demon beast materials he didn't need to the traveling merchants visiting Heavenly Star City. As a result, he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones for a while. After finishing these matters, Hanli thoroughly sealed off his cave residence and started to make preparations for dispersing his cultivation. But while he was arranging his medicine pills and the remaining demon beast materials, he unintentionally took out a particular item that gave him a bit of a headache: the large quantities of hundreds-year-old rainbow skirt grass that he had used to lure demon beasts while in the outer star seas. They couldn't be sold for much, but it would be a pity to destroy them after having used quite a bit of the green liquid on them. Besides, Hanli had always held some interest in its great demon-luring power when its leaves uncurled and had wanted to carefully research it. As Hanli looked at the bunch of rainbow skirt grass in front of him, he came up with a rather strange thought. The thoughts became stronger until he couldn't contain it, causing himself to feel a bit flabbergasted. After tilting his head in thought, he gathered the rainbow skirt grass and suddenly walked to the insect room containing the gold-devouring beetles. He then casually tossed the rainbow skirt grass into the room, but the gold-devouring beetles didn't show the slightest reaction. Having seen this, Hanli laughed to himself. But after a moment of hesitation, he had Crooked Soul plant the rainbow skirt grass on a few huge chunks of coral in the medicine garden. Not long after, Hanli entered a hidden room and started to carefully scatter his cultivation in accordance with the 3 essence revolutions technique. For the purpose of stability and safety, Hanli scattered his cultivation at a very slow pace. He had gradually scattered his cultivation for an entire half-month before dropping down to his intended target, early foundation establishment stage. After reaching this point, Hanli left seclusion. He would first consolidate his cultivation before practicing the 3 essence revolutions technique with the aid of medicine pills. By some unknown compulsion, Hanli used a green drop to further mature a stalk of rainbow skirt grass and threw it into the insect room when it started emitting its strange scent. Soon after, he stood outside the room, carefully staring inside through a slim gap, only to experience slight disappointment. The silver sphere of clustered gold-devouring beetles didn't move in the slightest, as if they hadn't detected any difference. Although this had slightly surprised Hanli, he wasn't particularly puzzled. This was because the rainbow skirt grass didn't have an attractive effect on all demon beasts. As the gold-devouring beetles were high-ranking demon beasts, not being attracted was always a distinct possibility. Hanli lightly sighed, no longer willing to waste any more time or green liquid on the grass. He thought to instead fully focus his resources and time on creating more spirit feed pills for his 2 blood jade spiders. But just as he thought this, the silver sphere of beetles suddenly broke apart. The eyes of the several hundreds gold-devouring beetles flickered with red light as they flocked towards the strangely scented rainbow skirt grass. After devouring it in an instant, they continuously let out a low hum as if they were irritated. Hanli was somewhat stunned by this scene but immediately revealed slight joy. It seemed that his experiments could continue. Hanli left the insect room in a great mood and ordered Crooked Soul to periodically throw in a similar amount of rainbow skirt grass. He wanted to see what effect his rainbow skirt grass would have on demon beasts so that he may lay to rest some of the doubts he carried. Not long after, Hanli brought all of his medicine pills with him into his hidden room and sealed it off, intent on staying until either he succeeded or died trying. Hanli had already fully prepared himself, and in order to maintain his focus he had decided he wouldn't take a single step outside of his hidden room until he fully restored his cultivation. As for the rest of the matters in his cave residence, since he could will his clone, Crooked Soul, to take care of them, he had little worry. Hanli took a pill out of a bottle and swallowed it before closing his eyes, entering a state of oblivious cultivation. In the following days, apart from ordering Crooked Soul to tend to the matters outside of his room, he was completely focused on refining his qi. As time passed, Hanli's mind eventually felt no desire. Whenever he felt that his body's spiritual qi was lacking, he casually swallowed a medicine pill and entered meditation once more. Years upon years of monotonous cultivation had passed, fueled by Hanli's intense desire to reach core formation. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye and the hidden room's door still showed not a single sign of movement. 20 years passed by and still the room's door remained shut. 30 years, time continued to flow with countless suns and moons scurrying past the sky. On a day during the 60th year, a black cloud suddenly appeared above Hanli's cave residence. The weather suddenly underwent a huge change, causing his silver beetles to wildly scatter inside their room. At nearly the same time, threads of spiritual qi from the nearby 100 kilometers frantically amassed towards Hanli's cave residence, creating a huge vortex of spiritual qi that could be seen with the naked eye. This scene alarmed the nearby cultivators. Regardless of whether they were passing by or a resident that lived nearby, they all stopped or left their cave residences, glancing at the scene with amazement. Core formation. Someone has undergone core formation. Many cultivators gazed at this scene and muttered to themselves, each with their own unique expression. While there were those that were envious and confused, there were even more that revealed gazes of admiration. At the same time, the cultivators at the island that were at core formation or higher noticed that the spiritual qi on Heavenly Star Island had undergone a strange change despite not having seen the phenomenon in the sky. They investigated by having their powerful spiritual senses leave their residences. As they gazed towards Hanli's cave residence, there were a few among them that were expressionless or excited. Some of them had even frowned. Chapter 398, Core Formation and Magic Treasures. The door to the secret room inside the cave residence had finally opened. A silhouette slowly walked out of the room with their face covered by long, disheveled hair. A yellow light then flashed to their side, revealing Crooked Soul with a stiff expression. Hee, core formation. I've finally obtained core formation. After looking at the exterior of the secret room and Crooked Soul, he heartily laughed towards the sky in awe-inspiring roars. The gaps through the long, disheveled hair revealed the face of Hanli, who had undergone 60 years of secluded cultivation. However, his eyes revealed a refined spirit, and his every movement contained a vast pressure as if he had become a different person entirely. After he finished laughing, Hanli looked at the scene outside of the hidden room with a sense of unfamiliarity. After ignoring the world for 60 years, he felt a great sense of change despite everything having remained the same. It was as if everything that had happened was but a distant matter. Hanli didn't stay still for long. Using his vague memories, he went back to his bedroom. After the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli left his bedroom with a beaming smile. He had restored his original attire and appearance, that of a youth about 20 years of age. Now wearing a cold expression, he calmly walked towards the insect room. The gold-devouring insects in the room had undergone a massive change over the years. Not only had their numbers reached a frightening several tens of thousands, but their originally silver shells began to reveal spots of gold, causing them to appear even more sinister and savage than before. Hanli didn't reveal the slightest amazement. He had found out about this many years ago from his clone, Crooked Soul. The only change was that now he was able to see this with his own eyes. Hanley hadn't expected that his original flash of insight to test the rainbow skirt grass on his gold-devouring beetles would unexpectedly resolve the problem of their breeding. While he was in seclusion, Crooked Soul continuously fed the gold-devouring beetles stalks of rainbow skirt grass with their leaves uncurled. These beetles became increasingly violent after eating the herbs. After 4 years of consumption, the gold-devouring beetles had undergone a transformation. One day after they finished eating the rainbow skirt grass, the beetles began to fight and cannibalize each other. A few days later, the original several hundred had been reduced to a mere dozen. However, the surviving beetles were now docile and more beautiful. Soon after, the cannibal beetles began to lay eggs. They all slowly died after having laid about 100 eggs each, leaving Hanley with over 1,000 insect eggs. The eggs hatched about a year later, and Crooked Soul continued to feed them the ripened rainbow skirt grass, causing them to cannibalize one another and lay their eggs once more. After several repetitions, the number of gold-devouring beetles started to frantically increase. Were it not for the fact that the amount of rainbow skirt grass he could mature was limited, he would have had the beetles cannibalize themselves much more often and ceaselessly increase their numbers. But what was most surprising was how the offspring of the cannibal beetles became both stronger and more violent with each increasing generation. In addition, their silver shells began to show gold spots at an increasing frequency. This made Hanley wonder if their grade would increase after their shells turned completely golden. Standing outside the insect room, Hanley stared at the gold-devouring beetles with a spirited gaze for half a day in silence. He clearly understood that this method of breeding the gold-devouring beetles was definitely not the orthodox method used by the beast-controlling cultivators of ancient times. This was because he was certain that his small mysterious bottle was unique in its effect of accelerated maturation. This method may perhaps be even better than the one used by his predecessors. Hanley faintly smiled as he thought this. He then moved to the other insect room close by that housed his 2 blood jade spiders. Although Hanley had only instructed Crooked Soul to use a small portion of the green liquid produced to refine spirit feed pills for the spiders, the amount of pills consumed over this long period of time had allowed the blood jade spiders to ascend by several grades. Now, they were peak grade 4 demon beasts. They were currently exactly the same as the white spider he had fought in the underground cave. Their bodies were as translucent as jade, making for a beautiful sight. The 2 spiders had clearly been made aware of Hanley's arrival through the connection they had with Hanley's mind. They immediately pounced towards the stone door, wishing to intimately play with Hanley. Joyful, Hanley promptly opened the stone door, allowing the 2 blood jade spiders to pounce at him. Afterwards, they started to climb circles all around Hanley's body. Hanley caressed the backs of the 2 demon beasts for a moment while gazing in wonder at their sparkling, crystalline bodies. He then stored them in his spirit beast pouch before turning around and leaving their insect room. As for the gold-devouring beetles, Hanley still had little intention of using them. He planned to first have them reproduce through a few more generations until their shells turned fully gold before putting them to use as his hidden ace. Next, Hanley walked through his cave residence before returning to his bedroom in high spirits. After lying down on his bed, Hanley thought about his core formation in the hidden room. Being able to so quickly achieve core formation greatly went against Hanley's expectations. He didn't cultivate to the 3rd revolution of the 3 essence revolutions technique. Instead, he spent an entire 30 years to cultivate to the 2nd revolution. By relying on medicine pills to cultivate the 3 essence revolutions technique, his cultivation speed was far quicker than he had anticipated. He originally believed that completing the 3rd revolution of cultivation was certain to be strenuous to the point of impossibility. It would consume far too many years of his lifespan to succeed. But by completing his 2nd revolution in a mere 30 years, he had more than enough lifespan left to cultivate through the 3rd revolution. After some thought, Hanli decided to not place all his hopes of core formation on the 3 essence revolutions technique. After all, this cultivation art was merely theorized and had never been tested. In addition, it was said that completing the 3rd revolution would only allow a 50% chance of success in core formation. To put it into other words, even if he completed all 3 revolutions, he still had a 50% chance of failing. This caused him deep worry at heart, and he couldn't help but pick a more flamboyant method to increase his chances of core formation. Before Hanli had killed him, he recalled the former young master of the Thousand Bamboo School, Senior Marshal Brotherly One, had previously said that cultivating the Great Development Technique to a profound layer was able to increase his odds of core formation. Therefore, after some careful deliberation, he had decided to cultivate to the 3rd layer of the Great Development Technique. Hanli's reasoning at the time had been, regardless of whether or not he was lying, there is no harm in cultivating it. As expected, the 3rd layer of the Great Development Technique took far more time to cultivate than the 2nd layer. It took Hanli about 20 years before painstakingly making a breakthrough and succeeding. As for the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, Hanli had no thoughts to cultivate to it. At the time, he simply didn't have the time to spare for it. Afterwards, Hanli took all sorts of supplementary spiritual medicines and began his next several-year-long attempt at core formation. To tell the truth, his crushing failure during core formation with his 1st revolution had greatly reduced Hanli's confidence in core formation with a 2nd revolution. He had held the notion of only spending a few years just to give it a try. While Crooked Soul's core formation only took 4 years, Hanli's unexpected success occurred recently, after 5 years due to his poor aptitude. Although he had sensed the heaven-earth spiritual chi in his body run frantic, Hanli felt like it was a dream when a thumb-sized 4-colored pearl formed after his body's true essence made desperate rotations in his dantian. I'm going to enter core formation stage like this. He didn't dare to believe it. Hanli hadn't prepared himself in the least, nearly allowing this huge fortune, the still unstable golden core, to crumble. Frightened, he hurriedly concentrated on calming his heart so that he wouldn't cause a great disturbance and undergo the great misfortune of returning to Foundation establishment. Having recalled his brush with disaster, Hanli couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, forming a trace of a faint smile. Hanli let out a deep breath before sitting up on his bed and then standing up. Although it had been a while since his core formation, he was currently unable to calm the increasing excitement in his heart and couldn't stay still. Now that he had entered core formation, not only was he considered a senior expert in the cultivation world, but his lifespan had been increased to a frightening 600 years. This increase in longevity would allow him to later cultivate with peace of mind. But most important was that he was finally able to make use of his core fire. He could now polish and refine his own magic treasure. With regards to magic treasures, Hanli had 2 in his possession. The immemorial bowl had already been refined by Crooked Soul. As for the green brilliance dagger, he would use it to protect himself for the time being. Ultimately, he would want to refine the long-coveted magic treasure that was described by the Golden Page 2, the Bamboo Cloud's Warm Swords. These swords were refined as a set. After refining them, his strength would massively increase, and he would be capable of sweeping away any cultivators of a similar rank. In addition, now that he had reached the 7th layer of the Azure Essence sword art, he could make use of the divine ability, Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. This caused him to excitedly look forward to his upcoming journey through the cultivation world as a core formation cultivator. He now wanted to hurriedly collect the materials for the magic treasure, Bamboo Cloud's Warm Sword, so that he could create this magic treasure and begin strengthening it with his core fire and soul. 1. Last appeared in Chapter 232. Chapter 399. Exquisite Sound Sect. As Hanli was silently contemplating inside his bedroom, his expression suddenly changed and he walked out. During his many years of seclusion, the entrance of his residence had remained sealed. He saw that outside his cave residence's restrictions, there were 8 sound transmission talismans of various colors, knocking against his barriers like headless houseflies. Hanli looked at the scene with raised eyebrows for a moment before taking out his authority talisman and saying, "Receive." The sound transmission talismans outside the barriers shot into his hand in response. Hanli stood still as he calmly looked through them. Half of the sound transmission talismans were from neighboring core formation cultivators wishing to offer their congratulations. The other half of the sound transmission talismans were invitations from organizations of varying sizes to take a position as a high-ranking guest elder, using exceedingly rare treasures as payment. There was even one that offered 2 stunning maids as a recruitment gift right from the start. After looking through the details of their offers, Hanli inwardly rolled his eyes. He politely replied to the core formation cultivators offering their congratulations and gave a direct refusal to the many organizations. He didn't believe that he could take it easy and be without worry now that he reached core formation. He still had to use a bit of time to consolidate his core. Furthermore, Hanli considered it advantageous to maintain a low profile. In the coming days, Hanli started to frequently pay a visit to the cave residences of nearby core formation cultivators and humbly asked them for advice regarding what should be done after achieving core formation. Because the topic at hand wasn't some sort of secretive issue, these cultivators were happy to chat with him and give him a few pointers. Hanli ended up profiting quite a bit from these visits. However, a few cultivators felt very envious of how Hanli had managed to preserve his youthful appearance before achieving core formation. After all, apart from a minuscule group consisting of either geniuses with heavenly aptitude or those like Hanli who cultivate with the assistance of many spiritual medicines, most core formation cultivators had reached quite a considerable age by the time of their core formation. Although their lifespans had greatly increased after reaching core formation, they didn't regain their youthful appearance. At most, they would appear less sickly or haggard as they grew older. Naturally, there were a few cultivators that practiced a cultivation art that had the wondrous effect of preserving one's appearance and were also part of the group which preserved their youthful appearance after core formation. Hanli happened to still have a few face-setting pills on hand. As he wasn't particularly attached to them, he traded them with the core formation cultivators for a few rare items, much to everyone's satisfaction. Although Hanli didn't end up becoming close friends with any of them, they became familiar enough that he had an amiable relationship with them, capable of calling one another brother and fellow Taoist. During this time, Hanli had also refined the Green Brilliance dagger while searching for magic treasure and grade 3 puppet materials. There were many materials capable of refining magic treasures along with refinement techniques of almost every description. Apart from the power and efficacy, using top-quality materials to refine a magic treasure would result in far superior power and an even greater upgrade potential than those refined using common materials. Additionally, even if the same materials were used, there will be great differences in both power and efficacy depending on the secret techniques used to refine them. My clan's madam wishes to invite Hanli to the nearby Clear River Tea House. Would Senior give me the honor of accepting? If you refuse, this junior will be heavily punished by my mistress. I'm not interested. After a mere glance at the young woman, Hanli refused without the slightest hesitation. He was able to make out that although this woman was a mere chi condensation cultivator, she cultivated some kind of charming technique. If he were inexperienced or careless, he definitely would have made an embarrassment of himself. The 17-year-old woman was alarmed at Hanli's refusal and hastily implored him, "Senior Han. If you don't go, this junior will be punished for failure." When the young woman said that, Hanli turned around and left with an indifferent expression. Although he didn't know whose authority she was acting under, he had no interest in meeting a stranger. "Senior Han, please wait." The exquisite sound sex junior fan Jingmei pays her respect to Senior Han. "I hope Senior will forgive Lianer for her offenses. I will properly discipline her later." After Han Li took 2 steps away from the young woman, he heard a pleasant female voice. He couldn't help but stop and turn his head for a look. At some unknown time, a woman covering her face with a muslin shawl had appeared beside the young woman. Although her face was concealed, Han Li was able to make out that her skin was as white as snow and her hair was black and shiny, coiled high around her head. Her 2 eyes, clear as water, stared at Han Li without blinking. "I do not recognize you, miss. If you have any business, please make it short. I wish to return to my residence and cultivate." Han Li calmly spoke with a misanthropic tone. Fan Jingmei was startled for a moment before replying with a faint smile, "Since Senior Han is so straightforward, I will be direct as well. Senior has recently sold off large quantities of rare demon beast materials. Our sect is greatly interested in these materials and wishes to have a chat with Senior. However, there are far too many people here. How about we take this discussion to a quiet room in a tea house?" After hearing her explanation, Han Li carefully examined the woman with narrowed eyes for a moment. After seeing her reveal bashfulness, Han Li stiffly said, "Fine, lead the way. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. Senior Han, please follow me." The woman revealed slight happiness and hastily walked forward with light steps. As for the young woman, she dejectedly followed after her. However, although the young woman walked in front, she couldn't help but turn her head and steal a look at Han Li. But when her gaze met Han Li's, she quickly turned her head around in fright and her ears revealed a strong shade of red. When Han Li saw this, he revealed a mysterious smile and inwardly chuckled. The tea house wasn't far away. After a short moment, Han Li entered a pavilion with a huge flag saying, "Tea." There were quite a few people drinking tea at this time. When a middle-aged man drinking tea saw the 2 women walk in, he hastily ran towards them and said, "Martial Aunt, the room is ready. You and your guest may enter." "Good, bring us there and stand guard by the door afterwards," Fan Jingmei indifferently commanded. "Understood." The middle-aged man then led Han Li and the other 2 to an elegant room on the 2nd floor. There was a gray-clothed old man in the room that was calmly brewing a pot of piping hot tea. His eyes didn't show the slightest change as he watched Han Li and the others enter the room. Chapter 400, Dignified Elder Zhao, sorry for the long wait. This is Senior Han, the owner of those demon beast materials. After entering the room, Fan Jingmei spoke to the gray-clothed old man with a respectful tone. The gray-clothed old man replied, "Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Han. Please, sit. This old man just steeped a pot of ice cloud spirit tea. Please, have a taste." Han Li frowned. There was nothing odd about the old man's appearance apart from unusually red cheeks, as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. He couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. His current spiritual sense was far stronger than cultivators of the same rank. In an instant, he was able to see that the old man was an early core formation cultivator. Han Li didn't say anything in refusal and bluntly took a seat across from the old man. Han Li indifferently stared at the old man as he poured a cup of fragrant tea, but didn't move to take it. Han Li didn't mean to slight the old man as he was acting out of habitual carefulness. He definitely wasn't going to drink something from an unfamiliar place. The old man didn't reveal any displeasure at Han Li's cautious actions. Instead, he faintly smiled and poured himself a cup, placing all other matters to the back of his head for that instant. "Senior Han, we've come to find you on behalf of the Exquisite Sound Sect to purchase all of your remaining demon beast materials. Let's discuss the price." Just as Fan Jingmei sat down, she gently spoke to Han Li with a dainty composure. How could Han Li easily admit to still having many rare materials despite not knowing their intentions? After some calm thought about what they had said, Han Li decided to block them for the time being, it is true that I had previously acquired quite a few demon beast materials. However, I have just sold my last batch. I fear that must disappoint you. When Lady Fan heard Han Li's refusal, she sweetly smiled and softly spoke with a hint of laughter. It seems Senior Han wishes to fool us. Although our sect doesn't know how many demon beast materials you have, we are certain that it's a large amount. Otherwise, Senior Han wouldn't have so carefully sought out small, traveling merchants to sell them to. In addition, every transaction was done in very small amounts, and you look for a different buyer every time. Had our sect not happened to be gathering related materials, it's likely we wouldn't have discovered something was amiss. Senior Sure is scared of having his wealth exposed. If this is the case, Senior Han can dispel those fears. Although our sect isn't some sort of superpower, our sect holds quite a positive reputation in the scattered star seas. If Senior were to sell all the materials to us, it would save us the trouble of repeatedly purchasing them from small merchants. The woman spoke with a beaming smile and a calm appearance. However, Han Li's eyes coldly glinted, and he slightly scowled. Finding out you had been secretly investigated wasn't a happy matter. In response to Han Li's scowl, Lady Fan suddenly changed the subject and gave Han Li an explanation. Senior Han, please don't blame me for my rude conduct from before. This matter is quite urgent and we had to make use of a majority of our power in Heavenly Star City to track you down. We hope that Senior will provide us assistance, just this once. This time, she had placed herself in a weaker position with her words and gaze revealing a slight intention to implore. Han Li's scowl gradually subsided, but he didn't give an immediate response. Instead, he started to lightly tap the table with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Han Li's mind was continuously churning through lines of thought, analyzing the pros and cons at lightning speed. Although he didn't know why the Exquisite Sound sect required such a large quantity of demon beast materials, they clearly believed that he possessed what they desired. If Han Li further denied them, it would only serve to create a meaningless grudge. While he hadn't heard of the Exquisite Sound sect before, they shouldn't be too weak, given the appearance of Elder Zhao. Han Li didn't wish to make an enemy of them without good reason. In addition, he possessed a bit too many demon beast materials. If he continued to sell them off bit by bit, it would only be a matter of time before he was found out. As such, wouldn't it be better to take advantage of this opportunity and cleanly handle the matter all at once? After all, this was Heavenly Star City where fights were prohibited. He wouldn't have to worry about anything going amiss. With that thought, Han Li was silent for a moment more before serenely saying, "Since you've spoken as such, I won't further conceal the truth. I do possess a few of the demon beast materials that your sect desires, but I don't know whether or not I have enough to satisfy you." The two women revealed joy at Han Li's admittance. As for the old man sipping tea as if he were above the world, he gazed at Han Li with a much more relaxed expression. "How much are you in possession of?" Lady Fan impatiently asked, gazing at Han Li in anticipation. Han Li faintly smiled and replied with an astonishing number, much to the pleasant surprise of the woman. Although she knew Han Li possessed quite a bit, she didn't expect the quantity to be at such a degree. She could finally finish her mission. "I want all of those materials. Does Senior have time to do the trade today?" The Exquisite Sound sect's Lady Fan couldn't keep her composure and spoke with a slight tremble in her voice, fearful that Han Li would change his mind. Han Li felt quite surprised at this woman's impatience. However, he also felt that it would be best for this trade to be made as quickly as possible. There would be less time for any unwelcome problems to appear. After some thought, he said, "I do. Let's do the trade here. Lady Fan should go get the spirit stones. I'll go and fetch the demon beast materials." Han Li's clear decisiveness was in agreement with the woman's intentions. She repeatedly nodded her head with a gaze of happiness. Han Li then indifferently stood up and took his leave, walking out of the room in large strides. A moment after Han Li disappeared from view, Lady Fan's excited appearance gradually faded away. She suddenly turned her head towards the old man and asked, "Senior Zhao, how is his cultivation? I've heard that he had just achieved core formation. He shouldn't have had the time to refine a magic treasure. If you were to take him by surprise, could you overcome him? If you are confident, we would be able to save quite a huge sum of spirit stones." By the time this woman icily said those words, her dainty temperament had changed into a chilling, sinister expression. Impossible. Although this person hasn't been in core formation for long, his cultivation art is unordinary. Not only is his magic power exceedingly pure, but his body conceals the faint qi of a magic treasure. While he didn't have the time to secretly refine a magic treasure, he is in possession of an inherited magic treasure. We cannot look down on him. Elder Zhao shook his head and opposed the suggestion. The woman's eyes glinted with a strange expression as she slowly said, "So it seems this person isn't weak. How about we pull him into our operation in the coming month? If things go smoothly, we can spend a bit to rope him in. If things goes unfavorably, we can just abandon him. That really is a good method." But from the recent conversation, he appears to know when it is appropriate to retreat despite appearing so youthful. It doesn't seem he will be easily taken advantage of. What is your grasp of the situation? Are you thinking about seducing him? As the old man spoke, he revealed displeasure. Lady Fan shot a glance at the old man. Then, while stifling laughter, her eyes revealed fawning. "Hee, senior, you're jealous. Relax, I won't touch any man apart from you." She pulled away at her muslin shawl to reveal her extremely enchanting face. The old man originally appeared somewhat sickly. But upon seeing the woman, he was at a loss for words, and his cheeks flushed to an even deeper red. This scene left Lady Fan feeling very satisfied. "Senior, in order to protect me, you suffered a great injury. It is something that I will always remember." After saying this, Lady Fan spun her lithe, well-endowed body around and slid into the old man's embrace, caressing the old man's chest with her slender, white hands. At this moment, Lady Fan's face revealed overflowing thoughts of love, and her eyes appeared moist to the point of overflowing with tears. Her alluring beauty was capable of even resurrecting dead men. The old man let out a breath as the woman's white hand climbed up his chest out of impatient desire. He then crudely responded by embracing her fragrant body with equivalently impure intentions. This scene caused the young woman who still remained in the room to deeply blush. She averted her gaze with a lowered head. "Lianer, how about you wait outside and report back once he returns?" Lady Fan softly whispered as if she had moaned. "Yes, of course." The young woman hastily responded as if she were being spared and stepped out of the room. But before she even left the room, they still continued. "That young girl has become far more beautiful these past 2 years. How about you give me a few years to teach her a couple things? Since good things shouldn't be given to outsiders, bah. You're dreaming. I only kept her around because she was useful. I forbid you from laying your hands on her." Could it be that having clearly heard the two's flirtatious banter, the young woman sighed and left the room. After a short amount of time, Elder Zhao finished checking the materials and used a voice transmission to give Lady Fan an estimate. After some silent deliberation, she lowered the price by 1/10 and offered it to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he started muttering to himself, causing Lady Fan to somewhat worry. In order to ensure the deal went through, she gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to raise the price by 5%. After hearing the new price, Han Li nodded his head and approved. Although he clearly understood the price given was a bit low, being able to sell off all of these items in a single instance was much to his satisfaction. When Lady Fan saw Hanley approve, she felt greatly relieved and handed over a storage pouch containing a small sum of mid-grade spirit stones. The deal was now finished and both sides were satisfied. But as Hanley was about to take his leave, the woman casually said, "I've heard that Senior is looking for some exotic spirit bamboo. I happen to just acquire some information on this. Would Senior be interested in staying to listen?" Hanley's heart strongly stirred and he couldn't help but turn around. At that moment, Lady Fan was looking at Hanley with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were concealing a peculiar glint. Lady Fan, an expert of bewitchment techniques, intended to take advantage of Hanley's shock and stealthily plant a seed deep in his heart. In the future, Hanley would unconsciously become deferential to her as a result. As Hanley met her gaze, he felt a concentrated feeling of attraction towards her. It was smothering and difficult to escape. As his mind had nearly succumbed to the pressure, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning: bewitchment technique. Suddenly, Hanley's heart trembled and his expression grew ice-cold. Upon seeing Hanley's icy intent, Lady Fan's heart trembled and her bewitchment technique lost its effect. Fearful, she hastily thought to turn her gaze away, but for some unknown reason, her neck and skull had grown stiff and she was unable to turn her gaze away. She wasn't even able to open her mouth. Cultivation backlash. Once Lady Fan recognized what was happening, she felt her heart drop and did her utmost to break free of Hanley's grasp. "What did you do to Left Envoy Fan?" When Elder Zhao saw that Lady Fan appeared amiss, his eyes coldly glinted and he thought to step forward. However, Crooked Soul then blurred, disappearing from his sight. The old man couldn't help but be alarmed upon his sudden reappearance at his side with a strange movement technique, not knowing whether or not he should take action. At that moment, Lady Fan's expression became heartbreakingly pitiful, begging Hanley to show her mercy as her struggle to break free had been fruitless. "Humph." With a cold snort, Hanley released her from his icy gaze. The woman then hastily turned her gaze away as if she were being spared. But at the same time, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and stain her shawl red. "Left Envoy Fan, are you?" Elder Zhao raised his brow upon seeing this and furiously glared at Hanley, wanting to attack. "Elder Zhao, don't get angry. Senior Han treated me leniently. I only suffered chi backlash. Spitting out only a bit of blood is already merciful." Lady Fan hastily stopped the old man from acting out of fury and said this with a wide smile. Having heard this, the old man's expression gradually softened and returned to normal. "I truly didn't think that Senior was an expert proficient in bewitchment techniques. I had impulsively attempted to test you, please don't blame me too harshly. However, I really do know some minor information on the whereabouts of Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Having seen that Hanley's gaze was still harsh, the woman took the initiative to speak, afraid that Hanley would investigate the previous matter. "Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Hanley's ice-cold expression stirred upon hearing this. "Heaven Lightning Bamboo. The same that is known as one of the three great divine woods." Hanley was doubtful of what he heard, but his voice still contained a trace of excitement. Although he planned to use an exceptional bamboo to refine his magic treasure, he hadn't thought of being able to use one of the three great divine woods to refine it. But wasn't it said those three great divine woods have all gone extinct? Lady Fan took out a small jade bottle and swallowed a medicine pill that restored her pale complexion before replying with absolute certainty, "That's right. I have personally handled the item. It is definitely genuine. Could it be that you've already sold it to someone else?" Hanley stared at the woman and his tone grew cold once more. At the same time, he apprehensively thought, could it be this woman hasn't learned her lesson and wishes to use me to handle her dirty work? After a moment of hesitation, Lady Fan decided to give an explanation with an honest appearance. "No. This item was originally to be auctioned off in Heavenly Star City. However, we didn't expect for a majority of our goods to be robbed during transport. Our sect has managed to find the hideout of our thieves and are inviting righteous Taoists to take care of them in a single blow. Chapter 402, Envoys of the Left and Right, It Was Stolen. Han Li's gaze flashed with distrust. Although Senior isn't convinced, this matter is completely true. Lady Fan then revealed a wry smile. 2 months ago, our store was undergoing a large transaction. The profit was such that our exquisite sound sect wouldn't have had to conduct business for another 10 years. Thus, our sect collected a large amount of materials and sent them off, escorted by our sect master Wang and the majority of our experts. However, a group of masked cultivators intercepted our convoy. The techniques of their 6 core formation cultivators were profound and evil, and the remaining cultivators were proficient in cooperative techniques. Our sect master was overwhelmed and died at the scene, and the storage pouches holding the items were stolen. A majority of our ordinary sect disciples perished in the attack as well. Were it not for 2 of our elders throwing caution to the wind and using secret techniques that lowered their cultivation, they would have killed us all and no one would have known. The woman's voice had turned gloomy and her expression turned remorseful. It wasn't a trap set up by the buyer. Han Li instantly blurted out. That is impossible. Our buyer was a member of the 4 Elements Merchant Union. They have a flawless reputation. Why would they ruin their reputation over robbing such a minor amount of goods, given their strength? Lady Fan lightly shook her head and denied this with a pale face, revealing an appearance of frail powerlessness. Han Li coldly gazed on and didn't say anything. He didn't have the slightest intention of consoling the woman. In response to Han Li's indifference, Lady Fan could only softly put away her grief and continue her explanation. That small stalk of heaven lightning bamboo was the treasure of a small sect. However, the sect had declined extremely far and only had a single specialist that remained. Thus, they had recently sold the item to our exquisite sound sect. My sect master had carried this item on his body and planned to auction it off at Heavenly Star City after the deal was concluded. We didn't expect it to be plundered as well. But when my sect master was transporting these goods, he had conducted a minor trick on them and we were able to quickly track down their hideout as a result. However, these thieves have quite a few core formation cultivators among them, and our sect doesn't have the strength to take them down. As a result, this meeting wasn't just about purchasing your goods. We were also assigned the responsibility to scout out high-level cultivators for assistance. Senior's magic power is quite profound. If you are willing to help us, we wouldn't mind giving you the heaven lightning bamboo. The woman chose her words carefully before arriving at her original intention. Han Li's expression was indifferent when he heard this, but his eyes continuously shifted around as if he were thinking about something. When Lady Fan saw this, she knew Han Li was weighing the advantages and disadvantages, and she hurriedly attempted to make the deal sweeter. If Senior still feels the price is low, our sect is willing to gift an outstanding beauty to Senior as a servant. Not interested. Han Li bluntly rejected her without the slightest consideration. The woman immediately revealed disappointment in response. Han Li lightly exhaled and asked a question that greatly surprised the woman. Has the heaven lightning bamboo been refined? Can it continue to age? It hasn't been refined. The heaven lightning bamboo was carefully nurtured by that small sect for over 100 years. It can be further nurtured and continue to sprout out more stalks without a problem. Could it be that Senior doesn't wish to use it to refine a magic treasure and wishes to leave it behind for his descendants? However, the heaven lightning bamboo grows extremely slowly. After every 1,000 years, it only grows by only an inch. It is truly difficult to breed. The woman asked, baffled. Han Li didn't respond to her question, lowering his head in contemplation. Just when Elder Zhao started to appear impatient, Han Li finally came to decision and calmly said, "In addition to the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, we still require another item as payment. After all, Crooked Soul is taking action alongside me. That isn't a problem. Our sect finds these conditions acceptable." Lady Fan agreed to the conditions with a beaming smile as if she had no intention of arguing. "Since this is the case, send someone to inform me at my cave residence when the time comes. Surely your esteemed sect should know where it is." Without waiting for Lady Fan to say anything more, he cupped his hands and quickly left with Crooked Soul, not allowing her any additional opportunities to use any of her bewitchment techniques. Han Li's blunt departure left Elder Zhao and Lady Fan looking at each other in dismay. Lady Fan's eyes revealed complicated emotions as her face continuously shifted between clear and gloomy. After returning to his cave residence, rather than quietly waiting for the Exquisite Sound sect to call on him, he visited a few of his core formation cultivator acquaintances and made a few inquiries about the Exquisite Sound sect. Surprisingly, they had all heard of this sect before. One of them even had previous transactions with them. According to what they said, the Exquisite Sound sect was acceptable and their business dealings were good. However, their sect had only had women in positions of power for generations. This included the position of sect master. The Exquisite Sound sect's strength couldn't be said to be powerful. Apart from the sect master, the only other high positions were the envoy of the left and the envoy of the right. As such, it was only natural that they would employ 2 or 3 guest elders as support. Among mid-grade powers, they could be considered to be among neither the best nor the worst. But even with their strength being nothing of note, they weren't to be easily provoked. This was because the female cultivators of the Exquisite Sound sect were each as beautiful as a flower and well-cultured. Those in power would often fight over their outstanding female cultivators to be their Tao companion. As such, they received quite a bit of both open and hidden support. However, what Han Li was most concerned about was that while their reputation was decent, he heard that they had plotted a small number of malicious conspiracies to murder other cultivators. But what was most famous about the Exquisite Sound sect were their bewitchment techniques. There were a large number of male cultivators that had become completely infatuated with their sect's female disciples. After acquiring this information, Han Li felt that he now had a general understanding of the Exquisite Sound sect. Chapter 403, Eccentric Scarlet Flame Nangong Wan. Han Li eventually found the origin of his feeling of familiarity. Although the appearance of the female cultivator named Shuoruten differed from Nangong Wang, the slight similarity between their elegant grace stirred his heart's deepest depths. Now knowing the cause of this feeling, Han Li looked at Zhou Rooting before turning his gaze away and calming the great disturbance in his heart. However, ever since Han Li and Crooked Soul had arrived, Lady Fan and Zhou Rooting showed no intention of wanting to immediately set off. Instead, they were occasionally looking towards the sky as if they were waiting for someone. Han Li was somewhat puzzled by this, but he didn't bother to ask any questions. Instead, he found a desolate corner and sat there with Crooked Soul, quietly waiting for the mission to start. They waited for nearly a day. Were these people not cultivators, each completely patient, they would have long started complaining. But even with this being the case, people still revealed dissatisfaction. Lady Fan and Zhuo Rooting revealed slight worry under these circumstances and begrudgingly met to converse in whispers. When Han Li saw this, he speculated who exactly they were waiting for before suddenly being interrupted by the sounds of thunder coming from the appearance of a black streak at the edge of the sky. As the black streak quickly approached them, the many cultivators sitting in meditation each stood up and gazed at it with amazed expressions. In the blink of an eye, the black streak had already arrived above them. Han Li and the others were now able to clearly see that this black streak was actually a black cloud with a diameter of about 20 meters. Its area was large enough to cover the entire mountaintop. With its occasional rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning, it appeared even more bizarre. As the crowd was blankly staring at the black cloud, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from within. "Senior Scarlet Flame, you can let me down now. I wish to speak with my two senior martial sisters." "Hee, of course." An extremely hoarse voice gave a croaking reply. Lady Fan's and Zhuo Ruding's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the voices, and they glanced at one another. The other cultivators figured out the origins of the black cloud, and their expressions became bright. Just as Hanli was restless and confused, he heard one of the other cultivators mutter, "The exquisite sound sect has quite some ability." They were actually able to invite Turtle Source Island's eccentric Scarlet Flame. Hanli was able to clearly hear this person's whisper through use of his exceptional spiritual sense. After hearing it, his heart trembled. When Hanli heard the words Turtle Source Island and eccentric Scarlet Flame, Hanli immediately knew of the black cloud's origins. When he was getting acquainted with a few core formation cultivators, they had mentioned the grand reputation of Turtle Source Island's eccentric Scarlet Flame several times. This late core formation cultivator had long become well known in the scattered star seas from the unpredictability of his water sunflower devilish art and his brutal ruthlessness. Many people had also said that eccentric Scarlet Flame was extremely likely to enter nascent soul. It was only a matter of time before he became a great hero similar to martial ancestor Zenithine. As he was the sole hegemon of Turtle Source Island, no one dared to easily provoke him. As such, he could be considered to be an impressive person of renown. Could it be that the exquisite sound sect had requested for him to come here to assist them? Hanli calmly raised his head and carefully examined the black cloud with a vigilant heart. At that moment, the black cloud furled out a gap and a slender woman dressed in violet royal garments flew out. She carried herself with graceful elegance, but her face was concealed by a faint purple chi. When Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding saw her appear, they immediately stepped forward to welcome her. "Junior Martial Sister Wang, why is eccentric Scarlet Flame here? Could it be that you invited him?" "That wasn't necessary," Zhuo Ruding softly asked with a slight frown. "That's right. This eccentric isn't to be easily provoked. Devils are easily invited but hard to get rid of. In addition, our current manpower is already sufficient." Lady Fan spoke with a heavy expression, revealing a slight trace of dissatisfaction. "Didn't you two senior martial sisters also believe that we had enough manpower while transporting the goods?" The violet-clothed woman faintly stated without paying attention to the other two's worries. Lady Fan immediately understood what she had meant and asked with bewilderment, "Junior martial sister, what do you mean? Does the enemy have other problematic characters?" Zhuo Ruding also revealed an astonished expression. "I've received information that their lair is being overseen by their leader, a late core formation cultivator. As the manpower that senior martial sisters have gathered fell short, I took a trip to Turtle Origin Island to persuade eccentric Scarlet Flame to help us." After hearing this, the two senior women looked at each other in doubt and said no more. Although they knew that their junior had paid an enormous price to convince eccentric Scarlet Fire to aid them, this wasn't the time to address it. It was best left for after the matter at hand was concluded. At that moment, the violet-clothed woman swept her gaze past the cultivators on the mountaintop and sized them up before nodding her head as if she was satisfied. Senior martial sisters invited a few more core formation cultivators than expected. "With the aid of eccentric Scarlet Flame, we will definitely be able to kill those evil cultivators and avenge my mother." The violet-clothed woman's voice turned extremely cold, filled with intense killing intent. "Be at ease, we will definitely avenge our sect master and repay this debt," Zhuo Ruding slowly said as she lightly brushed her beautiful, jet-black hair. "That's right. Sect master treated us with great kindness. We will give up our lives if it means killing the enemy." Lady Fan solemnly agreed. The violet-clothed woman felt moved and deeply bowed to the two. I have greatly troubled you two senior martial sisters. Since this matter has already been addressed, so long as my mother has been avenged, one of you two will be assuming the position of sect master. I, Wang Ning, do not seek to take that position, the violet-clothed woman decisively said. After this was said, Zhuo Ruding's beautiful face wore a complicated expression. Her red lips opened, but she decided to stay silent in the end. As for Lady Fan, although she managed to keep her expression calm, her eyes held a trace of unconcealable excitement. Not far from Hanli, a cultivator surnamed Mang muttered to himself, "Tch. That must be the exquisite sound sex fairy violet spirit. It's such a shame that she concealed her face with a magic technique." When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred. He had heard of the fairy violet spirit before. It was said that she was as beautiful as a goddess and was one of the most beautiful women in the scattered star seas. Could that be her? Hanli gazed at the violet-clothed woman in the distance with slight astonishment. At that moment, the three women finished talking, and the violet-clothed woman flew back up towards the black cloud like a goddess. Then the envoys of the left and the right eventually started the operation with solemn expressions. Over a dozen streaks of radiance flew from the mountaintop and headed north in a loose flight formation. Hanli and Crooked Soul occupied a position at the center rear, flying in silence. However, for some unknown reason, the cultivator surnamed Meng flew to Hanli's side and started gleefully chatting with him. Why has fellow Daoist Han agreed to help left envoy Fan? As for me, it was because one of my concubines was one of her direct disciples. I couldn't help but assist them. Could it be that fellow Daoist Han also? I don't have much luck with women unlike fellow Daoist Mang. Lady Fan merely promised to give me an item worth my time. Hanli indifferently said. That is truly a pity. Brother, the best things about the exquisite sound sect are naturally their beautiful female disciples. Particularly the disciples that were personally instructed by their two envoys. Those are truly, although Hanli remained calm as he listened to the endless jabber, he felt unsure of whether he should laugh or cry. With his speech being overly familiar from the very start, Hanli was reminded of his garrulous senior martial brother back at Yellow Maple Valley and was unable to bear this man any ill will. As such, Hanli occasionally gave him an answer while following the lead of those from the exquisite sound sect, flying towards an unknown location. They eventually arrived on a desolate island where a few lower-level disciples from the exquisite sound sect had been waiting for them for quite some time. They were keeping watch on the bandits' den on a nameless island not far away. Knowing that no one had left the evil cultivator's den, Fairy Violet Spirit flew down from the black cloud and had Hanli and company rest for a moment. On the next morning, they were going to mount a surprise raid. Chapter 404, A Deceptive Situation. The night quietly passed by. Just as dawn broke, the cultivators silently appeared above the evil cultivator's lair. It's here. Fairy Violet Spirit looked down at the small black island beneath her with confusion. The island was truly small and it only had a radius of about 2 kilometers. It would be more accurate to call this a huge reef. That's right. Not only have the golden cicada wasps arrived at this location, but the two elders have also confirmed it. Those evil cultivators are here. Lady Fan Softy said. The violet-clothed woman then silently nodded her head and no longer held doubt. However, this place was obviously a temporary hideout. Not only was the island pathetically small, but there was only an extremely simple illusion formation placed down that was basically worthless. Kill without hesitation. After Fairy Violet Spirit coldly shouted her command, eccentric Scarlet Flame's bewildering laugh echoed out of his black cloud, easily wiping out their pathetic formation with resounding bolts of lighting. Afterwards the other cultivators bluntly rushed down. The sound of their formation breaking had obviously alerted the people below. Several sharp whistles sounded out from below. 50 streaks of radiance flourished out, and a large number of cultivators met their advance. The 3 core formation cultivators leading them were surprised to see the exquisite sound sect. But without waiting for their reply, Lady Fan yelled, "Strike!" She then released a silver will magic tool and took the initiative to attack. When the other cultivators saw this, they bluntly followed her lead and attacked. The sky was suddenly filled with flashes of radiance and deafening whistles. Since Hanli was acting under the intention of acquiring the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, he naturally found it embarrassing to stay idle. As a result, he and Crooked Soul casually took out their magic treasures and tied down 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, preparing to eliminate them in one blow. As 2 core formation cultivators, they should have been able to easily deal with a small group of Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, something shocking had occurred. When the 5 Foundation cultivators discovered that 2 core formation cultivators were attacking them, their clothes were ripped away to reveal fiend demons. Hanli was shocked to the point that his eyes had nearly fallen out of his head despite having seen them before. But even with their greatly increased cultivation and speed, Hanli was no longer a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. They only managed to resist for a few moments more before Hanli and Crooked Soul turned them to ash with their magic treasures. At this point, Han Li had discovered that their fiend demon transformations were different from that of the Black Fiend School. Not only did their transformations not require an incantation or cocoon, but an elemental blood core wasn't present in their bodies. Hanli felt extremely confused and puzzled. He pondered for a moment on whether or not they had some sort of relationship to the Black Fiend School. But he immediately dropped the thought and attentively looked in the other directions. Now was not the time to ponder these questions. It would be absurd if he allowed anyone to ambush him just because his thoughts were running astray. However, what Hanli saw only made his doubts grow stronger. A majority of the evil Foundation Establishment cultivators had underwent a fiend demon transformation. In addition, they formed small groups and were fiercely fighting with all their might. The 3 enemy core formation cultivators had earlier been restrained by eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud and were unable of escaping. Judging from the incessant rolls of thunder from the cloud, it seemed they were being quite strenuously held in place. At the moment, the enemy's several core formation cultivators and many Foundation Establishment cultivators had been reduced to under half of their original numbers in the blink of an eye. But even so, the remaining survivors still fearlessly fought on. Their dauntless attitude had left many attacking Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators greatly astonished. But at that moment, a fierce whistle pierced the air, leaving the Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators deafened for a moment. Everyone's expressions had involuntarily changed. "Why are you all standing still? Quickly kill them off. Something troublesome is about to arrive." Eccentric Scarlet Flame's words croaked out of his black cloud, waking the many cultivators from a daze and allowing them to continue their fierce attacks. When the evil cultivators heard the sharp whistle, their spirits were greatly roused, becoming even more tenacious. For the time being, they were unable to be struck down. In the following instant, several streaks of ash-gray light arrived above the island. When the Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators saw this, they stopped and stared at the 5 newly arrived core formation cultivators with grave vigilance. The large, middle-aged man leading them had an ashen complexion. Although his facial appearance was ordinary, he wore a menacing expression. His magic power fluctuations far exceeded that of his 4 allies and appeared to be late core formation. The other 4 were merely early core formation cultivators, but they gazed at the Exquisite Sound Sect cultivators with rage all the same. "Who are you to dare slaughter the disciples of our hidden fiend sect? We must repay this debt of blood." His expression grew dark after seeing that there weren't many of his disciples left. The others were stunned. These bandits had no idea why they had come to pay them a visit, and they actually spoke so boldly and righteously. A few of the more quick-witted individuals couldn't help but look towards Fairy Violet Spirit, Lady Fan, and Zhuo Rooting with slight hesitation. Fairy Violet Spirit clear, beautiful eyes revealed a trace of doubt and thought to say something before she was interrupted by a shout, "Stop your nonsense. You've committed crimes that cannot be repaid even with death." Elder Zhao, who had been closely following Lady Fan, suddenly flew out from the crowd and waved his arm, releasing a 3-meter-long streak of fiery light towards the enemy. The middle-aged cultivator furiously grimaced and released an ash-gray devilish chi with a boom. The huge 40-meter-tall aura of ash-gray chi formed a huge misty ghost face in an instant. As soon as the ghost face came into existence, it opened its mouth and fiercely charged forward. Elder Zhao's attack had disappeared within the huge mouth of the ghost face. The ghost face then charged towards Elder Zhao without pause. Suddenly, Elder Zhao revealed panic and quickly blurred several times, returning to the group of allied cultivators at a speed much faster than when he had left them. He loudly yelled, "Everyone, act together." Chapter 405, Greater Possession Technique. Following Fairy Violet Spirit's chilling words, the other cultivators focused their gazes towards where Elder Zhao and a middle-aged Confucian scholar expressionlessly stood. The Confucian scholar was another elder of the exquisite sound sect that normally accompanied Zhuo Rooting at her side. When this occurred, Lady Fan and Zhuo Rooting thought of something and their expressions became extremely unsightly. Lady Fan's complexion was the worse of the two, and she appeared both flustered and exasperated. "Who is secretly spying over there?" Eccentric Scarlet Flame suddenly shouted furiously. He then released a series of fiery lightning bolts from his cloud, which attacked a nearby area as if they were living snakes. An originally desolate area suddenly darkened and a vast amount of black chi bursted out, completely consuming the fiery lightning. A short youth then appeared in the aftermath. Wu Chou. Han Li, who had stealthily retreated to the group's rear, inwardly shouted this name upon seeing the youth. At that moment, many of the other cultivators recognized the youth and also cried out in alarm. The members of the Hidden Fiend sect fiercely stared at Wu Chou with even greater alarm. However, when the middle-aged sect leader saw Wu Chou, he wore a queer expression and revealed a faint trace of fear. "Hee hee. As expected of the famed eccentric Scarlet Flame, you're capable of seeing through this young master's secret concealment technique." Wu Chou swept his gaze past the other cultivators without a care and set his sights on the black cloud. "Humph." The black cloud snorted and didn't say anything further, causing Wu Chou's expression to darken. "With you here, I don't suppose this is a scheme by Zenith Ean Island?" Zhuo Rooting finally spoke after discovering that something was amiss. "That's right. This matter was planned by this young master. The valuables of your exquisite sound sect were plundered by my sect's men, and your two elders were under my orders to shift the blame to the Hidden Fiend sect. This was beyond their expectations." Wu Chou didn't have any intention of concealing his plans and admitted to everything with a sneer. In addition, his eyes shifted around the violet-clothed woman's body obscenely. The violet-clothed woman merely looked emotionlessly back at Wu Chou in silence. At that moment, Elder Zhao, the Confucian scholar, and the cultivators that had just attacked suddenly flew towards Wu Chou's side, joining Wu Chou in a three-sided confrontation against Fairy Violet Spirit and the Hidden Fiend sect. Although Fairy Violet Spirit and Zhuo Rooting had long guessed the truth, their expression still became far more serious. "Elder Zhao, Elder Meng, our sect has always treated you too well. Why have you done this?" With a pale, bloodless complexion, Lady Fan couldn't help but shout this out as Elder Zhao and the others flew towards their side. In order to rival Zhuo Rooting in the exquisite sound sect, she had spent great amounts of effort to rope Elder Zhao in, to the point of even using her own body. But now that he had abandoned her without a word, she was overcome with fury and alarm. Elder Zhao's face twitched and he stiffly said, "Left Envoy Fan, this old man didn't want to do this. However, both of our lives have fallen into their hands. We had no choice in the matter." Lady Fan was stunned for a moment and raised her eyebrows, wanting to say something more. However, she was interrupted by Fairy Violet Spirit's cold voice. "Senior Marshal Sister Fan, there is no point in talking. Since the enemy dared to ensnare us, they are certain to have a backer. Let us put this off for later and escape from this calamity first." Wu Chou lecherously stared at the violet-clothed woman's concealed face and clicked his tongue, saying, "Fairy Violet Spirit is indeed worthy of being called peerless. This young master has admired you for quite some time. Would you be interested in marrying this young master? Although this young master has many concubines, I have yet to decide on my main wife." Fairy Violet Spirit said, "Yes, that'd be acceptable." Han Li and the others were all greatly startled by these words. After a moment of surprise, Wu Chou then bewilderingly asked, "Is young Lady Wang serious?" Fairy Violet Spirit answered with a chilling voice, "If you execute all the cultivators that killed my mother, then I will marry you." Wu Chou's happy expression disappeared and he shook his head with a frown. "I cannot do that. Many of my grandfather's trusted aides acted on that day, and I simply do not have the power to execute them." Would Fairy Violet Spirit like to change her condition? Fairy Violet Spirit then coldly laughed and whispered something to Lady Fan at her side, ignoring Wu Chou. Wu Chou's extremely ugly face flashed with cruelty, but after some thought, he suppressed his fury and turned his gaze to one of the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect. "Marshal Uncle's son, I didn't expect to see you after so many years. I offer you my sincerest congratulations on nurturing so many disciples." "Marshal Uncle." Wu Chou's proclamation greatly startled the others. Han Li felt his heart thump with great unease. He spread his spiritual sense all around but didn't discover an ambush. He was currently hesitant, not knowing whether he should flee or stay to see how the situation developed. After all, he still didn't know whether or not the matter of the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was forfeit. At that moment, the middle-aged man coldly snorted and replied with an incessantly shifting expression, "I am well. I truly didn't expect to be discovered by your men after taking my disciples out for an exercise. It seems things have gone quite wrong." Wu Chou gazed at the middle-aged man with a trace of insatiable greed and said, "Hee hee. Marshal Uncle's son is quite funny. Who would go to the heaven-mished seas for several tens of years and be out for a mere exercise? Marshal Uncle's son most likely went out for a matter regarding Heaven Void Hole. During that year, those many Marshal Uncles took the ruined Heaven Void map with them. Perhaps Marshal Uncle is carrying it with him. The 300th year for Heaven Void Hole's emergence is nearing. However, if Marshal Uncle takes the initiative to hand it over to Marshal Nephew, then I will personally beg for mercy on your behalf to my Marshal ancestor to spare your life." Having heard these coercing words, the middle-aged man grew silent for a moment before coldly replying, "We were once his disciples. How could I not know of old Devil Zenith Yin's methods? If we give you the map, he'll sadistically move to slaughter us regardless." Furthermore, Wu Chou asked with a frown, "Furthermore, did you really think that you are enough by yourself? Old freak, you no longer need to hide. Quickly, show yourself." The middle-aged man grimly said. After hearing those words, Han Li and the other cultivators were greatly startled and hurriedly looked in every direction. Could it be that Grandmaster Zenith Yin was here? However, their surroundings were still calm and nothing strange occurred. The crowd of cultivators then looked at the middle-aged man and Wu Chou with bewilderment. "What are you trying to do? How am I not enough? Wu Chou started to talk after he recovered from his amazement, but halfway through, his expression grew sluggish and his expression revealed a trace of peculiarity. After staring at the middle-aged man for a moment, he let out a strange laugh and said, not bad at all. It's no wonder why you were the disciple I most regarded during that time. You were actually able to see through the identity of this old man. After this was said, Wu Chao's face began to vaguely distort. A short moment later, he had become a thin, ugly old man with squinted eyes, much to everyone's amazement. Afterwards, Hanli and company felt a cold chill down their back. Greater possession technique. Now I know why you had entrusted such an important affair to a junior. You had personally come, despite not being in your own body. The middle-aged man nervously gazed at the old man. Dear disciple, do you still dare to act against your teacher? Without moving his lips, the newly emerged old man spoke with a sharp voice coming from his abdomen. As the noise caused the cultivator's inner ears to ache dully, they involuntarily recoiled back. Humph! Disciple. That year, you thought to kill us all without giving us a single moment to explain. You killed many of us and even refined their souls. Did you ever regard us as disciples? Or did you only see us as slaves? Moreover, you are only making use of a possession technique. At best, you will only be able to make use of a third of your cultivation. I have nothing to fear from you. The middle-aged man's words were scornful. He then waved his hands, causing his ghost head to swell and appear even more sinister and fearful. All of the cultivators present were shaken by this bizarre situation and their expressions were all different. The old man didn't grow furious. Instead, he insipidly said, that's right. Were it 100 years ago, you'd be correct. It would have been quite difficult to capture you alive with a third of my cultivation. But now, he then revealed a derisive sneer. Chapter 406, Heaven-wide corpseifier. The spirit in the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that you refined the devilish art? His voice carried a hint of terror. You've guessed quite well. If you obediently give yourself up, I will give you a method of survival. Otherwise, well, you already know, don't you? While the old man said this, he raised his hand and with a boom, a sphere of flames as black as ink appeared in his palm. Heaven-wide corpse fire. You've finally refined it. The middle-aged man's face grew beyond pale, and his voice became hoarse from terror. Grandmaster Zenith Een sneered and suddenly turned towards the exquisite sound sect, proudly saying, my mood is quite good today. Thus, I will give you a way to survive. You only have to swear your allegiance to Zenith Een Island, and you can continue to live freely. However, you all must follow my commands obediently or else your souls will be scattered. I will have you all seal a third of your primal soul into these soul restriction medallions before you leave. With that said, he took out many pitch-black wooden medallions and coldly glared at the group. When the other cultivators heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Everybody stood in place, neither taking the initiative to grab the medallion nor putting up any brave words of refusal. They merely looked at him in absolute silence. Aside from Hanli and Crooked Soul, there were 3 other core formation cultivators on the side of the exquisite sound sect, eccentric Scarlet Fire who was invited by Fairy Violet Spirit, Cultivator Mang, and the man with the aquiline nose that was invited by Zhuo Ruding. As for the others, including Fairy Violet Spirit and Lady Fan, they consisted of 7 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for eccentric Scarlet Flame who remained hidden in his black cloud, he had already silently released the 3 hidden fiend cultivators and stayed silent. Zenith Yin's expression darkened and he eerily said, it seems you wish for both your body and soul to be extinguished. Fine. This Grandmaster will fulfill your desires. As soon as this was said, the cultivator with the aquiline nose behind Zhuo suddenly flew away in a streak of yellow light. Under Zhuo furious gaze, he flew 100 meters away in the blink of an eye and coldly snorted, "Humph! Since I hold neither any desire to fight against Great Master nor to be controlled, I will be taking my leave." After this was said, the yellow streak flew another 100 meters further at an impressive speed. When Grand Master Zenith Yin saw this, his eyes released an ominous glint. He lightly waved the hand containing the black fireball towards the yellow streak, causing the black fireball to flash several times and turn into a thin black streak that quickly vanished without a trace. The others were baffled, but when Han Li saw this, his expression tensed up. An instant later, a miserable scream came from the yellow streak, and with a clang, the yellow streak turned into a ball of demonic black flame. The flame soon faded away to reveal nothing aside from a pitch-black throwing knife magic treasure. Han Li let out a breath of cold air. Those black flames were too fast to avoid. He pondered whether or not he could avoid the attack, given he had distance and a concentrated mind. But even at a distance of a kilometer, he would have no method of dodging them. In addition, the intensity of those black flames were absolute and entirely superior to the azure yang devil fire he had previously seen. It wasn't something a common magic treasure was capable of blocking. Knowing that his life could soon end at the mere whim of this expert, Han Li's mouth grew dry and his heart slammed with intensity. It took a majority of his self-control to prevent him from bolting away at that instant. He clearly understood that if he were to act blindly, he would only be hastening to his end. However, giving the enemy a third of his primal soul was a price Han Li was incapable of paying. It would be equivalent to handing over his life. So long as the soul restriction medallion was crushed, the affected cultivator would become an idiot at best, and live the rest of their life with the mind of an infant. At worst, they would go insane and perish. In addition, these vicious primal soul restriction techniques were something that could only be performed by a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li forcefully suppressed his panic and looked at the others to see whether or not they had a good plan. When the nearby core formation cultivator Meng felt Han Li look at him, he only bitterly smiled and shook his head before gloomily turning his gaze back towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin. At the front, Fairy Violet Spirit's expression remained clear and cold. But behind her, 10 strings of white jade were intertwined and slightly twisted, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. As for the other cultivators of the exquisite sound sect, their complexions became bloodlessly pale after witnessing the might of the black devil flame. Although their expressions were calm, their eyes contained inconcealable terror. Han Li licked his lips and brought his gaze towards the cultivators of the Hidden Fiend School. After recovering from the awe of witnessing the might of the black devil flame, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes. When Han Li looked at him, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Do not provoke the old devil. Since he is possessing another's body, he can only refine those flames a few times at most, otherwise, the possessed body will burn away and perish. Right now, we can only act together to get rid of the old devil." As the middle-aged man said this, he turned his gaze towards eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud. In his mind, he would only be able to fight against Grandmaster Zenith Yin if he joined forces with the late core formation eccentric Scarlet Flame. However, there was no response from the black cloud. This strange occurrence caused Han Li and the others to become nervous. Fairy Violet Spirit in particular gazed at the black cloud with icy intensity. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Yin coldly laughed and clasped his hands together. After separating them, 2 more black fireballs appeared in his hands. Everyone's complexion abruptly changed as they all stared at the black fireballs. At that moment, the black cloud started to roll, and eccentric Scarlet Flame's faint, hoarse voice could be heard. "Grandmaster Zenith Yin, do you wish for me to surrender to you?" "Of course. Since I've personally arrived here via possession, everyone present must either recognize me as their master or die." there will be no exceptions. Grandmaster Zenith-een indifferently replied, looking at the black cloud. Good. Good. Even with a trifling possessed body, you actually dare to take on this island lord. It seems I'll have to test the power of your esteemed self's devil fire. Eccentric Scarlet Flame flew into a rage from humiliation, and the black cloud rumbled with increasing intensity with sounds of fierce thunder ringing out. Seeing that the talks had collapsed, the exquisite sound sect and the hidden fiend school cultivators inwardly let out a breath of relief. Since the eccentric was on their side, they still had a fighting chance. After all, eccentric Scarlet Flame's water sunflower devilish art was extremely well known in the scattered star seas. It may prove to be able to subdue this devil fire. Fairy Violet's spirit suddenly asked, Senior Zenith-een, are you not afraid of the Star Palace coming to knock on your door due to your unrestrained use of the soul restriction technique? To the best of my knowledge, the two heavenly star sages strictly forbid nascent soul experts such as yourself from using them. Although Grandmaster Zenith-een was an old nascent soul devil, his expression slightly changed upon hearing the Star Palace and the heavenly star sages being mentioned. However, he immediately recovered his calm and coldly chuckled. It seems this girl knows quite a bit. However, the Star Palace's ban was only a matter of the past. Do you really believe that the Heavenly Star Sages dare to casually leave Heavenly Star City? Without them acting, the Star Palace has no way of enforcing those restrictions. Those words stunned Hanli and the others like lightning striking from a clear sky. Only the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect showed no surprise. It seemed they already knew of this. Fairy Violet's spirit's heart grew sullen, but soon after, she decisively shouted in a cold voice towards the middle-aged man, deal with the old devil with eccentric Scarlet Flame and have the others take care of the traitors. Afterwards, we will take on the old devil together. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood and waved his arm towards his subordinates, ordering, follow her instructions for the time being. If we do not strike down the old devil, none of us will survive. Afterwards, he stared at Grandmaster Zenith-een with a mask of frost as eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud arrived above him with a blur. The Hidden Fiend Sex Core Formation cultivators looked at each other before wordlessly flying towards the exquisite sound sect cultivator's side, coldly staring at the traitors. Without the fear of facing Zenith-een's frightening devil fire, the exquisite sound sect cultivators' expressions greatly improved, taking out their magic tools and treasures in preparation for combat. But Hanli, who stood at the back of the crowd, stiffly frowned. For some unknown reason, the current circumstances gave him an extremely unpleasant feeling, as if a disaster were about to occur. Something felt wrong to him. But can Grandmaster Zenith-een take them all on by relying on the greater possession technique? He licked his dry lips before thinking for a moment. Then, he quietly gave Crooked Soul a few orders and spat out his green brilliance dagger. As soon as eccentric Scarlet Flame betrayed the middle-aged man, Hanli and Crooked Soul had retrieved their magic treasures and wordlessly fled as streaks of green and yellow light. Just as the other cultivators had thought to flee, Hanli had already fled over 100 meters away. But when he turned his head to see what had resulted, Hanli was amazed and rejoiced at the sight. Not all of the Hidden Fiend Sex Core Formation cultivators had fled. The four that had appeared with the middle-aged man had joined hands in a violent assault against eccentric Scarlet Flame and Grandmaster Zenith-een. With expressions of heart-chilling fury, they attacked without any intention of preserving their own lives, leaving the two devils flustered and unable to free themselves. Good. Good. I didn't think that those people were actually your fiend core doppelgangers. I will be sure to make them whole. This attack seemed to have greatly angered Grandmaster Zenith-een and he abruptly laughed from rage. Suddenly, one of the four core formation cultivators let out a miserable wail before he combusted into a ball of raging black fire and turned to ash. Hanli felt his heart tremble and no longer dared to look, focusing instead on speeding forward on his green brilliance dagger. But still, he couldn't help but look at Crooked Soul with a strange expression. After hearing the words, Fiend Core, and Doppelganger, the doubts clouding his mind had finally been cleared up. He had originally suspected the Wu Chao's great profounding technique had some relationship with the profounding scripture contained inside the Emperor of Yu's jade slip. Now, his suspicions had finally been confirmed. As for why they were present in both the heavenly south region and the scattered star seas, he reckoned they had been transported by an ancient transportation formation, most likely through the very one he had used. Now that he thought about it, the rainbow skeleton beside the ancient transportation formation raised a huge question. As for his earlier premonitions, eccentric Scarlet Flame's betrayal during the battle was far beyond what he had expected. His first fight after achieving core formation had ended up just like the difficult situations he had found himself in while he was in Foundation establishment, leaving him with no choice but to flee for his life as before. Feeling great bitterness in his heart, Hanli became beyond gloomy. However, he found this situation to be quite similar to when he had killed the infant carp beast. It should have been a close battle between both sides, but in the end, traitors had appeared and ended up massacring their former allies. With that in mind, he couldn't help but recall the medallion engraved in the shape of a sinister ghost head. He felt that everything seemed to have a relation to it. That was all that came to Hanli's mind before his thoughts were interrupted by two wretched screams behind him, causing his heart to tense up. As of current, he could only hope that Grandmaster Zenith Yin's great arrogance would somehow allow him to escape, as he hadn't set up any contingency plans beforehand. Chapter 408, Demon Corpse. Just as Hanli was lost in thought, his expression changed, and he stopped in the sky with Crooked Soul. The originally empty area ahead of him had suddenly become vaguely distorted. With a hum, a human-like demon climbed out of the distortion and smiled at them, revealing its vicious, rotten teeth. What? Hanli couldn't help but shout upon seeing this. Its body was dark green and covered in shiny, black armor. While it was unarmed, it had extremely sharp, inch-long fingernails. A refined corpse. The strong, putrid smell of a corpse came from the demon, allowing Hanli to recognize its true identity, much to his dismay. From its appearance, it couldn't possibly be the low-grade, armored corpse. It was most likely a corpse refined by Grandmaster Zenith Yin using some extraordinary method. With that in mind, Hanli waved his hand, causing his green brilliance dagger to transform into a 10-meter-long flood dragon and fiercely charge forward. At the same time, Crooked Soul silently raised his finger and shot out a fine beam of bloody light that faded away in the blink of an eye, a blood spirit drill that Crooked Soul had arduously refined. With the sound of a splatter, the blood spirit drill pierced through the refined corpse's lower chest and left a small hole, causing the refined corpse to look down at it in surprise. Hanli rejoiced and willed the green flood dragon to follow through. The flood dragon scattered into green brilliance, throwing the refined corpse back by 10 meters. The corpse then let out a low roar and immediately stood up, glancing at Hanli with an ominous glint. Not good. This refined corpse isn't affected by the attacks of common magic treasures. Hanli hastily recalled his green brilliance dagger with a sunken heart. The corpse was completely unaffected by Hanli's strike. Even the small wound it received from the blood spirit drill was healing at a visible rate. Hanli's expression darkened and he joined together with Crooked Soul, flying out in a single streak of light, wanting to slip past the side of the corpse. Hanli wasn't scared of any danger the refined corpse may pose to him, but the time it would take away would allow Grandmaster Zenith Yin to catch up to him. Hanli stole a glance behind him afterwards. He saw that the other fleeing cultivators were also blocked by a great number of refined corpses. As Han Li's heart trembled, he and Crooked Soul propelled their streak of light using the entirety of their power, soon passing the refined corpse. The eyes of the corpse then flashed with green light, and its body suddenly blurred, disappearing from sight. Seeing this incredibly familiar scene, Han Li suddenly dodged to the side out of reflex, dodging a 5-clawed streak of black sword light. The attack whistled past him until it dispersed about 40 meters away. Han Li inhaled a breath of cold air and turned his head away from the sword light. As expected, the refined corpse was standing not far behind him with 2 sharp claws, extended by several inches of black light. What speed! The corpse had traveled no less than 100 meters from its original location in a mere instant. That was nearly as fast and stealthy as Han Li's own movements when he used the shifting smoke steps on land. The demon had even used it in the air. That was truly beyond reason. Han Li's complexion grew ashen. He knew that he would no longer be able to escape from the refined corpse. Was this the reason why Grandmaster Zenith Yin had so calmly ignored them as they fled? Now knowing this, Han Li's expression grew harsh and he patted his storage pouch. In an instant, 100 azure lights along with 2 red lights flew out, densely surrounding him. After the lights faded away, 2 blood jade spiders and over 100 of huge, 6-meter-tall azure apes were revealed. The huge apes raised their arms as soon as they appeared and shot out 10 beams of azure light from their fingers towards the refined corpse, encompassing the sky in light beams. Unable to avoid such a dense barrage of attacks, the demon corpse's eye gave off a vicious glint, and it spat out a ball of black chi to face the barrage of fine azure beams of light. He then crossed his arms in front of his body to block the attack and closely followed after the black chi. The black chi managed to disperse a majority of the azure light, but those that managed to strike its body merely dispersed into azure smoke and scattered radiance. The demon corpse revealed a trace of a grimace, slightly baring its teeth before taking tyrannical strides toward the huge apes. With a series of cracks, a few of the nearby puppets were ripped apart by the claws of black light. Han Li frowned upon seeing this, and Crooked Soul immediately released a 100-meter-high blood light and condensed it into a huge blood-red saber before fiercely chopping down towards the refined corpse. Clang! The blood saber chopped down onto the demon corpse's head, but it produced only the sound of struck metal, seemingly unable to be damaged by the slashes. The slash appeared to have only attracted the corpse's fury. It grabbed the blood saber with one hand and swung down the other as if wanting to destroy the saber to vent its fury. Han Li couldn't help but reveal calm joy at the sight. With an incantation gesture, Crooked Soul's blood saber turned into violet flames. In an instant, the refined corpse was engulfed in wild flames, causing it to shriek out in panic and flap its hands onto its body. However, the demon corpse quickly discovered that although the violet flames were difficult to extinguish, they didn't cause it any injuries and could be ignored. It then sought to find the culprit of the flames. But as soon as it raised its head, 2 huge white nets silently covered it, sturdily entrapping it as it was caught unaware. They were the spiderwebs of the blood jade spiders. The demon corpse was greatly alarmed and hastily attempted to break free with all of its strength, but at this same time, the purple flames turned into a bull-thick serpent of purple flames and firmly wrapped around its body. With the spider webs and the flame serpent binding its body, it would be unable to escape for a while. Then without the slightest hesitation, Han Li and Crooked Soul turned into a streak of light, retrieved his spiders and puppets, and immediately flew off without any thoughts of looking behind them. If he hadn't heard incorrectly, there had been a third wretched scream from Grandmaster Zenith's direction. If he didn't take the opportunity to escape now, he'd definitely turn into the old devil's slave. Han Li's and Crooked Soul's joint powers allowed them to fly over 50 kilometers away in a single breath. After shifting their direction several times, they came across a small nameless island. The two immediately descended onto the island and buried themselves over 40 meters deep. They then wrapped themselves with the aura-severing muslin cloth and used the nameless incantation to restrain their chi. Even after performing all of this, Hanli still felt apprehensive, not knowing if he would be able to escape detection from the two devils' spiritual sense. After all, a nascent soul cultivator was certain to have far greater spiritual sense than an average core formation cultivator. Unfortunately, Hanli had no way of knowing that over 50 kilometers away, Grandmaster Zenithine was standing in his original position with a leisurely expression, seeming to have given up his chase on the runaways. Additionally, there was a large red-robed, purple-faced man next to him along with over a dozen dark green refined corpses. In front of Grandmaster Zenithine and the purple-faced man was an unconscious middle-aged man floating in midair. He was being held up by strange needles emitting blue light that were stabbed into his body. As for Elder Zhao and the others, they were behind the two, prostrated with fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even the core formation cultivators lacked the slightest trace of pride. I truly didn't expect that Violet Spirit Girl would actually escape. I had originally thought to hand her over to fellow Daoist Scarlet Flame. It seems we'll only be able to look for an opportunity in the future. Grandmaster Zenithine said with a calm expression. Please don't be disheartened, Senior Wu. Although that Violet Spirit Girl is among the top 10 furnace cauldrons I would consider, your grandson seems to have taken quite an interest in her. How about we leave her for him? The large, purple-faced man chuckled. Then many thanks to fellow Daoist Scarlet Flame. After we return, I'll send 20 acceptable female cultivators to Turtle Source Island as compensation. Besides, your master can be considered my senior. Please send him my respects. After Grandmaster Zenithine heard this, his face revealed a rarely seen trace of a smile. Senior, I also haven't seen my master for quite some time. If I see him, I will definitely mention you. Eccentric Scarlet Flame spoke with an extremely polite tone before rolling his eyes and continued, however, now that the Violet Spirit Girl has escaped, she may contact the Star Palace. Are there any problems we should worry about? Scarlet Flame revealed a trace of worry. The Star Palace. Hee hee. There are no problems to be had. Grandmaster Zenithine casually sneered. As far as I know, the Heavenly Star Palace's elders are all in seclusion. Currently, they definitely won't deal with any minor, trivial matters. Those two old bastards of the Star Palace are refining some technique called the Divine Essence Fuse Light for no reason. As a result, the two can only leave Heavenly Star City for half a month on a fixed date every year, otherwise their cultivation will greatly decline. It seems that during the next trip to the Heaven Void Hall, we will have far less enemies to worry about. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's tone was laced with schadenfreude. The corner of Scarlet Flame's mouth twitched. However, my master had mentioned this before. So long as the Heavenly Star City sages remain in Heavenly Star City and draw the support of their essence fuses mountain, they are an unstoppable existence. In addition, if they manage to cultivate to the great success stage of Divine Essence Fuse Light, they would no longer be confined to Heavenly Star City and would reign supreme in the scattered star seas. Scarlet Flame said with deep worry. Chapter 409, True Appearance, Great Success Stage. That's just the two sages' wishful thinking. They didn't even bother to consider why no one had truly cultivated the Divine Essence Fused Light despite it having been so widespread in the scattered star islands for countless years. Of course, it could be considered good luck for them if an Essence Fused mountain would unknowingly emerge from the ocean floor and be transported back to Heavenly Star City. But returning to the main point, the Divine Essence Fused Light is something that can only be cultivated by relying on external objects. I completely suspect that the founder of this cultivation art wrote it as a joke. What cultivation art in this world could possibly control all 5 elements? In addition, their cultivation of this technique is completely meaningless. Even if they don't succeed in cultivating this technique, their cultivation realm alone already makes them an exceptional existence in this world. Grandmaster Zenith-Een refuted. I hope it is as Senior says. Although Scarlet Flame was still somewhat worried, he could only agree. As for those who escaped, there were 2 from the 18 that managed to break free from the heaven-wide corpses, in addition to Fairy Violet Spirit and her sex envoys. This was quite unexpected. Grandmaster Zenith-Een revealed a peculiar gaze as he stroked his short, thin beard. That's right. Fairy Violet Spirit carried her sect-protecting treasure on her, the Wood Dragon Tablet. By relying on its protection, she was able to bring herself and her sect envoys to safety. However, the other 2 who escaped were quite strange. From a distance, I saw that the 2 released a large number of human-like mechanical puppets. Although their offensive and defensive abilities were very lacking, being able to control over 100 of them all at once was quite unusual. Eccentric Scarlet Flame was also surprised and nodded his head in agreement. Let them be. There is no need to concern ourselves over 2 small fish. If I weren't restricted by the limited amount of magic power I hold post-possession, I would have been able to use other methods to prevent them from escaping before my eyes. Still, the most important goal has been fulfilled, the traitorous disciple has been captured. I will be bringing him back to find out where he took the ruined Heaven Void map. Grandmaster Zenith-Een spoke indifferently as if he didn't care in the slightest that Hanli and Crooked Soul had fled. Having heard this, eccentric Scarlet Flame let the matter drop. Not longer after, he said his farewells to Grandmaster Zenith-Een and flew off after turning into a black cloud. After seeing eccentric Scarlet Flame disappear into the horizon, Grandmaster Zenith-Een faintly sneered. He slowly extended his hand and relaxed his fingers, revealing a several-inch large white ball of spiderwebs. As Zenith-Een gazed at the spider silk, he revealed a strange, captivated expression. Blood Jade Spider. I truly didn't think I'd see them again. It seems the heavens haven't abandoned me. I still have a chance. After Grandmaster Zenith-Een muttered to himself, he suddenly howled with laughter as he faced the sky. Elder Zhao and the others paled in complete shock. Grandmaster Zenith-Een abruptly stopped his hysterical laughter and loudly shouted, "Go! We're returning to the island." Afterwards, he grabbed hold of the floating, middle-aged cultivator and led the way back. Hanli naturally didn't know what had happened 50 kilometers away. He remained underground for an entire month due to his trepidation before emerging with absolute caution. After he carefully scanned the vicinity to confirm that nobody was nearby, he wordlessly flew back to Heavenly Star City with Crooked Soul. This trip had left him greatly shaken, he had nearly lost his life. But what made him most gloomy was that he had braved this great danger without anything to show for it. He reckoned the Heaven Lightning Bamboo had fallen into the hands of Grandmaster Zenith-Een. As such, he could only return to Heavenly Star City in dejection. Heavenly Star City was as flourishing as it had been in the past. When the Star Palace gatekeepers respectfully addressed him as senior, Hanli was unable to feel any happiness since he had recently escaped from death and entered the city with a miserable expression. But when he returned to his cave residence on the 39th layer, he was stunned. A sound transmission talisman was peacefully floating outside the cave residence's restrictions. Hanli's expression darkened as he frowned. He then took out the authority talisman and somewhat unwillingly shot out a green light from the medallion. The sound transmission talisman was enveloped by the green light and shot towards Hanli in a streak of fiery light. Hanli then shot out a speck of white light from his finger and struck the talisman, causing it to vigorously ignite and release the beautiful voice of a woman. Hanli was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon revealed anger. That was the voice of Lady Fan. She dared to so shameless come knocking on his door despite having put him through such hardship. The belly full of rage Hanli had been stifling since that day suddenly bursted out. His hand immediately flashed with red light and formed a fist-sized fireball, intending to throw it out and destroy the sound transmission talisman. However, the next words she said stirred Han Li's heart, and he stilled his hand. A short moment later, Lady Fan's voice faded away. Han Li casually extinguished the fireball in his hand and grabbed his chin, sinking into deep thought. To tell the truth, Han Li was slightly surprised that the three female cultivators were able to escape. However, he currently didn't hold the slightest goodwill towards them. She had requested for him to meet them at some inn and raise the topic of the heaven lightning bamboo, faintly speaking as if they were in possession of it. This caused Han Li to become beyond furious and his emotions to become unstable. But in the end, Han Li decided to go see them after some more thought. He wouldn't agree to assisting them with any matters of revenge and would merely have to purchase the bamboo above the market price. He was sure that any others wouldn't regard the heaven lightning bamboo as useful as it would be to him and would only consider the item to be of little interest. After all, rare wood attribute materials were normally used as a core material for magic treasure refinement, apart from some peculiar magic treasures. After dissolving the bamboo's impurities, there wouldn't be enough leftover material to refine even a dagger, as Lady Fan had described the small stalk of heaven lightning bamboo to be only a few inches long. With that thought, Han Li headed toward the inn with roused spirits. An hour later, Han Li arrived at the Grand Flourish Inn and entered a room on the third floor along with Crooked Soul. The inn was quite particular, as the first two floors were for mortals and the third floor was reserved for the use of cultivators. Han Li leisurely found the mentioned room. However, the room door was covered in a layer of faint white light. It was clear a formation had been set down as a method of detection. Having seen this, Han Li couldn't help but reveal a trace of self-mockery. It seemed the beautiful women had been greatly startled by the recent events as well. Han Li lightly shook his head before using his hand to shoot a speck of white light towards the restriction, causing it to release a series of ripples. No sound came from within a room, but a short moment later, Han Li felt a wave of spiritual sense quickly fly around him and Crooked Soul before returning into the room. Then with a flash of white light, the door's restriction disappeared. Fairy Violet's spirit's clear and cold voice then said, "So these two seniors have arrived. Please, come in. Us sisters have been waiting for you for quite some time." Han Li pushed the door open with a calm expression and slowly walked in with Crooked Soul in tow. The room's arrangements were simple, and apart from a redwood table and a few tasteful rattan chairs, there were no other items. However, Han Li was shocked to find that there was an unfamiliar woman with a languid expression in the room where the exquisite sect members should have been. The woman wore yellow clothes and had a predictably flawless, pale face with bright and clear eyes. She turned to look at Han Li with a slight smile. After a moment of surprise, he doubtfully asked with hesitation, "You're Miss Violet Spirit?" Although he hadn't seen Fairy Violet Spirit's true appearance, he had heard that she possessed peerless beauty. Han Li blinked with slight confusion and thought, surely this isn't her. Although this young, yellow-clothed woman was very pleasant to the eyes, it definitely didn't match her grand reputation. Could it be this wasn't her true appearance? Senior seemed shocked. Is it because Wang Ning's true appearance causes Senior Han disappointment? Sorry to disappoint you, but this really is my true appearance. The yellow-clothed woman saw through Han Li's shock and indifferently spoke with a slight smile. True appearance. Han Li attentively looked at the young woman's face for a moment before wordlessly shaking his head. Although he didn't see anything amiss with her appearance, seeing neither any illusion techniques or other alternations, he still didn't believe that this was actually Fairy Violet Spirit's true appearance. After all, there were many strange treasures in this world. It wouldn't be considered off if there were at least one or two that could mask one's true appearance and change their face to another. If our sect encounters any problems or any matters requiring Senior's assistance, it will naturally be up to Senior's discretion to act. Either way, we will be grateful to you." She answered without hesitation, as if she had previously considered this. After lowering his head in thought for a moment, he raised his head and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit. If I'm not mistaken, you only wish to use me as a banner to raise the exquisite sound sect's influence in order to protect yourselves against powers that mean to harm you during your moment of weakness. After you spread this news, it will remain effective so long as it isn't proven untrue. Senior Han speaks true. When the time comes, we will mention Senior's position as a core formation cultivator. It will somewhat counteract the destructive effects of Elder Meng and Zhao's betrayal." The young woman faintly smiled and spoke of her future plans. "If those are your conditions, then I will accept. However, I will not take the initiative to introduce myself to other cultivators as an elder of your sect. Don't count on me to put on a superficial show for your sect. It will be up to you in order to convince others that I have become an elder of your sect." After some thought, Hanli eventually agreed, as he greatly desired the Heaven Lightning Bamboo and felt that it wouldn't bring him any trouble. "Alright, so long as Senior doesn't deny this when the time comes, I and my senior martial sisters will treat you well." The young woman spoke with an expression overflowing with happiness. As the two had reached an agreement, Fairy Violet Spirit didn't intend to further delay its conclusion. She took out a strange box and put it on the table. The box was quite odd, as it was made from neither wood, metal, nor jade-type materials. The box's body was translucent, and it was surrounded in a faint layer of azure mist. Seeing that Hanli wore a baffled expression, Fairy Violet Spirit gave an explanation in a soft voice. This box was refined by an item known as jade paste. Although jade is in its name, it isn't actually made of jade stone or anything of the 5 elements. Only an item such as this is capable of preserving the Heaven Lightning Bamboo without fear of its spiritual qi leaking. Hanli nodded his head. Since he hadn't heard of jade paste before, this item must clearly be a rare material and should be extremely precious. Fairy Violet Spirit then extended a delicate, perfect finger, and with a flash of light, a soybean-sized ball of green light appeared on it. Afterwards, she lightly touched the box without the slightest hesitation. After the green light contacted the azure mist, it let out a soft crack, causing the mist of light to suddenly disappear and the box to slowly open. With roused spirits, Hanli attentively turned his gaze towards the box. This greatly angered many great powers at the time, and they continuously searched for it for a long before gradually abandoning the chase. The magnitude of the previous dispute clearly displayed just how precious 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo was. Hanli hadn't yet nurtured a spiritual object up to 10,000 years of age. Normally, medicine pills only required ingredients that were 2,000 years old at most. As such, this caused him to greatly anticipate nurturing the Heaven Lightning Bamboo to Gold Lightning Bamboo and made him feel slightly restless as well. In the following days, Hanli used the green liquid to mature the bamboo and started to take frequent strolls around Heavenly Star City's market. In addition to the spiritual wood that was required as its main ingredient, the bamboo cloud's warm swords required a few rare supplementary materials before being ultimately refined in his core flame. In addition, since these swords were a set of magic treasures, it required a far greater amount of similar materials. Although Hanli had already gathered a few of them, he didn't have enough to form a whole and had to continue his search. The scattered star seas were far more plentiful in materials than the Heavenly South region. After bankrupting himself as a result of 2 years of liberal, unrestrained spending, he had managed to barely scrape together the items he required. For this reason, he couldn't help but put himself at risk of attracting attention by selling off his remaining rare demon cores. As of now, Hanli could only look at his near-empty storage pouch and let out a long sigh as he faced the sky. Refining magic treasures, especially a particularly good magic treasure, wasn't something an ordinary rogue cultivator could afford. One day, Hanli walked into his medicine garden with unconcealable anticipation. A few days before, he had dripped what should have been the green drop to age his heaven lightning bamboo to its 10,000th year. Hanli couldn't help but become excited upon thinking of the great power of the rumored gold lightning bamboo. When the bamboo was first planted, it had only been 2 inches long. But now, it had undergone a massive change. It was now about a foot long with a body of glistening emerald green and was covered in a layer of faint rainbow light. After a moment of attentive examination, he summoned a short sword magic tool into his hand and shot it towards the bamboo as a streak of white light. An arc of faint golden lightning was released. With a pop, the short sword was struck away by the arc of golden lightning, turning it into a spiral of azure smoke before disappearing without a trace. When Hanli saw this, he immediately smiled and greatly rejoiced. He now wanted to find out what sort of amusing face Fairy Violet's spirit would make should she discover that the white lightning bamboo had turned into gold lightning bamboo. It was only a pity that he would never have the opportunity to see it. This was probably the most profitable exchange he had ever had since arriving in the cultivation world. The store only sold talismans and medicine ingredients at first, but half a month later it started selling crude, low-grade magic tools. But what left the nearby store owners at a loss for words was that the youth didn't often walk out of his store. He'd spend his entire day looking through a coverless, thin ancient book while occasionally dancing with joy as if he were completely enjoying himself. However, he would sometimes enter the store's back residence and stay there for long periods of time. As for the customers and running the business, they were all handled by the large, straightforward man. The nearby store owners were all mortal natives to Heavenly Star City and found it difficult to make a living there. There was one store owner, a graying old man surnamed He-One, that had been born with inferior spiritual roots and had reached the 4th layer of chi condensation. But even with such low cultivation, old man he had received a great amount of respect from the mortals and was always addressed as Immortal Master He. They knew that this youth was immortal due to his lack of magic power, because a few people had asked Master He previously. They gained some courage from this news and would drop by the store, chatting with the youth surnamed Han about his daily life and such. After all, this location was rather desolate, and business was slow. They could only drop by each other's stores and chat to chase away the boredom. With the arrival of this unfamiliar face, there was naturally much more for everyone to talk about. However, the youth mostly listened and seemed to be somewhat slow of speech and unskilled at chatting with others. Furthermore, the youth never revealed his origin. Whenever he was asked this, he would only answer with a silent smile, causing others to quickly drop the matter. After several such trips, the others gradually lost interest and no longer visited the small green bamboo pavilion. This jad actually caused the youth to let out a breath of relief. Of course, the youth and the large man were, respectively, Hanli and Crooked Soul in a disguise. Although Hadley used the most widely known Jianghu disguise techniques, it was still more than enough for mortals and low-grade cultivators. Hanli had not opened this shop to acquire a meager sum of spirit stones, but to temper his heart by immersing himself into the mortal world. He had also specifically chose this location in preparation for his study of the Tao of tool refinement and formation spells. Hanli hadn't been particularly experienced in these two disciplines and had been too busy during his time as a Foundation establishment cultivator to consider studying them. But now that he had reached core formation, his next goal was to acquire experience and knowledge in these two fields in order to be able to refine his magic treasure. As it would take quite some time to cultivate the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, he wanted to use this downtime to study Yunxiao's experiences, and the ancient formation spell records that Aksayan Ryan had given him. 2. To tell the truth, Hanli had always been very interested in tool refinement and formation spells. He planned to simultaneously study both fields for 20 years. He didn't hold any extravagant hope of becoming a genius in either field, but so long as he could acquire a modicum of skill, he would be satisfied. At the very least, he should be able to refine the simplest formation flags and discs. However, delving into this field wasn't a matter of only studying. It required hands-on practice. This resulted in Hanli accumulating a large pile of inferior magic tools with no method of disposal. It would be a waste to just throw them away, but there was no use in keeping them as they were nearly useless. In addition, in order to refine when he was suddenly inspired, he had to frequently acquire all sorts of odd materials. However, it was a hassle to make trips to the city market every day. As it so happened, the fourth layer of the Great Development technique required the temperament of a mortal heart. Otherwise, he would suffer backlash from his inner demons while cultivating the fourth layer of the Great Development technique. After some consideration, Hanli decided to purchase this store and tackle all the problems in one go. The location wasn't too noisy and he wouldn't be disturbed during his studies of tool refinement and formation spells. As it was also in close proximity to mortals, he could personally see how they lived. In addition, he could purchase the materials he needed to refine magic tools and formation spells in a timely manner. Likewise, he could sell off the small items he created, even if it was just a small amount of them. After seeing a few low-level cultivators purchase some of his personally refined magic tools, Hanli's mood was greatly lifted. Of course, he would still take trips back to his cave residence every few days to mature his heaven-lightning bamboo and to take care of his gold-devouring beetles and 2 blood jade spiders. But not long after, Hanli witnessed an astonishing scene in his medicine garden. When the child stalk of bamboo growing out his original stalk reached the age of 6,000 years, it fell off of the main branch for no reason. Its few leaves also cleanly fell off, and upon touching the floor, they immediately turned into leaves of pure, gaudy gold. Although he didn't know what purpose the leaves served, Hanli was unwilling to throw them away and just gathered them into his storage pouch. As for the emerald green stalk, he carefully placed it back into the jade paste box and put it away. After collecting 6 pieces, he would have enough to refine the bamboo cloud's warm swords. As such, Hanli restrained his magic power and began his worldly life after he inserted himself among the mortals of the secular world in an obscure corner of the market city. Apart from becoming engrossed in reading thin paper book copies of jade slips, he silently observed the surrounding mortals' complex expressions and various emotions, and began to gradually appreciate them and recall a few memories. 1. https://youtube b/tckpxpxdgqa2. In Chapter 351, before Hanli left the Heavenly South region, he was given these items by Aksayan Ryan on the condition that he later avenged Qi Yunxiao's death. Chapter 413, Refinement. The lives led by mortals differed greatly from those led by cultivators. Mortals' lives were brimming with joys and sorrows, where the old withered and life was born anew. In a few short years of observation, Hanli began to recall feelings that he had long forgotten, both positive and negative. Regardless of the emotion, they still caused Hanli's mind to stir, allowing him a chance for introspection and to now understand these emotions from a cultivator's perspective. Likewise, his comprehension of formation spells and his skill in tool refinement gradually improved over a long period of time. Most notably, Hanli's store, the small green bamboo pavilion, had developed somewhat of a reputation in the area over the span of just 2 years. This was because cultivators were able to purchase a few inexpensive yet functional magic tools at Hanli's store. A few of the luckier customers were even capable of purchasing a few rare intermediate-grade talismans at the store. After this news spread locally, a few low-level cultivators immediately scrambled towards Han Li's shop. These magic tools and talismans had obviously been personally crafted by Han Li. Ever since he entered core formation, he was finally able to grasp the mid-grade magic techniques that he long desired. Although they were the lowest among mid-grade techniques, Han Li was still very satisfied with them. However, intermediate talisman weren't something that could be refined using common talisman paper. They could only be crafted by using the hide of rare demon beasts, but not just any hide would suffice. Each intermediate talisman had their own unique requirements regarding demon beast hides. Fortunately, Han Li had thought of this before he sold off his demon beast materials and had kept a large quantity of talisman materials. Otherwise, he would have had no way of refining the talismans despite grasped their magic techniques. Han Li first practiced using the lesser quality demon beast skins. After feeling that he was capable enough, he then moved on to refining a few particular talismans using rarer materials. The talismans that he practiced creating were all attack-type magic techniques. Every 1 month or so, Han Li would put 1 or 2 of them up for sale in his shop and sell them to the first buyer. To a core formation cultivator like Han Li, these talismans were of little value as their power paled in the face of magic treasures. As such, he had no purpose to preserve them. However, Han Li had clearly underestimated the allure his intermediate talismans had to Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. Even after raising the price of these talismans several times, these cultivators continued to readily spend their spirit stones without hesitation, allowing Han Li to accumulate a small fortune. But it was a pity that intermediate talismans were extremely difficult to create. Even with the many demon beast skins that Han Li had on hand, his rate of success was pathetically low, failing 30 times for every successful talisman he managed to create. When compared to his rate of success with low-grade talismans, Han Li could only bitterly smile. Otherwise, he would have accumulated a much larger fortune by selling intermediate talismans. In addition, Han Li's skill at refining tools also increased, causing quite a few mid- and high-grade magic tools to appear in his shop. As a result, the small green bamboo pavilion's reputation became increasingly well-known. Fortunately, his resounding reputation had been restricted to a small circle of low-level cultivators, so Han Li didn't have to worry about provoking any trouble. But at the start of the 9th year, Han Li started to refine formation flags and discs by applying his understanding of a few simple formation spells. Because of the complementary insights provided by Qi Yunxiao and Xayan Rooting, Han Li was able to avoid making many mistakes and managed to grasp a few minor but crucial skills. But he still ended up fumbling around through trial and error as he tried to refine a set of formation setup tools for the first time. The refinement was extremely difficult, and it consumed a large portion of his time before he managed to produce results. However, Han Li wasn't impatient. Now that he had reached core formation, he had plenty of time to slowly accumulate experience and understanding. But most importantly, he had obtained some understanding in the refinement method of the bamboo cloud's warm swords, as he practiced refining items, hopefully ensuring his success in his first attempt. After all, he wouldn't have enough materials left over for a second attempt. With Han Li focused on refining magic tools and studying formation spells, time quickly passed, day by day. With departing springs and incoming autumns, Han Li's somewhat renowned small green bamboo pavilion had unknowingly existed for over 20 years. Han Li now had the appearance of an old man above the age of 50. This obviously wasn't Han Li's true appearance, but a measure he had taken in order to conceal his eternally youthful appearance. Due to the passage of time in the mortal world, Han Li had no choice but to turn his appearance into that of an old man. As of now, Han Li was standing in the residence at the back of his store and looking around with a peculiar emotion. On the day before, he had passed on the store to someone else and concluded his immersion in the mortal world. This was due to having finally matured the long-anticipated 6 stalk of gold lightning bamboo to full maturation. Having lived here for over 20 years, Han Li's heart was without disturbance, but he felt a slight feeling of nostalgia upon leaving. His experience in the market city had been a rare period of peace in his life. At that moment, he heard noisy shouts from his neighbor, and Han Li couldn't help but smile upon hearing it. He didn't need to use his spiritual sense to know that the store owner was spouting out recommendations to his customers, trying to sell off his store-defining treasures that hadn't sold for the past 8 years. When Han Li had originally arrived, the shop was managed by an old man. He had retired 4 years ago and now his son watched over the business. Although his son had a fiery temperament, he treated others sincerely. But when he was doing business, he would often loudly brag about his store's goods, stunning many foreign cultivators. Han Li sighed and shook his head before leaving the small green bamboo pavilion with Crooked Soul. Not long after, the two had completely disappeared from the city market. Upon entering his cave dwelling, Han Li immediately brought many tool refinement materials into his hidden room and set down a small magic formation that he had comprehended during the last few years. The formation spell served no other purpose than to conceal spiritual chi fluctuations. As such, it was quite suitable for Han Li to use as he refined his magic treasure. He didn't want others to peek at him halfway through the refinement. Han Li quietly meditated in his hidden room for 3 entire days so that both his spirit and magic power were in peak state before starting the refinement. First, he took out the jade paste box from his storage pouch and gently placed it in front of him. He then opened the box, revealing the 6 emerald green stalks of heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li solemnly gazed at the bamboo and took a deep breath before lightly touching a stalk of the green bamboo. The foot-long heaven lightning bamboo suddenly flew out of the box and quickly stopped, motionlessly floating in front of his chest. With a serious expression, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing glistening light to flow around his face, gradually forming a layer of azure light. As the azure light grew increasingly dense, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a thin thread of azure core flame towards the heaven lightning bamboo before him. Crackle! An arc of faint golden lightning arced from the bamboo, forcefully stopping the core flame from approaching any closer. Han Li's eyes lit with consideration. The azure core flame immediately grew several times thicker and enveloped the bamboo and its lightning, starting the long process of refinement. Using one's core flame consumed a considerably large amount of spiritual power, but fortunately, Han Li came prepared. As he was releasing his core flame, he held onto a deep azure spirit stone and absorbed its spiritual chi. When the spirit stone started to insufficient, he casually took out a medicine pill and swallowed it. Although the medicine pill didn't immediately transform into magic power, it contained a great amount of spiritual power, giving Han Li the peace of mind of knowing that he was prepared for the coming war of attrition. After 3 days passed by, the heaven lightning bamboo's lightning had disappeared due to the lack of spiritual power from its main body. Without anything left to obstruct the azure core flame, Han Li started the process of smelting the heaven lightning bamboo. After several more days, the bamboo began to show signs of dissolution. Portions of its trunk began to emit a faint light, releasing densely packed, numerous, small drops of variously colored liquids. Over 10 days later, the heaven lightning bamboo was finally dissolved of all its impurities, leaving a fist-sized ball of concentrated, dark green liquid. It appeared to be incredibly dense. Having seen this small amount of liquid, Han Li could only let out a deep sigh. He had to put in quite a bit of effort just to refine the heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li then withdrew his core flame and put away the spirit stone in his hand. Afterwards, he extended his 10 fingers and shot out 10 thin threads of spiritual chi from his fingers, penetrating into the green liquid. Soon after, Han Li started to shift his fingers, causing the spirit threads to rotate and deform the ball of liquid. Under the manipulation of the spirit threads, a small ball of green liquid separated from the main body that floated nearby. A second ball separated, then a third ball, and, after Hanli finished the last division of liquid, there were 12 equally sized green balls of liquid arranged into a circle. Chapter 4:14. Shaping. Hanli slightly narrowed his eyes and shook his fingers, cutting off the 10 spirit threads. He then patted his storage pouch and 12 streaks of white light flew out, stopping underneath the floating balls of green liquid. The white lights faded away to reveal 12 small boxes, flawlessly crafted from white jade but only a few inches in size. With a light wave of his sleeve, the jade boxes all opened. Hanli then uttered, "Drop," causing the green balls of liquid to drop down into their respective boxes. After resealing all of the boxes, Hanli was finally able to relax. Even with the aid of spirit stones and medicine pills, his magic power had been completely exhausted by the refinement. As such, Hanli quietly meditated for several days to return to his peak state before continuing the refinement of the other stalks of heavenly lightning bamboo. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Hanli had finally managed to refine all of his heavenly lightning bamboo into an extremely pure liquid. After a moment of rest, Hanli started to place down an extremely complicated spell formation in his hidden room. Hanli didn't know the name of this magic formation, he only knew that it was required to refine the bamboo cloud's warm sword. The Golden Page's refinement method had mentioned over and over that it absolutely had to be prepared. As a result, Hanli took extreme care when setting up the formation despite his familiarity with it, having practiced setting it up several times in the past. After all, a single error in the symbols could cause any number of mishaps to occur during the refinement. As such, it took Hanli half a month of great care to finish laying down the formation. Only after testing it by placing several mid-grade spirit stones around it and feeling that the formation worked as expected, could Hanli finally relax. Hanli didn't set out to immediately start refining his magic treasure. Instead, he decided to leave his hidden room for the time being. After continuously making use of his core flame for half a year and maintaining full concentration up until now, Hanli found it difficult to continue, even as a core formation cultivator. He needed a change of pace, as the next step was the most crucial in the magic treasure refinement process. After Hanli left the room, he encountered a rather pleasant surprise. Under the irregular feeding with the rainbow skirt grass, the gold-devouring beetles had finally started to devour each other once more. Ever since the gold-devouring beetles numbered in the several tens of thousands, it was difficult to get them to lay more eggs and evolve using his small amounts of rainbow skirt grass. In addition, most of his green liquid in the past years had been spent on maturing the heaven lightning grass. It shouldn't have been possible for the gold-devouring beetles to undergo any change. However, after the heaven lightning bamboo maturation finished, Hanli had Crooked Soul focus on breeding the beetles. After all, Hanli still held large hopes towards these exotic insects. After Crooked Soul brought Hanli up to date, he immediately headed to the insect room. The surviving gold-devouring beetles had gold specks that enveloped less than half of their shells. He supposed that the next generation would have a slightly larger concentration of gold specks. But as Hanli gazed a while longer, his happy expression disappeared and was replaced with a frown. At this rate, it would be unlikely for the gold-devouring beetles to ever evolve to become fully golden. After every evolution, their number increases by several times, as does the amount of rainbow skirt grass that was required for their next evolution. As his green liquid could only mature so much rainbow skirt grass, it was impossible for the massive number of gold-devouring beetles to all evolve at once. It would take a very long, unknown amount of time before the next evolution would be possible. Hanli sank into deep thought as he stood outside the insect room. It seemed he would have to focus on breeding only a portion of them, otherwise, he may never have the chance to see any fully golden gold-devouring beetles. With that in mind, Hanli suddenly came to a decision. However, this must be done after the gold-devouring beetles laid their eggs. Han Li could only set it aside for now and first focus on refining his magic treasure. As such, Han Li rested for an entire month before finally deciding on the day he would act. He first lit incense in his bedroom and prayed for 2 days, causing his heart to enter a state of tranquility. He then returned to the hidden room and stood at the very center of the formation spell. With a solemn expression, he raised his arms while dropping several tens of boxes of the refined heaven lightning bamboo onto the magic formation, seemingly in a specific arrangement afterwards. All sorts of boxes flew out of his storage pouch in quick succession and dropped down in front of Han Li with their lids open, revealing the supplementary materials that he had acquired. After taking a look at these materials, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly entering a state of meditation. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li opened his eyes with his body covered in a mist of azure light. Just as the mist appeared, the spirit stones embedded in the spell formation began to shine dazzlingly and released a low hum. Although Han Li's body remained motionless, his fingers were quickly shifting, drawing out the refined balls of liquid heaven lightning bamboo from their boxes. Then with a series of whooshes, bold thick pillars of light shot out from the formation, enveloping the balls of liquid and completely restricting their movements. Han Li closed his eyes once more after seeing this and calmly released his powerful spiritual sense, bringing the light pillars under his control. The light pillars suddenly appeared alive and started to flicker while incessantly changing their color. This strange scene continued until the light pillars eventually matched after an unknown number of fluctuations. After the final color change had occurred, all the light pillars were a fiery red color, providing an even stronger contrast with the alluring emerald green liquid contained within them. Still expressionless, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a thread of dark green core flame towards one of the light pillars. Whoosh! The light pillar wildly combusted, becoming a scarlet pillar of flame in an instant. Han Li continued to release core flame without the slightest hesitation, igniting all of the light pillars. As a result, there were eventually 72 6-meter-tall pillars of flame, filling the hidden room with a blinding red light. He let out a gentle sigh. With regards to the power of flames, a core flame was far more powerful than these flashy pillars of fire. Do you know what kind? Please, take a look at this. Jin Qing didn't give him an answer. Instead he took something out of his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. Han Li saw that it was a white pearl the size of a thumb. What's this? Han Li looked at Jin Qing with surprise. Fellow Taoist will know what it is once he pours a bit of spiritual power into it. Jin Qing chuckled and revealed a mysterious expression. Han Li frowned and begrudgingly poured a bit of his spiritual power into it. In the next instant, the pearl glowed with a blinding white light. If mortals saw this light, they would forcefully turn their gaze in fear of going blind. But to a core formation cultivator like Han Li, he viewed it as a common white light. As a result of his examination, Han Li's expression slightly changed. At that moment, something had appeared inside the pearl. Without waiting for any warnings from Jin Qing, he took the initiative to sink his spiritual sense deeper into the pearl. After some time passed, he wore a solemn expression. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and took a deep breath before looking at the middle-aged cultivator and asking, "Ancient cultivator ruins?" "I'm not too sure. However, in my experience only an ancient cultivator would be capable of using such an archaic method for preserving a map." Jin Qing revealed a trace of excitement and spoke in a bit of a hurry. Han Li nodded his head. Storing important information in pearls and shells was a common practice by the ancient cultivators of the scattered star seas. As for the pearl, it contained something that resembled a map. After a moment, Jin Qing continued, "There are 2 of these pearls. Together, they form a complete map. I, along with another fellow Taoist, discovered these at a small store. At the time, they were being sold in a necklace alongside other ordinary pearls. It was then that we each separately took a pearl and agreed to search for the location together. With what you said, you must have already found the location described in the map, yes? Hanli asked pensively while stroking his chin. That's right. We spent 5 years searching for it and have just recently found it. But unfortunately, it is blocked by a huge barrier. As we don't have the slightest understanding of formation spells, we could only turn back in disappointment. However, we decided that upon returning we would each invite a formation spell expert to help break the barrier. Fellow Daoist Han also knows that very few amongst us rogue cultivators study the Tao of formation spells. As such, I can only come to you and shamelessly ask for assistance. Fellow Daoist Han, please feel at ease. So long as you can break the formation, we will give you a portion of the rewards, regardless of whatever the ancient cultivator ruins hold. Jin Qing saw that Hanli was slightly hesitant and hastily gave an explanation along with a promise. 1. Qigong Deviation. Chapter 4:16. Sand Mountain. Hanli unconsciously frowned in thought before saying, Brother Jin, could you give me some time to think about this? I can give you an answer in 2 days. Of course. Please, think it over. If you don't accept, I will go and see if there are any other rogue cultivator formation spell experts willing to give it a try. Jin Qing replied with a tone of much consideration. After a moment more of idle chatter, he saluted Hanli and took his leave. Hanli stood in his original spot as he watched Jin Qing flying farther away, muttering to himself irresolutely. Ancient cultivator ruins weren't exactly a rare find in the scattered star seas, and what they contained greatly varied, from absolutely nothing at all, cultivation insights from ancient cultivators, or even precious items such as previously extinct materials or magic treasures. In short, a majority of ruins would have something to salvage, but what one discovered would depend on luck. However, Hanli truly didn't wish to journey in search of an ancient cultivator's ruins. The scattered star seas were currently beset by waves of concealed turmoil, and anywhere outside of Heavenly Star City was neither safe nor secure. In addition, Hanli hadn't been tempering his bamboo cloud's warm swords for long, so he couldn't greatly rely on their strength. As such, he was truly hesitant to embark on a journey at this time. Had someone else asked him, Hanli would have already refused, but, unfortunately for him, he had a good relationship with Jin Qing. Since he had given Hanli a few cultivation pointers the first moment he met him, Hanli found it embarrassing to refuse him. After standing still a while longer in contemplation, Hanli eventually raised his head and lightly sighed. I still have 2 days. I should think about this some more. With that, Hanli let the matter go. With a swift turn, he returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, Jin Qing arrived outside his cave residence once more. Hanli had eventually decided to agree due to their friendship, and for the slight excitement he felt towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Who knows what magnificent items could be found within? Jin Qing was naturally overjoyed and left Heavenly Star City alongside Hanli and Crooked Soul, heading towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Over the years the nearby cultivators had tacitly understood that Crooked Soul was Hanli's avatar. Jin Qing wasn't surprised to see him tagging along. 2 months later, Hanli and the others were flying through a remote area of the scattered star seas. According to Jin Qing, they shouldn't be far away from their destination, given the long amount of time they'd been flying. As expected, they caught sight of a large island less than half a day later. The island was expansive with a radius spanning over 500 kilometers. However, a majority of the island was covered in hills and mountains. From a glance, everything seemed to be covered in yellow dust. Hanli gazed down at the island and asked Jin Qing with surprise, "It's this island?" "That's right. We found this island by following the map. I heard from the nearby mortals that this island is completely uninhabited. Not only are there no spirit veins nearby, but for some unknown reason, there are no trees living on this island either. Jean Qing explained with a slight trace of puzzlement. Han Li was slightly surprised and pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. That's a good sign. The more unordinary the island, the more likely it is to actually be an ancient cultivator ruin. Hee. Originally, we also thought the same. We ended up searching the entire island until we found the most likely location. Jean Qing spoke with satisfaction. Han Li faintly smiled. After taking a look around, he casually asked, "You said that there was a formation spell shrouding an area. Where is it?" "There is a huge sandy mountain 50 kilometers to the east. One of its sides is sealed off by a large formation." Jean Qing spoke without hesitation. Han Li grinned and said, "Let's go then. Maybe your partner already arrived and dissolved the formation spell." Hee. To tell the truth, that wouldn't be bad. It would be much less troublesome. At most, they'd just take a larger portion of the treasures within. Jean Qing stroked his chin and wore a sly expression. When Han Li saw his expression, he involuntarily laughed. The two were only joking. Everybody knew that ancient cultivator formations weren't something that could easily be broken through without at least a month or two of trial and error. "Let's go, fellow Daoist Han. We'd better not keep them waiting." Jean Qing called out to Han Li before flying off in a streak of azure-white light. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after him with Crooked Soul on their magic treasures. To a core formation cultivator, 50 kilometers was something they could easily traverse in a mere moment. A huge yellow mountain entered Han Li's sight. It was about 3 kilometers tall and was entirely covered in yellow sand. As there wasn't a single trace of green, it gave its viewers an awry feeling as if it were made entirely out of sandy yellow dirt. As they flew closer to the mountain, a gale suddenly blew, throwing sand and pebbles into the sky. The unending gale immediately caused the nearby area to turn pitch black, due to the dense layer of sand kicked up by the wind blocking the light. Han Li and company held no fear towards a sandstorm. With a flash of brilliance, their bodies were covered in a layer of light, allowing them to steadily fly forward. After flying through the sandstorm for 5 kilometers, it suddenly disappeared, and they were able to easily arrive at the base of the sandy mountain. Jean Qing then flew a small circle around the mountain with Han Li, eventually arriving at several, extremely crude stone buildings. It seemed that they were built by using a stone transformation technique, as the buildings all shared the same monotonous gray. Before anyone had descended, the door to one of the buildings opened with 2 men and 1 woman walking out. The men were both core formation cultivators, while the woman was a foundation establishment cultivator. "Fellow Daoist Jean, you've arrived. How timely. We had only arrived recently." The cultivator at the center was a refined youth that wore white clothes. Upon seeing Jean Qing, he cordially called out to him in a rather friendly manner. "Fellow Daoist who came earlier, as I expected." After all, he didn't have to go back to Heavenly Star City and fetch fellow Daoist Han. Jean Qing replied back in an amiable tone. It seemed their relationship was quite good. "Fellow Daoist Han." The young cultivator's gaze shifted between Han Li and Crooked Soul several times, not knowing who was who. "I am Han Li. This person is my senior martial brother Crooked Soul." Han Li cupped his fists towards the youth and smiled. On his journey here, Han Li had come to an agreement with Jean Qing that it would be best to conceal the fact that Crooked Soul was his avatar. Han Li also discovered that while this cultivator who appeared young with smooth and taut skin, there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It seemed that while his age was quite old, he was good at maintaining his appearance. This cultivator who should be the cultivator that had simultaneously discovered the two pearls with Jean Qing. I am Hu Yu. Although this is the first time I've seen you two, I hope that we will exchange cultivation insights in the future, as there are far too few rogue cultivators that are capable of reaching core formation. Hu Yu was quite adept at socializing. With only a few words, Hanli had already acquired a decent impression of him. Afterwards, he introduced the other two to Hanli. These two are Fairy Shi Dai Wan and Brother Jian. Fairy Shi is a greatly renowned formation spell master from Red Moon Island. I am confident that with fellow Daoist Han alongside her, we will be certainly able to break through the formation. As for Brother Jian, he is a mid-core formation cultivator, and will prove to be quite useful when breaking the formation. Hu Yu introduced them with a smile. Let's get the ugly matters out of the way first. I am only here to assist you in breaking the formation. If any dangers appear after the magic formation breaks, I will not be able to act as I'm only at Foundation establishment. Also, I will get first pick of whatever spoils that appear. The female cultivator called Shi Dai had an ordinary appearance. However, her expression was haughty, and her words didn't contain a trace of politeness, much to the other's surprise. Red Moon Island. Could it be that fellow Daoist Shi has some relation to Red Moon Island's Daoist Master Shi? Jean Qing asked with a hesitant appearance. After glancing at Jean Qing, she gave an indifferent reply, he is my father. Since it is like that, we will agree with your conditions. Upon hearing her reply, he gave an immediate response, causing Hanli to look at him in astonishment. Hanli then heard Jean Qing's voice transmission, fellow Daoist Han. Daoist Master Shi had treated me with great kindness long ago. I hope fellow Daoist Han will forgive me. Hanli remained silent and casually smiled towards Jean Qing. Her name, Shi Dai, pronounced Dia, literally means stone butterfly. Hanli didn't pay any attention to their amazed expressions and just pointed to the formation flags. The formation flags then flew off in streaks of brilliance above the yellow mist. In accordance to the arranged pattern, they floated above the mist in a shape vaguely resembling the Big Dipper. Big Dipper Heaven-Earth Formation. Shi Dai recognized the formation by the flag's arrangement and revealed slight amazement. Right after she spoke, the formation flags began to let out a series of low, long hums. They then each shot out a beam of light, joining together as a concentrated, thick pillar that shot down towards the yellow mist. Soon after, it completely disappeared. Having seen this, the others turned their gaze towards the yellow mist, but saw that there wasn't the slightest irregularity. Brother Han, this is... Jean Qing couldn't help but want to ask about a few of his doubts before he was interrupted by a sudden occurrence. The originally still, unaffected mist suddenly released a muffled pop as if water were boiling inside of it. The mist started to roil as if a flood dragon were overturning them from within. It appeared as if the mists were suddenly alive. At that moment, Han Li's eyes were radiant, and he shot out several magic seals towards the floating flag formation. Soon, the formation flags began to shoot out a continuous, concentrated beam of multicolored light. Not long after, another astonishing scene occurred. The rolling yellow mist started to rise and fall in rhythmic fluctuations and began to form countless protrusions that were the size of steam buns. The protrusions became larger and taller as time passed, as if a monster were about to fly out from within. When the others saw this, they felt aghast and involuntarily took a few steps back. Fairy Shi hastily ran back 40 meters with a changed expression before stopping and turning her head around. Bang, bang, a series of deafening booms came from the yellow mist. The cultivators had earlier put up their guards. They all hastily readied their defenses and stood firm, watching as the mists heavily swayed as if they were being blown about by violent storm winds. Only Sure Dai looked on in anticipation, while all the others were fearful. The extremely dense mist didn't end up expelling anything at all. It had just parted away like clouds and disappeared, revealing everything that the formation contained. While Hu Yu and the others greatly rejoiced, Jin Qin quickly walked over to Han Li's side and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Han, I didn't think you possessed such great skill. Did you break through the entire formation?" Han Li's mouth twitched before he gave the others an explanation with a bitter smile, "Break through the formation. Brother Jin greatly underestimates the formidability of ancient cultivator formations. I merely dispelled the formation spell's outermost layer, which was acting as a smokescreen." Chapter 4:18. Breaking through the formation. The newly revealed light barrier was thick and slightly blurred. Although it wasn't as obscure as the dense yellow mist, it still clouded the interior. In addition to the outer barrier of light, there appeared to be several more layers within and a round pillar at the very center of the light barrier that stood about 10 meters tall. Ancient decorative designs and characters seemed to be carved onto it, but no one was able to clearly make them out as their spiritual senses were being completely blocked by the light barrier. But even stranger than the pillar were the countless, slender bands of rainbow light that erratically roamed within the light barrier. They appeared extremely abnormal, as though they were alive. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Han Li's expression became gloomy and he carelessly revealed a trace of his suspicion. Although he hadn't broken many ancient spell formations, Xan Rian's records had contained information on many types of ancient formation spells. From the aura and appearance of the formation spell before him, it didn't appear the slightest bit similar to an ancient spell formation. It even held a trace of evil qi. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze towards the nearby Sure Dai. He saw her examining the formation with great curiosity, but her face didn't reveal a trace of peculiarity. This caused Han Li, who didn't hold much confidence in formations, to self-mockingly believe that his judgment was wrong. It seems that today is coming to an end. Since Brother Han and the others have come here from so far away, how about they rest for a moment before coming back to break the formation tomorrow? After all, it doesn't seem like the formation can be broken through in a short amount of time. Hu Yu spoke, showing great consideration towards Han Li and the others that had recently arrived. As Han Li felt that this formation would take quite some time to unravel and was somewhat exhausted, he didn't refuse Hu Yu's suggestion. Although Fairy Sure appeared to have identified the formation and was eager to continue, she didn't raise any objections towards Hu Yu's suggestion. Thus, the group returned to their stone buildings. Since there weren't that many stone buildings, Han Li and the others casually reshaped the earth to make some rooms and used a stone transformation technique on them before officially taking residence in them. The following morning, Han Li and Sure Dai arrived outside the light barrier and began their attribute tests and calculations. The entire process of destroying the formation was very slow, especially at the start. The two felt somewhat overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. They'd often encounter a few insurmountable difficulties that they couldn't make any progress on, even after spending several days attempting to solve them. But regardless of how it was said, the formation spell was inanimate while they were alive. It was only a matter of time before any formation spell was fully studied and comprehended. Even particularly strange formation spells could eventually be unraveled. Through the cooperation of Han Li and Fairy Sure, this ancient formation spell proved to be no exception. Its finer details were slowly being made clear bit by bit. During this process, Han Li's view of the female cultivator greatly changed. Although she came off as somewhat arrogant, she truly did have some skill. Not only did she fully comprehend all sorts of widely circulated formation spells, her analysis of the composition of the formation spell was meticulous and flawless, causing Han Li to hold quite a bit of respect towards her. Although Hanli saw that her accomplishments in the theory of formation spells weren't as impressive as Axian Rian's, she wasn't that far off. But at the same time, Hanli felt somewhat puzzled. Why was it that all the formation spell experts he knew were female? Could it be that female cultivators all had an innate talent for formation spells? However, comparing Fairy Shur to Axian Rian was an exercise in frustration. Although Fairy Shur's grasp on the theories were clear, she possessed far too few formation-breaking methods. She would merely alternate through several kinds, and if none of them had any effect, she could only stare helplessly. Hanli clearly knew his own limitations well. A mere dabbler in formation spells like himself was far inferior when compared to this woman. Understanding this, he never disputed anything the woman said and bluntly made use of Axian Rian's formation-breaking tricks in accordance with what she said. In response to his actions, the woman became rather impressed by him. As a result of these events, Hanli and Fairy Shur developed a tight coordination. After the female cultivator analyzed the weak points of the spell formation, Hanli would then think of a way to break through. Not only did their speed at unraveling the formation substantially increase, they learned much regarding what they were lacking from one another, to both their satisfaction. As for Jin Qing and the others, they were unable to contribute for the time being and obediently meditated in the stone buildings, quietly waiting for the two to break the formation. 3 months later, Hanli and Shur Dai called the others over to the slope. In their last few days of toil, they had nearly managed to break through the Great Formation. Now, only the last restriction remained. Once it was gone, the strange stone pillar at the center would be completely revealed. The light barrier's appearance was now very different from when they started. Not only had it shrunk to less than half its original size, its original dim yellow had turned into a fiery scarlet red. After approaching it, one would feel a scorching heat being emitted. But what was more baffling was that the countless bands of rainbow light within the light barrier had now turned into winged fire serpents. They endlessly roamed the area within the light barrier and continuously spouted out thin flames. What kind of demons are they? When Jin Qing saw them, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. The others also gazed on with astonishment. Fire attribute winged demon spirit fiends. They are rarely seen and only appear in extremely peculiar areas. It has an extremely short lifespan, lasting only several hours before fading away. However, their innate demon flames are no less powerful than a core formation cultivator's core flame, and their favorite foods are the souls of mortals and primal souls of cultivators. They will be very troublesome to deal with. The final restriction has obviously transformed the area into a Triong field, allowing the fire spirits to continue to spawn. If any cultivators forcefully broke through the restriction without knowing this, they would surely fall prey to the winged fiends. Shur Dai proudly explained. After all, very few people knew of winged fiends, but she was able to instantly recognize them. Winged fiends. When Jin Qing and the others heard that the demons were capable of swallowing their primal souls, their expressions couldn't help but change. Since you've told us this, you too must have a method of breaking through. Please do not hesitate to give us instructions. The taciturn cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly spoke. The others were slightly surprised upon hearing this and turned their gazes to Shur Dai and Hanli. Hanli faintly smiled but remained silent. Shur Dai then grinned and spoke in a lovely voice. Senior Han and I had quite a headache at the start, but after many days of discussion, we eventually thought of a safe method to break through the restriction. However, this requires the assistance of your strength. Although this woman's expression was calm, her melodious voice caused her to appear more charming. Fairy Shur, please tell us. We will definitely follow your and Senior Han's instructions. Hu Yut spoke with a chuckle. Shur Dai then bluntly gave out her orders. To break through this formation, we require the simultaneous assistance of many water attribute magic tools. We've already collected several of these tools. We only require you all to grasp these magic tools and stand where we say. Once Senior Han breaks the formation, you fellow Taoists will use your magic tools to eliminate the winged fiends that escape. At the side, Hanli added on, everyone, under no circumstances should you use your magic treasures to attack the demon spirits. These innate fire spirits will pose a great problem if we allow them to get too close to us. It will be too late by the time you want to run. Having seen Han Li's solemn expression, Hu Yu and the others looked at each other and agreed with shivering hearts. Afterwards, Han Li took out a small ruler, a small hammer, and a small pitchfork, giving them to Jin Qing, Crooked Soul and Cultivator Jian respectively. As for Shi Dai, she handed over a blue scarf to Hu Yu. The party then stood nearby in their positions as directed by Shi Dai. She then hastily backed away and took out a short sword magic tool before focusing her attention on Han Li. Han Li didn't rush to act. He first took another careful look at his surroundings. Only after seeing that nothing was amiss did he feel confident enough to act. Several tens of blue formation flags and plates, formation setup tools for a water attribute formation spell, flew to Han Li's side and started to drift about erratically. Han Li then wordlessly shifted his fingers, continuously releasing sounds of pops. The formation flags and plates responded by surrounding the red light barrier and slowly falling into a formation. The formation flags directly inserted themselves several inches deep into the earth, and the formation plates steadily floated several inches above the ground, forming a formation spell with a firm appearance. Chapter 419, Desolate Antiquity. After the formation flags and plates were appropriately arranged, Han Li took a deep breath and was about to cast a technique before being interrupted by the sounds of whistles coming from the horizon. A blue radiance flashed through the horizon, followed by a blue streak resembling a flood dragon quickly flying across the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above them. Once the light faded away, an eccentric wearing dual swords on his back was revealed. Upon seeing his appearance, the others were startled. Above them hovered a shriveled and thin figure, with a red, rash-covered face, and fierce, triangular eyes framed by long, messy white hair. This odd-looking man wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a strange flower basket hanging from his waist. From his spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared he was a mid-core formation cultivator. After getting a clear view of the area, the eccentric was surprised to see so many core formation cultivators. But after his gaze fell onto the red light barrier and Han Li's formation setup tools, his expression greatly changed. Are you Junior seeking death? You dare to take advantage of this island lord's absence to pry into his project? Hurry up and get off this island. The eccentric yelled with an ominous glare. Island Lord. This is yours. Hu Yu and Jin Qing looked at one another for a moment while Han Li and the others were at an even greater loss. This wasn't an uninhabited island. Hu Yu frowned and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, is the lord of this island? Obviously. I have already been this island's lord for several hundred years. The eccentric replied without a trace of politeness. That's odd, my brother Jean and I never caught a single glimpse of you on our last trip here. Hu Yu stated in a calm manner. What? You've already come here once. Humph. It's the same as the current situation. You came here while I was preoccupied with matters off the island. The eccentric glared at them with even greater anger. Hu Yu sneered and derisively said, So you're saying that you are the sole inhabitant of this island? Then your esteemed title of Island Lord is self-conferred. As the restriction before him was about to be eliminated, Hu Yu was unwilling to pay any attention to the eccentric before him. Humph. Stop equivocating. In any case, you've performed the grave crime of destroying these restrictions. Since you don't wish to leave, then I will help you remain here permanently. Suddenly, the wicker basket on his waist turned into a streak of chilling white chi, shooting straight towards Huyu. This time, Hanli and the others were the ones to be surprised. Had this person gone mad? Did he not see how many core formation cultivators they had on their side? Was his mind addled? Huyu responded in furious alarm. With a wave of his sleeve, two red lights shot straight towards the incoming white mist. With a muffled ping, the white mist was scattered and dissipated in every direction. It seems this dog's bark is bigger than his bite. Huyu relaxed upon seeing the mist scatter and bluntly made some cutting remarks. The eccentric remained silent but strangely smiled. Huyu's heart trembled and his expression suddenly changed, before yelling, "What's going on? My flying knives!" After breaking the white chi transformed from the basket, the two flying knives were tottering in their original place as if they were failing. Afterwards, the scattered white chi quickly reassembled itself, and with a flash of radiance, it reformed back into its appearance as a flower basket. The two flying knives were trapped inside the flower basket while enveloped in the white chi, incapable of breaking free. Huyu looked on in disbelief as his magic treasure was restrained. The others also paled in response. However, the eccentric didn't give them any time to think. He coldly laughed and his shoulders flashed with light. Shooting down two streaks of gray sword light towards Huyu. As he was next to Huyu, Jin Qing naturally found it embarrassing to just stand idle. He flicked his hand and threw out a small block stamp which grew larger as it smashed towards the gray light. With a clap of thunder, the three magic treasures released brilliant flashes of interwoven colors. At that moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian looked at Hanli and Crooked Soul before silently raising his hand, and shooting a pitchfork glowing with black and white chi towards the eccentric. Hanli inwardly sighed. Since everyone else had acted, he and Crooked Soul could no longer just stand idle and had to join them against the eccentric. With that thought, Hanli and Crooked Soul released their immemorial bowl and green brilliant dagger, sending them into the fray. When the eccentric saw this, he didn't reveal any fear. Instead, he bellowed in savage laughter and spat out a pearl of black blood towards their magic treasures. A huge series of explosions rang out. Greatly going against their expectations, the bead had released a black radiance just as their magic treasures touched the bead and exploded, causing great spiritual damage to the magic treasures and all of their lights to immediately dim. The cultivator surnamed Jian felt great heartache and appeared extremely regretful. His hands formed into an incantation seal to retrieve the flying pitchfork. From that strike, he would need to nurture it in his primal soul for about a year before recovering to normal. However, he was late in retrieving his magic treasure. As the eccentric coldly laughed, his wicker basket flashed with white light and suddenly shot towards the magic treasures in a streak of white light, entrapping them within. The cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly thought of something upon seeing this and yelled out in despair, "An ancient treasure. You're using a desolate antiquity." Hanli was stunned upon seeing this. A desolate antiquity was in fact a magic treasure refined by ancient cultivators. This type of magic treasure had a single divine ability, but its power was immense and incomparable to the power of common magic treasures of the present. The magic treasure refinement methods and the materials of antiquity were substantially different from those of the present. Their treasures were incapable of being withdrawn into the body and could only be carried physically like a magic tool. This was also the only method of differentiating the desolate antiquity from common magic treasures. Having now seen the abnormality of the flower basket and recalling that the basket had been hanging from his waist at the start, it was impossible for him to not realize the true identity of this magic treasure. As for the heaven-opposing spears that were used on the infant carp beast used by the 6 united palaces, they were also desolate antiquities that had been passed down. As for Crooked Soul, who was at his side, and the Foundation establishment sure die, they were only able to gaze on, incapable of providing any assistance. After seeing this, Hanli took a deep glance at the eccentric before unhesitantly taking out a bulging spiritual beast pouch with a single hand. Hanli's action seemed to have caught the eccentric's attention, possibly due to his powerful spiritual sense. He immediately focused his attention on Hanli and fished something out from his bosom with an ominous expression, as if wanting to take out another magic treasure to deal with Hanli. In response, Hanli decided to seize the initiative. He lightly tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air and quickly struck the pouch with an azure incantation seal cast from his other hand. With a tremble, the spirit beast pouch spouted out several tens of spheres sharply shooting towards the eccentric in streaks of light. These spheres were about a foot large and consisted of the colors of both silver and gold. As soon as the eccentric saw them, he revealed an expression of disdain and took out a jet-black Dharma Will 1, thoughtlessly throwing it out with a cold laugh. As the object whistled, it grew several times in size and spun towards the incoming spheres. With a succession of pings, the spheres turned into specks of gold and silver light upon colliding with the wheel, as they were being shattered. Ha, ha, the eccentric roared with laughter and pointed towards Hanli, ordering it to slice towards him. But at that moment, a burst of buzzing appeared, growing increasingly louder. In an instant, the sound had become ear-piercing, causing everyone to look in the sound's direction with astonishment. The eccentric had also replaced his mad laughter with bewilderment. The fragments from the spheres had become alive and turned into several thousands of thumb-sized gold-silver beetles, densely scattered nearby the wheel. The sharp buzz produced from their flapping wings had inspired great apprehension. Hanli didn't give the eccentric any idle time to think and used his spiritual sense to order the beetles to fly towards the wheel without any regard for their lives. In an instant, the magic treasure had been stained with the colors of gold and silver. "You're courting death." The eccentric recovered from his surprise and formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his wheel to release clouds of black as it spun, intending to eliminate the exotic insects. However, the following scene had left the eccentric stunned. As soon as the pitch-black mist appeared, the beetles opened their mouth and cleanly gobbled it away, leaving not a single speck behind. As for the wheel's high-speed rotations, it only managed to throw off a small portion of the gold-devouring beetles. A majority of them had closely stuck onto it and fearlessly ripped it to shreds. Hanli inwardly rejoiced at the eccentric's aghast expression. In the blink of an eye, the wheel shrank at a visible pace until there was nothing left. After the wheel was cleanly devoured, the buzzing grew louder once more. The eccentric's complexion had now turned slightly green. Hanli bluntly pointed to the swarm of gold-devouring beetles and had them turn into a large gold-silver cloud before flocking towards the eccentric. Now knowing the ferociousness of the beetles, the eccentric's face revealed panic and he quickly beckoned towards the black skulls chasing after the sweat-drenched members. With several flickers, they flew back to the eccentric and sinisterly blocked his front. Finally able to gasp for air, Huyu and cultivator Jian let out a large sigh of relief and stopped in the distance, staring at the scene with slight amazement. The eccentric appeared ill at ease. He summoned a short dagger into his hand with a flash of light. After a short moment of hesitation, he chopped down with a fierce expression, severing another 2 of his fingers. The 2 skulls immediately flew to each eat one. Soon after, they released a strange howl as if they were extremely delighted. With widened eyes, the eccentric soon opened his mouth, shooting out 2 black lights at the skull's forehead. The 2 skulls then let out a series of painful groans and started to undergo a strange change. With audible cracks, 2 strange horns similar to a mountain goat's sprouted from the tops of their skulls, and their fierce sharp teeth grew by several inches, becoming even sharper in the process. And over the span of a few breeds, their hair turned blood red, completely changing the skulls into ghost heads. Go! With the skull's transformation complete, the eccentric let out a breath of relief and painfully used his finger stump to command them towards the insect swarm. The ghost head's eyes flashed with a queer green light before obediently charging off towards the insect swarm with a long whistle. When the gold-devouring beetles saw the ghost heads shooting towards them, they separated into two swarms under Han Li's command, each flying to meet one of the ghost heads. The transformed ghost heads widely opened their mouths and spat out wisps of dark green flame that were several times thicker than before. Upon impact, a series of explosions pushed the swarms of gold-devouring beetle back about 10 meters. The beetle swarms were in disorder. The eccentric revealed a trace of joy, but that had lasted for only a short moment. The wisps of fire released towards the gold-devouring swarm had done nothing but send a couple of beetles tumbling. But afterwards, they continued to fly forward as if they had not suffered any damage in the slightest. The eccentric now wore a face of disbelief. The will-o-wisps his ghost head spat out were more powerful than core flame. How were they incapable of frying a few insects? But despite not being able to deal with the gold-devouring beetles with his ghost heads, the flame wisp still kept the beetles at bay. It appeared they were stuck in a deadlock. The eccentric frowned and started to ponder about a countermeasure. At that moment, a buzzing sound occurred in a volume several times louder than before. When the eccentric raised his head, his face turned deathly pale as if it were devoid of blood. 1. An 8-spoked wheel that holds much significance in Buddhism, Dharmachakra. Chapter 421, Spirit Sealing Pillar. In the distant sky at an unknown time, a huge cloud of insects spanning over 100 meters had appeared, staining that part of the sky gold and silver. The huge buzzing seemed to be coming from this new cloud of insects. Underneath the insect cloud, Han Li looked at the eccentric with a gaze as if he were looking at a corpse. He commanded, "Go." Suddenly, the huge insect cloud flew towards the eccentric as an overbearing sky-shrouding shadow. The eccentric's limbs grew ice-cold. This insect cloud was over 10 times larger than the previous. It wasn't something he could withstand. In his terror, he felt a sudden desire to flee. With an unsightly expression, he recalled his transformed flower basket. He then struck his two ghost heads with blood-red magic seals, and began to chant a cryptic incantation. As for the weapons that were disabled and had been held within the white mist, they were tossed away without hesitation. The eccentric's decisiveness surprised Han Li. The two ghost heads madly spat out several more wisps of flames as they retreated, but Han Li wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. Under his command, the huge insect cloud thoroughly drowned the ghost heads and their flames in an instant. The flames were cleanly consumed by the several tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles in an instant, and the ghost heads themselves were filled with countless gold-devouring beetles. With this, Han Li knew that the skulls were already finished. But just as he wanted to collect the gold-devouring beetles and go chase after the eccentric, he heard two enormous explosions. The two ghost heads had self-detonated in twin blazes of green flame, engulfing a large portion of the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li was initially left reeling by the scene, but that soon disappeared. From his mental connection, apart from the several hundred closest to the heart of the explosion, a vast majority of his gold-devouring beetles were unscathed. It seemed that these immature gold-devouring beetles were not invulnerable. After a certain limit, they were still capable of being destroyed. However, their sturdiness was already much to Han Li's satisfaction. After all, the gold-devouring beetles only suffered damage from the extremely powerful detonation of the ghost heads. He was confident that any common core formation cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against these insects. With that thought, Han Li wordlessly turned into an azure streak and collected his gold-devouring beetles before chasing after the eccentric. Han Li's thoughts were quite simple. Since deep hatred was planted between him and the eccentric, it was naturally better to settle this problem once and for all. Not wanting to leave a potential enemy, he couldn't allow him to easily escape. A second later, Crooked Soul joined him and flew next to Hanli as a streak of yellow light, joining in the pursuit. As for the others, they glanced at each other while staying in their original places. It seemed that for the time being, they were incapable of believing that Hanli had single-handedly forced the eccentric to flee. The eccentric's escape method was quite impressive. Even when using the entirety of his strength to propel his green brilliance dagger, the distance between them was only gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, the three had traveled over 20 kilometers and were about to leave the scope of the barren island. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes glinted with cold light. After taking a deep breath, 7 palm-sized emerald green swords suddenly shot from his body. After flying a circle around his body, the small swords merged into a huge green sword. With a blur, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived on the huge sword. It then flashed with green radiance and cut through the sky as an emerald streak of light that was nearly 40 meters long, increasing their speed by nearly 50%. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li had caught up to the eccentric. After seeing the black light that was singularly focused on flying, Han Li waved his arm with an icy expression. 2 small emerald swords shot towards it along with Crooked Soul's immemorial bowl. The escaping eccentric had clearly seen that his relentless pursuers had released their magic treasures towards him. He immediately responded by throwing a skull towards them. Afterwards, the eccentric continued flying without looking back. According to the eccentric's thoughts, the skull should be able to buy him some precious time at the very least. Han Li's expression darkened, and he silently cast an incantation gesture. His 2 flying swords then flashed with green light and turned into 4 sword lights which were indistinguishable from one another. 2 of these sword lights and the immemorial bowl flew straight towards the skull while the other 2 sword lights combined to form a foot-long flying sword. It rushed past the skull and shot towards the back of the eccentric without a sound. The flying sword became much faster after combining together and arrived behind the eccentric in the blink of an eye. However, the eccentric felt that something was amiss and turned his head, discovering an emerald streak of light that was only 15 meters away from him. The eccentric's face turned deathly pale. Responding quickly to the emergency, he opened his mouth and spewed a puff of black chi towards the flying sword. Afterwards, he hastily flew away, wanting to escape. Under Han Li's command, the flying sword continued straight through the black chi without any hesitation. As it approached, an arc of faint golden lightning struck the black chi and thoroughly blew it away, leaving the flying sword completely unobstructed. Then with a flash of green light, the emerald flying sword pierced through the eccentric. The eccentric looked down at the flying sword in his chest with an expression of complete disbelief. Without the chance to say a single word, he was struck with faint golden lightning and turned to ash. Han Li hastily approached. After blurring a few times, he reappeared with 3 items in his hands and focused his attention on them. Apart from the flower basket ancient antiquity, there was also a storage pouch and a scroll painting sparkling with red light. From painting stealthily contained spiritual chi, even if it wasn't a desolate antiquity, it was still undoubtedly an unordinary magic treasure. Delighted, Han Li gently unrolled the scroll and was soon stunned. After staring at the scroll for a long while, Han Li slowly rolled it back up and wore a contemplative expression. Forcefully suppressing the suspicions he had in mind, Han Li flew towards the skull in silence. Now lacking a master, the black skull floated in the air without movement. Although it still retained a trace of its evil chi, it now completely lacked any trace of its former intelligence. After taking a look, Han Li slightly frowned. In truth, this was the first time he had seen an item like this. He faintly felt that this item definitely had a bad history, but he still felt reluctant to just let it go. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to store it in a jade box. After circling around the area once more, Hanli flew back with Crooked Soul. On the way, he encountered Jin Qing and the others who on their way to assist him. Having seen Hanli and Crooked Soul return completely unharmed, they crowded around him in pleasant surprise. "Fellow Daoist Han, what happened to that eccentric? Did he escape?" Jin Qing couldn't help but ask. "He died by my hand," Hanli calmly said. "He's dead." "That's great. From his profuse, evil qi, we would have definitely found ourselves hopelessly entangled if he decided to pursue us in the future. That would have proved to be extremely troublesome." Jin Qing replied with a large breath of relief. With slightly changed expressions, the nearby Hu Yu and cultivator Jian looked at Hanli with gazes of involuntary respect. After all, one's capability defined one's status in the cultivation world. Afterwards, the party returned to their original location where Fairy Sure was worriedly waiting for them. The group gathered together once more. After some discussion, Hanli felt that it would be best to quickly break through the formation in order to prevent any further unexpected incidents from occurring. Thus, the group once again got into formation. After refocusing his heart, Hanli placed down the formation flags and plates. The destruction of the last restriction was exceptionally smooth. After the scarlet light barrier was destroyed, the winged fiends contained within were cleanly eliminated by their water attribute magic tools. The party revealed joy and soon turned their gazes towards the strange, exposed stone pillar at the center. With no restrictions in the way, the group was clearly able to see the stone pillar with their spiritual sense and eyesight. The stone pillar's talisman markings were extremely strange. The pillar was covered in 8 huge ancient talisman scripts that spiraled around it from top to bottom along with countless strange stripes. In addition, the stone pillar was embedded with extremely rare yin-yang jade in an even distribution. They occasionally flashed with dim black and white lights. After looking at this for some time, they looked at each other in confusion and sunk into contemplation, bitterly attempting to recall any relatable information. Spirit Sealing Pillar. After a short moment, the weakest among them, Sure Dai, suddenly shouted out the name of the stone pillar in alarm. The others were stunned upon hearing this, but they soon looked at each other in bewilderment. "Fairy Sure, are you certain? Is this really a spirit sealing pillar?" Hu Yu couldn't help but ask with doubt. "Absolutely. I possess a book of ancient formation spells that particularly mentions the spirit sealing pillar. From its appearance and those talisman markings, it is exactly as was described in the book. Don't be fooled into believing it to be some common stone pillar. It was forged from over 10 extremely precious tool refinement materials. This lone pillar is worth about 6,000 spirit stones." Sure Dai gazed at this pillar with excitement. After some slight hesitation, cultivator Jian nodded and gave a straightforward explanation. The skulls of the wicked eccentric that Hanli had exterminated seemed to be refined from demons. It seemed that fellow Daoist Jian had quite a bit of trouble with them. Sure Dai spoke with doubt. "Sigh, it seems my poor performance has caused doubt. My divine ability requires prior preparation in order to be utilized. That wicked eccentric had caught me unprepared, and as a result, I made for a sorry sight." Cultivator Jian shook his head and explained with slight embarrassment. Sure Dai nodded and turned her gaze back towards the spirit sealing pillar. "Since everyone is unwilling to give up, let's start. It is a bit troublesome to overthrow a spirit sealing pillar as it can only be released after turning it several times with great force." Sure Dai excitedly explained. When the others heard this, they narrowed their eyes. Although they were cultivators, they didn't actually possess much physical strength. Even with immense strength talismans, the group wouldn't be able to physically shift such a huge stone pillar. Hanli frowned and inwardly sent out a command. As Crooked Soul walked towards the stone pillar, he said in a deep voice, "Let me do it. I have quite a bit of strength." Who you and the others revealed slight amazement. After all, Crooked Soul had yet to speak since arriving here, but now suddenly he took the initiative to solve this matter. Then we will have to trouble fellow Daoist Crooked Soul. Sure Dai said with curiosity. Crooked Soul continued to walk towards the stone pillar as if he hadn't heard her. His body first flashed with yellow light before he placed an immense strength talisman on his body. Afterwards, he rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and clasped the stone pillar in his arms. The 10-meter-tall stone pillar released a rumbling noise and started to turn bit by bit, much to the delight of the others. Crooked Soul's thick, taut arms were completely exposed and shined faintly of red light. After the stone pillar had been turned 3 times, he used all of his strength to push the pillar to the side before suddenly moving away. The stone pillar fell to the side with a series of booms, causing the ground to tremble for a moment. From the deep groove it left behind when landing, it was clear that the stone pillar was extremely heavy. However, the others didn't pay any attention to the stone pillar, and instead focused their attention on the large hole left behind from its collapse. The hole was pitch black and from it blew a cold wind, but it also had a flight of small white stairs that led downward. "Let's go." After looking at the hole for a moment, Cultivator Jian decided to take the lead. After some hesitation, the others followed after him. Now that they've made it this far, no one was willing to turn tail. Hanli stood in his original spot with a single hand grasping his chin with a contemplative expression as he watched the other cultivators climb down the stairs with barely concealed excitement. He then took out the scroll painting with the sparkling red light and fiddled with it. He pondered for a moment while he looked at it before putting it away and climbing down the stairs. Crooked Soul closely followed after him. The tunnel was rather deep. After a quarter hour, Hanli finally reached the bottom. Their eyes brightened upon seeing a large hall that spanned over 70 meters appear before them. The hall's roof was embedded with fist-sized luminescent pearls, causing the hall to shine with milky white light. As the walls were sparkling with bits of light, this exceptionally beautiful sight appeared to be caused by magic techniques. In addition, there were 2 semicircle doors to the side of the hall's entrance that led to an unknown location. Hu Yu and the others stood motionlessly at the center of the hall. They were all staring in the same direction and occasionally whispered to each other as if they were studying something. Hanli walked towards them in large strides with great curiosity. "What's that?" Hanli revealed astonishment after catching sight of what they were staring at. There was a flawlessly white skeleton that was reclined at the side of a small pond. An emerald green, foot-long arrow penetrated its skull and nailed it to the ground, appearing quite strange. But that had only caught their initial gaze. Afterwards, their focus had been excitedly drawn towards the 3-colored lotus floating at the center of the pond's surface. Although the colorful lotus had yet to bloom and was still just a bud, it was the size of a bowl and glowed with a tricolored radiance of azure, red, and yellow. But what was most inconceivable about it was the exquisite rainbow that appeared several inches above it. Its glistening light was extremely entrancing. Additionally, the pond water wasn't ordinary water, it was a dense white paste that strongly emitted a strange fragrance. A 7-glow lotus. It has to be. I thought that this only existed in legend. That water, is it the legendary 1,000-year stone milk? Hu Yu muttered to himself with widened eyes. No wonder there were so many formation spell restrictions placed down along with the spirit sealing pillar. With these 2 items, setting down another dozen layers of restrictions wouldn't be excessive. Sure Dai stated while mesmerized by the colorful lotus. Jin Qing woke from his surprise and turned to look at the skeleton. He bafflingly asked, "But what about this skeleton? Could it have been the cave residence's master? Why does it matter? We've struck it rich." Although this 7-glow lotus only shines with 3 colors, it will still sell for an exorbitant price at auction. Cultivator Jian directly changed the subject with greed filling his eyes. Chapter 423. Extreme Poison. Han Li's calm voice sounded out from behind the other cultivators. Is this 7-glow lotus very famous? Does it have any particular uses? Upon hearing him, Cultivator Jian and the others sobered up and felt their hearts tremble. They unnaturally turned their gazes to Han Li. They had all witnessed the power of his gold-devouring beetles while they were fighting together, and now they feared that they wouldn't prove to be his match. Now that such a precious item had appeared, they unconsciously felt unease. Even Jin Qing, who had implored him to come here, revealed a trace of unease. Upon seeing these people's expressions, Han Li was able to roughly tell what they were thinking. A wry smile flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly concealed this and asked with an unknowing expression, "The name of this 7-glow lotus is quite peculiar. I've read through quite a few records, but I haven't the slightest idea what it is." The other cultivators looked at each other. Hu Yu let out a dry cough before giving Han Li an explanation with a smile. It seems that fellow Daoist Han has spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and rarely deals with external matters. The name of this 7-glow lotus won't be found in spirit herb records as its name is only passed down through oral legends. It is said that it would be able to bring mortals back to life and can regrow the flesh from just bones. When cultivators take it, it is said to be able to raise one's cultivation by an entire grade. This is an immortal item from legends. Upon finishing his explanation, Hu Yu was showing inconcealable excitement despite looking at Han Li with a trace of vigilance. Han Li squinted his eyes and spoke with slight disbelief. Is it really so miraculous? Is it even true? We have no idea as nobody we know has seen a 7-glow lotus before. We didn't even believe such an item existed until today. However, it is certain that there are cultivators that will spend a great amount of spirit stones for it. Hu Yu spoke with a chuckle. So it was like that. Han Li indifferently nodded his head and shifted his attention to the flawless white skeleton lying on the floor with an interested expression. Seeing that Han Li was unconcerned and didn't appear interested in monopolizing the rewards, the others let out a breath of relief. Fellow Daoist Jian, how about you go and collect the 7-glow lotus? After we auction it, let's evenly split the spirit stones. Very sure, we'll have to trouble you to look for any formation spell restrictions near the pond. Hu Yu gave a meaningful glance at Cultivator Jian and Shi Dai. After taking a thoughtful look at Han Li, they agreed. Having felt that Han Li was far too strong, they united together with a feeling of suspicion towards Han Li. After Jin Qing heard this, his face revealed a trace of hesitation as if he wanted to say something. But after some thought, he decided to stay silent. At that moment, Han Li was half-crouched next to the skeleton and was carefully examining it. Hu Yu, who was carefully gazing at him, felt somewhat relieved. After Shi Dai used a few magic tools to examine the surroundings, she confirmed, there are no restrictions near the pond. Fellow Daoist Jian may collect the lotus without obstruction. Upon hearing this, Cultivator Jian immediately stepped forward with delight. Hu Yu's expression stirred as if he had thought of something and hastily warned, be careful. I've heard that the 7-glow lotus can't touch any magic tools. It must be picked up by one's own hand or else it will immediately wither. Cultivator Jian responded with a wave of his hand, expressing acknowledgement. At that moment, his thoughts were completely focused on the 7-glow lotus bud. Standing beside the pond crafted from fine, beautiful jade, Cultivator Jian bowed over the water and extended his arm towards the tricolored flower bud with great caution. Shi Dai and the others watched his every move and couldn't help but hold their breaths. He cried out in astonishment. What happened? Hu Yu and Shi Dai simultaneously said the same words with worried expressions. It was unknown whether they were concerned for the flower or the flower picker. Cultivator Jian withdrew his fingers and flexed them. He puzzlingly said, "It is a bit strange. This flower is rather sturdy and is very difficult to pull out. If you cannot pull the whole plant out, then how about just picking it?" Hu Yu faintly rolled his eyes and suggested, "Directly picking it off. That would greatly diminish its value." Shi Dai shook her head with a face of disapproval. "Wait, I'll try it again with an immense strength talisman." Cultivator Jian took out a yellow talisman and slapped it on his body. Afterwards, he rigidly grabbed the flower bud 3 inches beneath the surface of the water and pulled with all his strength. "Stop!" Han Li suddenly shouted while still looking down at the skeleton. Hu Yu and the others felt their hearts thump and were slightly bewildered. Cultivator Jian was startled, but seeing that he was so close to the dazzling flower bud, his heart became stubborn, and he put force into his grip. However, the 7-glow lotus didn't budge in the slightest, as if it were welded in place. This set Cultivator Jian's heart aflame with impatience, and he instantly reacted by tightening his grip once more to pick off the flower. At that moment, the flower bud finally reacted and slightly trembled for a few moments before suddenly shrinking back from the water and disappearing without a trace. Plop! Cultivator Jian hadn't released his grip, and was dragged into the pond when the flower stalk shrank with immense strength, resulting in a splash of milky white water. As Fairy Shi was relatively nearby, a few droplets landed on her face. She immediately let out a miserable shriek. "It's poisonous. The water is poisonous." The female cultivator covered her face with her hands and shouted in furious alarm. She then hastily took out a red medicine bottle from her storage pouch and flusteredly threw the fire-red medicine pill it contained into her mouth. In the split second between taking out the medicine pill and swallowing it, Hu Yu and Jin Qing saw her face decay with yellow blisters all over, causing their breaths to turn ice cold. Even Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this. If just a few drops caused Fairy Shi's face to become like this, then what about Cultivator Jian, who fell into the water? With that thought, they turned their gazes towards the milky white pond. Ever since he had fallen into the pond, there had been no other disturbance, no miserable screams or desperate calls for help. Fear began to blossom in their hearts. At that moment, Shi Dai finally stopped groaning and tore off a corner of her robe and tightly wound it around her face. With a light sigh, she looked at the water with a gaze of bitter resentment. Pop! Pop! A series of bubbles popped on the surface of the pond. Soon after, a completely decayed corpse floated to the surface. Everyone's face had turned green. From the clothes on the corpse, it was obviously Cultivator Jian. In just a few moments, he had turned into a wet skeleton with empty eye sockets. Upon seeing that his eyes had turned into empty sockets, they felt chill down their spines. How did this happen? Was 1,000-year stone milk supposed to be this poisonous? Hu Yu muttered to himself with disbelief. 1,000-year stone milk isn't poisonous. But it may as well be if poison was placed within it. Han Li stood and slowly said with a light breath. Fellow Daoist Han. Could it be that your shout to stop was because you knew the water was poisonous? Shi Dai icily asked with a slightly hoarse voice. I didn't know whether or not it was poisonous. However, I did find out that the 7-flow lotus isn't something that should be plucked. Look at the right hand of that corpse. Han Li calmly said, lightly tapping the skeleton with the tip of his foot. Hu Yu and the others attentively examined the hand and revealed baffled expressions. The bones of the right hand were partially black, and the forefinger's tip had been shattered. It was jagged, like it had been bitten off by something. Seeing that nobody was doubting him, Hanli didn't bother further explaining and looked at the water with an icy gaze. At the center of the white pond, the seven-glow lotus had re-emerged at an unknown time. It still released its beautiful glow, but now, Yu and the others gazed at it as if it were a scorpion. Hanli wordlessly opened his hand with 5 fireballs floating above his fingertips. With a flick of his fingers, the fireballs lined up in the form of a word and shot towards the seven-glow lotus. Jin Qing and the others were startled but didn't stop Hanli due to the previous occurrence. The seven-glow lotus swayed from the impact of the fireballs and suddenly withdrew from the pond. Something flew out of the water as a blur, shooting straight towards Hanli like an arrow. Chapter 424, Demon Serpent. While everyone cried out in alarm upon seeing the shadow piercing toward him, Hanli raised his hand and tossed out his green brilliance dagger he had prepared and struck the shadow. The black shadow was pushed back to the pond side and hissed with an icy gaze. Shockingly, the shadow turned out to be a meter-long, jet-black serpent with a flesh horn. A scarlet tongue hissed from its mouth, and it had a tricolored flower bud on the top half of its flesh horn. It appeared rather ridiculous, as if a small flower were growing out of its head. As for the rainbow radiance, it was a 7-colored demon chi that was formed from wisps coming out of the serpent's mouth. It appeared exactly the same as a true rainbow, so it was no surprise that it had deceived all of them. After seeing the black shadow's true appearance, Yu blankly stared at it, saying, "Crested demon serpent." It transformed the crest of its head into a 7-glow lotus. After clearly seeing this serpent's true appearance, her eyes coldly glinted, and she wordlessly raised her hand, releasing a purple folded scarf. This item released several explosive sounds as it shot towards the demon serpent. "Careful. This serpent is extremely venomous. You aren't its match." Jin Qing abruptly said this before releasing his large, white block stamp to join the scarf as a streak of light. The demon serpent watched the 2 items attack it with an ice-cold gaze, and then opened its mouth and spouted out a bright rainbow pearl. The pearl released a gorgeous radiance that blocked the large stamp and purple scarf, forcing them to a complete stop. At that moment, Yu finally woke from his disappointment at the loss of the treasure. After a moment of hesitation, he threw out 2 flying knives and entered the battle. Suddenly, 3 streaks of white light and a streak of purple brilliance were intertwined with the rainbow light. The serpent was completely fearless. After a few strange croaks, it spouted out several colorful clouds. The clouds made the magic treasures dim until they were nearly dark immediately after they made contact. How can this fiend be so powerful? Could it be a mutated demon? Jin Qing was aghast at the sight. But as soon as he finished talking, a red radiance was fiercely shot out, piercing through the colorful cloud in an instant and striking the demon serpent's flesh horn. A thumb-sized bloody hole was left behind by the strike. The demon released a strange shout and painfully slammed into the limestone floor. Soon after, its body coiled, and it shot towards the pond in a blur. But at that moment, a group of emerald flying swords flew down from above, nailing the serpent's head to the limestone floor faster than lightning. The serpent then flusteredly thrashed around but wasn't able to move away in the slightest. This was the result of the sudden actions by Hanli and Crooked Soul. In addition to Crooked Soul's use of a blood spirit drill, Hanli used the bamboo cloudsworm swords to hold it down. He had made sure to restrain his sword's divine Devilbane lightning to prevent the others from realizing that his swords had been refined from Heaven Lightning bamboo. Jin Qing and the others felt relief when they saw Hanli had successfully restrained the demon serpent. After some slight discussion, Shi Dai and the others decided to put away their magic treasures once they were released by the Rainbow Demon Pearl's pressure. Afterwards, the party gathered around the demon serpent. This really is a crested demon serpent, but it appears that someone grafted a 7-glow lotus likeness on it. It absolutely doesn't have the capability to do such a thing innately. Hu Yu revealed a puzzled expression as he watched the demon serpent struggling to free itself from the small swords. Obviously, this seven-glow lotus was some kind of ingenious trap. It is entirely possible that dead fellow over there had fallen for it, even we fell for it. Jin Qing agreed with a bitter smile. Han Li silently stood at the side as he examined the demon serpent before turning his gaze back to the right hand of the skeleton. He couldn't help but imagine someone excitedly attempting to pick the seven-glow lotus, as the demon serpent then flew out of the water and bit off his finger. Soon after, he was torn apart by the poison. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble as turned to look at the small arrow in the skeleton's head. It had clearly been placed by someone who came later. Whoever set this trap was truly quite the schemer. Slice. The crested demon serpent's head was separated from its body with a cold flash of light. Shi Dai coldly glanced at it from the side with a dagger in her hand. Han Li slightly frowned. Han Li knew that she detested this serpent because it had ruined her face. It was said that a woman's appearance was just as precious as her own life. Even if the crested demon serpent wasn't the main culprit behind her ruined face, it was definitely one of the main causes. Han Li lightly shook his head and raised his hand, returning his small swords back into his body. Afterwards, his gaze fell back down to the arrow in the skeleton. This arrow appeared to be the same emerald green as Han Li's own bamboo cloud's warm swords at first glance, but further inspection proved otherwise. Han Li's flying swords were bright and shining while the arrow faintly carried a dark qi, as if it had been tainted or refined with evil arts. Fellow Daoist Han, will we go and explore any other areas? Perhaps we will discover something. Having seen Han Li continue to study the skeleton, Hu Yu couldn't help but ask this. It seemed he truly didn't want to go back empty-handed. Please don't hesitate to continue exploring, Crooked Soul, and I will remain in the main hall. Han Li said with a calm expression. Hu Yu revealed slight surprise. After looking at the bones along with the emerald green arrow, he revealed slight hesitation and ultimately didn't move. When Jin Qing and Shi Dai saw this, they also silently stayed in the main hall. After all, who knows what other dangers lay in wait in the cave residence, given the initial encounter. It was obviously safer to stay together. Furthermore, they were able to guess that the arrow was unordinary. Why else would the mysterious Han Li continue to unceasingly examine it? Fellow Daoist Han, would you say that rather than being an ancient cultivator ruin, this place was actually an elaborate trap? Jin Qing suddenly asked in a low voice. Impossible, this place is definitely an ancient cultivator ruin. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence that you found this place from the pearls? However, this place had already been discovered by someone else, and they had long placed down traps inside. Han Li shook his head. If what you say is true, then are there no treasures left here? Shi Dai spoke with an icy voice. Han Li revealed an expression of slight regret, but remained silent in tacit approval. Jin Qing and Hu Yu then looked at each other with changed expressions. Hu Yu's face was more notable between the two. Not only did this trip end with no benefits, but of the two that he had invited, one had met an untimely end while the other had their face ruined. This treasure hunt ended up being a complete disaster. During their moment of absolute silence, the pond released a faint groan. The cultivators hurriedly turned their gaze towards the pond in alarm. Cultivator Jian's body, who should have already been dead for quite some time, slowly climbed out of the pond and let out an occasional groan from his skeleton mouth. At that moment, the cultivators were dumbstruck and were looking at each other in dismay. Since they were cultivators, it wasn't particularly frightening for a malicious spirit or other evil entity to appear. They could just make short work of them. However, this was the body of a companion that had entered the cave with them not long ago. Could it be that he had a secret technique that allowed his primal soul to persist after his body was destroyed? As it was unclear whether the corpse was currently possessed by its owner or a ghost, Yu and the others were hesitant to act. The corpse of cultivator Jian still continued to slowly climb out of the pond and approach them. Yu saw that something was amiss and hastily yelled, "Regardless of whether you are man or ghost, don't come any closer or else our hands will be forced." He flung out his sleeves, throwing his flying daggers out to revolve around its body. Jin Qing and Shi Dai were also vigilant and rigidly stared at the corpse. Just as Yu finished speaking, cultivator Jian's body stopped and remained motionless. Yu and the others involuntarily let out a sigh of relief in response. But as Hanli detachedly watched on, he felt that something was very wrong and instinctively took out an item with a flip of his hand. In the very next moment, a sudden and abrupt change occurred. Cultivator Jian's body suddenly kicked off the ground and fiercely pounced towards the group. Yu and Jin Qing's expressions paled, and they instantly released their magic treasures. The two streaks of white radiance and the streak of white light struck cultivator Jian and cleanly destroyed the skeleton with a single blow. But suddenly, Yu felt a light wind gently blowing past him. With a chill running down his back, he turned his head to see a skeleton hand emerging from his abdomen, tightly grasping a bean-sized, sparkling blue core in its fingers. Chapter 425, Congealed young bird's eyes wide in disbelief, Yu stared at the skeletal hand protruding from his abdomen. With an audible crack, the blue core was crushed into a fine powder, which trickled from the hand. Yu let out a muffled groan and weakly fell to the floor after the skeletal hand withdrew from his body. The hole left behind bled profusely, quickly filling the hall with a bloody stench. Although he was somehow still alive for the time being, he was clearly on death's door. The sound of Jin Qing's and Shi Dai's cries of alarm along with the sound of his magic treasure shattering rang in Yu's mind as all of his life experiences flashed through his mind. His impoverished life during childhood and the joy his entire family revealed upon discovering his spiritual roots, the moment of helplessness he felt when the senior martial sister he admired married someone else, his ecstasy at successful core formation, and his wholehearted grand ambition of one day forming a nascent soul. As all these memories flowed through his mind, his limbs gradually grew colder and more distant, but he was not resigned to dying. He had refined a set of 3 flying daggers as his magic treasure. Ordinarily, he would only attack with 2 of them and would leave the third behind in his body. This was because the third flying dagger had been refined using a secret technique. Although its attack power was average, it could automatically protect his body with far greater awareness than common magic techniques. Moreover, he had spared no cost or effort when refining this treasure and it had just recently entered the sentient stage. Even if he didn't give a command, the treasure should have responded to the killing intent and automatically protected his body against the surprise attack. Unless, the attacker. Yu finally thought of something, using the last of his mortal strength to turn his head with slight reluctance and view everything that was happening behind him. At that moment, a white blur was closely chasing after Jin Qing. Jin Qing continuously evaded it while engulfed by a silver radiance. He had released his own magic treasure and was ceaselessly bombarding the white blur with attacks as if he were greatly fearful of it. As for Hanli and the others, they were trapped within a large expanse of black qi. The fiery scroll painting in hand, Hanli shot countless fist-sized flames from it, creating a huge ring of fire around them that continuously attacked the black qi, keeping it at bay. Shi Dai and Crooked Soul closely stood behind Hanli. Crooked Soul's body was enveloped in bloodlight, and he continuously released purple flames from his hands, striking any black qi that leaked past the ring of fire. At his side, Shi Dai was grasping a white bead that radiated with light, preventing any of the black qi that slipped past both abilities from approaching. Even then, she still revealed an expression of fear. Yu didn't pay any attention to the black chi and strenuously examined the white blur chasing after Jin Qing. Sure enough, the white skeleton of the long-dead cultivator was now surrounded in white fog and was pursuing Jin Qing with great speed. At this point, it couldn't possibly be considered dead in the least. Yu smiled sadly. He, a core formation cultivator, had met his end by a skeleton. What a ridiculous affair. While Yu was still mocking himself, he faded into eternal rest with a derisive smirk still at the corner of his mouth. As Yu breathed his last, Li continuously surveyed the situation with a sullen expression. During the same moment that Yu had fallen prey to the white skeleton, the nearby walls had suddenly released a wide expanse of coldine ghost fog, trapping them all at once. Fortunately, Li had made slight preparations and had opened the painting scroll without hesitation, releasing countless flaming spirit birds from within. These demon fire-enveloped swallows were congealed young birds. Li had previously read a detailed introduction of them in an ancient record. They were born from fire essence and particularly loved to consume mean ghosts and malicious souls, earning a reputation of being the bane of Een. However, this bird had long been extinct, and the scroll painting had only sealed a fraction of the spirit bird's soul. As a result, it could only release avatars of the congealed young birds. While these avatars appeared exactly the same as actual congealed young birds, their strength was incomparable to the original. Else, this black ghost fog would have been cleanly devoured rather than just being temporarily scattered. Although Li was completely tangled up by this ghost fog, he wasn't particularly worried. Both his bamboo cloudsworm swords and his gold-devouring beetles could easily make short work of it. What made him uneasy was the ghost mist's master, who still had yet to reveal himself. As for the skeleton, it was clear at a glance that it wasn't intelligent in the least, it was being controlled by someone else. However, the skeleton was quite strange. Since it was completely unscathed from the repeated pummeling of Jin Qing's magic treasure, there must be some mystery behind it. As Li thought this, ghostly wails suddenly broke out from around him. This blood-chilling voice was deafeningly sharp and belonged to neither man nor woman. Those who heard it would have their minds bewildered and both their blood and qi in disarray. Li's heart trembled, and he reflexively spread out his spiritual sense to envelope the entire hall. At that same moment, he flicked his finger and sent out two small emerald swords from his body which began to slowly revolve around him. Upon hearing the ghostly wail, Jin Qing appeared distraught from fear and furiously exclaimed, "What demon wishes to mystify himself and remains hidden?" Although his voice wasn't loud, it resonated throughout the room. Unexpectedly, the ghostly wails stopped in response. In addition, the next strike of his magic treasure completely shattered the skeleton. Jin Qing was pleasantly surprised by the strange turn of events. At that same time, the ghost mist closely surrounding Li and company quickly withdrew back into the walls around them. Li was greatly surprised. He didn't believe that Jin Qing's furious roar had contained such power. In the very next moment, Shi Dai turned around and took this opportunity to madly rush towards the stairs. In the blink of an eye, she was already climbing up to the surface. Li was expressionless upon seeing this, but Jin Qing was brimming with fury. This woman would flee in the middle of battle. Although her magic power was lacking, the magic treasure pearl in her possession was clearly capable of restraining the ghost mist. Naturally, he couldn't just let her run off. With that thought in mind, Jin Qing instantly opened his mouth to stop her. But at that moment, another anomaly occurred. Just as Shi Dai reached the second step, the stone wall next to her suddenly flashed with green light. A terrifying, 10-fingered ghost claw rushed out without warning and pierced through her abdomen at a speed that almost couldn't be seen. Shi Dai wretchedly screamed and did her utmost to brighten the pearl's light in an attempt to escape. However, the ghost hand didn't fear the pearl in the slightest and emitted a black chi instead, surrounding Sure Dai with it in a mere moment. The woman's screams came to an abrupt stop. Once the black chi withdrew, all that was left was a dried-up corpse that was then thrown before Hanli and Crooked Soul. After Hanli turned his head to look at the fleshless corpse, his face turned slightly green. Jean Qing's face had long turned pale, but he was now nervously glancing around with his white block stamp magic treasure in hand. Hee. I need one more suitable corpse. Which of you three will sacrifice yourself as tribute? An icy voice echoed throughout the hall with a tone of disdain. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted, and he spread out the scroll painting once more. With the entire nest of firebirds returned to the scroll painting, Han Li formed a dual-handed incantation gesture with a solemn expression. Whoosh! A 3-meter-wide congealed young bird flew out of the scroll painting while surrounded in brilliant flames. After flying once around Han Li's head, it shot towards one of the hall's stone pillars with wings spread wide. Bang! When the huge bird rammed into the stone pillar, it flashed with green light, and an eerie snake made from black chi flew out and tangled with the fire bird. With the bird spouting out broiling white essence fire and the eerie snake spraying ink-black cold chi, a huge battle unfolded between them in the hall. TCH. I didn't expect there to be someone capable of utilizing the long-extinct spirit-controlling techniques. It seems I've underestimated you. After this was said, a freakish shadow slowly walked out of the stone pillar. Han Li and Jean Qing both gazed at it with rapt attention. Not only was the silhouette dark green, but it was also surrounded in sparkling green light, masking its true appearance. His body appeared to be wrapped with arm-thick bands of black fog, and his eyes were as scarlet as fresh blood. After the freakish shadow swept his gaze past the three, Han Li and Jean Qing felt a chill run down their backs as if their minds and hearts had been laid bare. They couldn't help but glance at each other before looking back at the shadow with horror. The enemy had used only his gaze to exert such great pressure onto them. This clearly showed that this person's cultivation far exceeded their own. Could this person be a nascent soul cultivator? From the appearance of this freakish shadow, it seemed to resemble a ghost or demon more than a living person. But if it really were a malicious spirit, then how had it preserved the entirety of its intelligence? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.